as we're talking, okay? Because I think this is important, and I guess I wanna just type some stuff. So you guys are the first ones to ever see this presentation, which is kind of cool for you. So I'm going to make the presentation for the first time. I've never shared this with anybody. So I'm just going to kind of type it out while we go through it, and I think that'll help you. So let me share my screen, and hopefully you guys can see it. Josh, what's at me? Can you guys see this okay?
Yeah, I can see your screen, Ty. I
Okay.
see the ad title.
You see me typing and everything? Okay, so here's what I'm going to type. So this is the new gold rush, okay? The new gold rush. So if you go back in time to like the 1800s, you had huge opportunity. A lot of people became very wealthy in the 1800s because they caught this new gold rush, okay? Oh, they caught a gold rush. California, there was Alaska, there was a silver rush also in the 1850s. It made a lot of people very rich. Some people poor too, who weren't successful at the gold rush. So what is the new gold rush in the modern world? Well, I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to make a new slide here. New slide. And basically, what created the youngest self-made billionaire in history? Who can answer this question for me? Who can answer this question? I will. Let's see. Somebody wrote, "Hi Ty, greetings from London. Bro, can see your screen." Jenner. Okay, Kylie Jenner. Somebody who said that. Benjamin Van Dam. You related to the great Van Dam? I met him once, Jean-Claude Van Damme. He's a funny dude. But so Kylie Jenner became a billionaire. Simple. Kylie Jenner had, at the time she was focused, Kylie Jenner, she just sold her company, half of it for $600 million. Okay, 600 million for half her company. That means she's worth 1.2 billion. And how old is she? 21 or something? Not bad. Not bad. And she caught the new gold rush. That's what I'm talking about. And they don't teach us in school. It's very sad that they don't teach us in school because it's right in front of your face. The Rock, I got to hang out with The Rock, I don't know, when he was shooting the last Fast and Furious Hobbs and Shaw movie. And I was talking to him about his career, and he's like, you know what, Ty? I was really slow to catch on to Instagram and social media, but, you know, better late than never. And he's caught on, and if you look, I think he's number 1 or 2 most followed person in the world after like Ronaldo, the soccer player. So he's at, let's call it 150 million Instagram followers. So at any given time, he can basically post and reach an entire equivalent of a country. I mean, America's only 330 million people. He can reach 150 million people globally like that. Now, not everybody sees every post, but you get the gist. Over time, he can reach, you know, there's some continents that don't have 150 million people. Australia, for example, is a continent, doesn't have more than, I think, 30 million people. So what created the youngest self-made billionaire is, so the gold rush is for followers, social media followers. And so leave a comment how many followers you have right now. Let's just use Instagram because I believe Instagram for now is the platform you want to dominate. TikTok's coming up. YouTube's also good. Twitter's great, but Instagram reaches all demographics. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of type here specifically Instagram for now. This will change over time. Over the next 5 years, you know, it won't be necessarily Instagram. So what I want to talk about today is how I grew my social media from 0 followers, everybody starts at 0, to over 3 million on Instagram. I have over 6 million on my Facebook fan page. I've got over 1 million on YouTube. My Twitter is 600,000. That's one. My Instagram is about 1. I'm sorry, my Snapchat, they've told me is about 2 million. So I've got a formula, and I'm going to show you the specific formula during this talk. But If you don't know my Instagram, I can pull it up real fast. It's instagram.com/Ty Lopez. Okay, so you've got here 3 million followers. Okay, so a lot of followers. Somebody said they have 309. Don't know what that is. Somebody, oh, on Facebook. LinkedIn, I don't use LinkedIn that much. I probably should, but I don't. So that's my account right there. It's verified. So let's kind of go through some of this and show you how you can gain followers, right? So there's a few techniques that you can use to gain followers in my experience. So the first thing that you can do, and let's first of all talk about what you shouldn't do. Okay? What doesn't work to gain followers? Because I see a lot of theories out there. Now, maybe this works. I'll say for me, what didn't work for me, okay? What didn't work for me? First one, hashtags. I don't know why people love hashtags so much. I'm not saying they're, I'm not saying that hashtags aren't helpful. I'm just saying they never helped me. So maybe there's someone out there who's cracked the code, but I've never seen somebody grow from 2,000 Instagram followers to 100,000 followers simply by, like, I just haven't seen it in terms of hashtags. I think hashtags are fine. Basically, hashtags make you show up on certain keywords, but it is what it's not the best in my experience. Okay, what else doesn't work? Fake followers. So paying for fake followers, I haven't seen that work. Okay, because people basically, the followers don't engage with you. People figure it out. Your Instagram looks weird. That doesn't work. Okay, so paying for followers. What else I have seen that doesn't work that people try? I see people just saying just post a lot. Well, if you don't have any followers and you post a lot, how does that make you get followers? I never understood that logic. So let's talk about what does work. I think there's three things. What did work for me? And what helped me? 1 month, I got 1 million followers in a month on Instagram. Helped me get 1 million in 1 month. They were all real followers. So here's some things that I think work really well. You have to post high VRIN score content. And I'll get into later what VRIN score means. It's a term that I've kind of used. It's from an old Harvard textbook. VRIN stands for value, rarity, inimitability, and non-substitution. So it basically means good content. Okay, that is important. VRIN score. Okay. What worked for me was collabs with big influencers and celebrities. So, for example, I've been a lot of celebrity stuff that I've done, whether it's content or them posting for me. I've had Black China's posted me. I've had Khloe Kardashian retweet my stuff. That was for Twitter. And this, I didn't pay Khloe. She just liked some of my content and did it. I've had, Rihanna videos with me and Rihanna. I've done stuff with Kevin Hart. I've done so big name celebrity stuff that definitely builds value. People want to see it. That goes back to the high VRIN score. I did some stuff with Bad Baby, Catch Me Outside. I've done stuff with Jake Paul, Logan Paul. I've done stuff with Mark Cuban from Shark Tank, all this stuff. So that can work. And then the third thing, and this is what I'll talk more about, is giveaways. So I really pioneered. There's a lot of people doing giveaways now, but as far as I know, I was the first person in the world doing them big time. So I gave away I forget, 12 cars, if you remember, starting back in 2015, 2016. Now you'll notice a couple of things here. For those of you watching, not all of you are going to be able to get Rihanna or Kobe Bryant or Kevin Hart. or The Rock on your Instagram. So, but I'm just telling you what worked for me. I'm not saying everybody can do it. I'll give you some things that I think that you can do. Okay. And giveaways is one of those things. So let me talk more about the giveaways, because in my experience, the giveaways are very powerful, and they can be done by anybody. Now, okay, so let's talk about giveaways. Why do if there's a guy who you may have seen me posting with, his name's Mr. Beast. He's the fastest growing YouTube influencer. And he does giveaways. And he started, I'm not sure, a year or two ago. I started doing giveaways really almost 5 years ago. And giveaways just work because people like free stuff. I remember being like, why am I the only person doing this? Now more people are doing it, but I remember thinking, like, and it's not that I'm the first person to give something away. I was the first person that I know of, especially on Instagram and YouTube, to consistently be doing giveaways all the time. I would do a cash or car. I've given away so many iPhones I don't even remember, iPads. Now, the thing about giveaways, here's the thing. You got three components that you have to do a successful giveaway. Okay, so you need the correct prize. You need because sometimes people give away the wrong stuff, either too cheap or too expensive. Somebody saying, Sean's saying, "Can I give away a Lambo?" See, that's not a good prize. You know why it's not a good prize? I thought of giving away a Lambo. But do you know how much the insurance is on a Lambo? If I give an ordinary income person, right, who just, a regular person, a Lambo, well, first of all, to change the transmission in a Lambo is like 30 to 50 grand. To change a tire is like $600 per tire. Your insurance is 1 to 2 grand a month. Okay, so the taxes. Lambo, you gotta pay some serious taxes. So you gotta know the correct prizes. I see people giving away stuff that's too cheap. They're like, "Yo, I'll give away like a T-shirt or something." Well, okay. Are you really like totally excited for a T-shirt giveaway? Like T-shirts value is like $5, So, and it's not very rare. Most T-shirts you could buy, I guess if it was an autographed, Ronaldo or Messi T-shirt, that would be different. But so you got to know how to do the correct prizes. I've tested everything. I found things that work. I found things that wasted my money. The second thing is you have to understand the legal aspects, because you can get into a lot of trouble in the U.S. and in any country if you don't do them legally. So I hired a big law firm, spent a ton of money to make sure I'm following the law. There's certain areas, locations you have to exclude. There's certain age ranges. You don't want to be giving away $10,000 cash to a 10-year-old, stuff like that. It's just for multiple reasons. Then I have a bank account being one of them. So you got to tackle. So for those of you who will gain a lot of followers and you want to start doing giveaways, we'll talk and I'll answer some questions on the legal aspects. The third thing is, and this is probably the hardest, you have to get the word out there. Because if you had 2,000 followers on Instagram and you saw doing a giveaway, even if you have them tag other people for the giveaway, your maximum reach is 2,000 people, which Instagram doesn't show all your posts to every single one of your followers. So you're sub 2,000. And even if they if they tag 3 of their friends in the comments for a giveaway, at maximum you reach 6,000 people, and not everybody's going to follow you. So you have to. I've used other influencers to get the word out. I've also done paid ads to tell people I've spent. Literally, I'm not sure how much, but I would guess I've spent, well, at least 7 figures, $1 million plus, on building out an actual, influencer network that posts for me, that says Ty Lopez is doing a giveaway. Go to Ty Lopez. So you need to have a budget for that. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. You need a budget. So if you're completely broke, you can still grow your Instagram in other ways. You can post good content, viral content. I'll talk a little bit about that later. That if you have zero money, you've got to take a little bit different strategy. For those of you who are watching and you own a business and you're spending money already on marketing, you should allocate a portion of your budget to follower campaigns. For me, followers are the new gold rush. They're valuable. Like I said, they've made The Rock the highest paid actor in the world. He's the highest paid. Kendall Jenner is the highest paid model in the world, and she couldn't even come from a model background, but she has over 100 million followers. So everybody wants her to post wearing their clothing. So she's making more than, traditional models. Victoria's Secret angel. Now she's the #1 Victoria's Secret angel. So you got to understand, like, if you have any kind of budget, if you're spending $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month on Facebook ads and YouTube ads, you probably should spend a little bit less on Facebook ads and spend more on follower campaigns. So I think, your budget can be anywhere from $1 to literally, I probably spent in a month $300K. Understand the value. If you're selling something, now, if you don't have anything to sell, then followers are less important. But remember this, if you don't have anything to sell, but you have followers, you can be an affiliate. You can get other people to pay you to post. So even if you don't have a business or a product, your Instagram can be a business. Look at, there's a energy drink called Bang Energy. It's like a competitor to Red Bull. They pay people who have followers to post them drinking this energy drink. And those people are making I know a girl making like $2,000 or $3,000 a month from that one sponsor because she has followers. And she doesn't even have that many followers. She doesn't have 1 million followers. She might have 50 to 100,000 followers. Okay. So you understand the value. I would say everybody should target getting to 100,000 followers, Instagram followers. That's a good goal. Even if you're starting with, 2 followers right now, I think that's a strong goal. Try to get to 100,000. Okay. You might be able to do. Some of you are going to do it in 2020. Some of you are already over 100,000. If you're over 100,000, go for 1 million. Stretch goals, they call that. Understand the value of a follower. I think a follower is worth, my guess, it depends. I think depending on the industry, your sponsorships, your business, possibly they're worth, $1 a month a follower. So like $10 a year per follower is potential revenue. Okay. Now, not everybody's going to pull that off, but there's lots of people. To me, they're worth $10, $5 to $10 per follower per year. And that starts to add up. So you got to understand the value, if that makes sense, because people spend money because they don't think a follower is valuable. And I'm going, you got to get with the program. 20 million Snapchat followers made Kylie Jenner a billionaire. 20 million. I have 1 million Snapchat followers. Okay. And I never even focused on Snapchat as much as she did. I focus more, like I said, now on Instagram. Now more people, by the way, have moved from Snapchat to Instagram stories, as you know. So what's going to be, I'm going to go back a slide. The correct prize is going to cost you, let's just say, a good prize to get a lot of followers needs to be at least $10,000 value, but you can do lower. Like you can do $100 giveaway, $1,000. I'm just telling you, for me, the sweet spot was 10,000 or more. That got me a lot of followers. Again, you may not have that budget now, but I'm just training you for the future. You might be able to get investors. The legal aspects will cost you, this is an annoying thing, probably cost at least $5,000 to $10,000 to get the lawyers to, create your terms and conditions. And to get the word out there, that's actually the wild card. That's the most expensive thing. Getting the word out there can cost, I've spent $100,000 to get other people posting about a giveaway that I'm doing in any given month. So I'm not discouraging anybody, because some people might be discouraged and go, well, Ty, this total budget is like over $100,000 to do a giveaway. I'm just telling you, that's a level eventually some of you are going to get to. I have a way though, and a small test group of people that I've done. I've got a way for you to do this for not 100 grand. Same thing. And I've never done this before. That's why I'm coming on a, normally I wouldn't be live right now. I haven't gone live in a while, but I wanted to kind of share this with a handful of you. I sent out an email and a whole bunch of people responded or were like, wow, I got to know more. So that's why I came on here for whatever, 30, 40 minutes and just wanted to share. So one of the things, the budget, your total budget here, like I showed you, can be over 100 grand to do if you want to get a lot of followers. Okay. You can do a very scaled down version of this, but I decided I'm going to build a test group and do a shared giveaway. I've never done this. So all my giveaways that I've ever done have just been follow Ty Lopez. But I had a buddy, I was talking to two of my friends this weekend, and they were like, hey, Ty, why don't you consider doing a shared giveaway where instead of telling people to follow me, you have them follow like 75 other people. Send an email, you might have gotten it if you're on my email list 2 days ago. And I think we've already filled up like 50 of the spots. Hit 50? There was like 22 instantly. And then like within an hour of me sending the email, and then I think another 10 or something within the first day. So I think it was like 32 the first day, and we've done it 2 days. I think we're at over 50 right now. So let me just see. How many are we at? How many in the test group? Not sure. I know that there's a handful of spots. And so what basically here's the advantage of a shared giveaway. I have all the legal, so there's no legal cost for you covered. Number two, I have split the price, or basically you share the price of the giveaway. I'm going to give away a car in cash. So that's, if somebody picks the car, that's $30,000 giveaway. That's not a good, most of you don't want to start out by doing a 30, but I'm already doing a giveaway for 30 grand. So you can just kind of piggyback on the giveaway that I'm going to do. Okay. I'm going to do giveaways all of this coming month. So it'll be good. So I'm going to, you share the price of the giveaway, and then share the price of getting the word out. I'm going to run boosted ads and I'm going to run boosted ads. I'm going to spend money to get the word out that I'm doing my car or cash giveaway. So the test group, like I said, I've got about 20, 25 spots left. They will fill up. There's hundreds of people. I'm not even sure how many people. There's 300-400 people on this call, and then some people will watch the giveaway. So this is and I'm gonna send another email out. So if you want to I want to answer more questions. And for those of you who have no money, I want to talk about VRIN score. I want to talk about how to, grow from scratch. I want to talk about using viral content. But for those of you who are ready to go now, what I'm gonna do is put this here, do a new slide. So here's how the shared giveaway works. It's going to be 75 people maximum. And I'm going to target getting you 3,000 to 10,000 followers at a time. Okay. So I'll do it depends. Depends on, sometimes you get less people. Hold on, how many paid? Just making sure I know. So if you want to jump, and then you can do it again. I'm going to do it probably. I'm not sure if I'll do it all of this coming year, but I'll probably do it. I mean, I've been doing giveaways for 4 or 5 years, so probably not going to stop. But I just wanted to do a test group, get you back to 3,000 to 10,000 followers, not fake followers, not bots, And this is, by the way, the same. Sometimes people go, does this work? I'm like, this is what I've done. This is the exact same strategy that I've done. In fact, you'll see I'm going to gain followers at the same time, but I've never shared it with anybody before. I've never even shared it with one person. But my friend said 75. So I'm going to basically just tell people, follow me and the 75 people that I follow. So I'm going to unfollow everybody. I'm unfollowing all my Insta followers. Now I'm in the process of doing that. And then this coming week, I'll follow 75 people. So I'll just tell people, go follow everybody that I follow. Okay. And so all the followers I'm gaining, you're going to gain. So it'll be cool for you. Okay. Somebody said, Todd, let's see. Hayden Bassard said, would love to jump in on that and have them follow my athletic apparel IG. Yeah. So you can do this for your personal Instagram, or if you have a business, you can do it for any Instagram username handle you want. I don't really care. Okay. So I'm going to get you a batch. I should be able to get you a batch of 3,000 to 10,000 followers in like 3 or 4 days. It shouldn't take me that long. So you'll see a whole bunch of followers kind of just come in over, should be less than 3 or 4 days. Okay. So there's 36 spots left. 36 spots. I haven't emailed again for it. And so, okay, so let's talk about, so some people want to know the cost and all that. Let's jump into that. So what's the shared cost? So I've done the math. Basically, since it's divided up, right? And I'm going to spend money on the thing, like I showed you, a giveaway when you count the legal, getting the word out there, costs me usually around over 100 grand. Okay. It depends. I'm a little more efficient with it now since I already have the legal, although we continue to have to update it. But the car, I got to give away a car cash. So that's the big cost that's there. Plus I have the cost of getting the word out there, spending on ads, or getting other influencers. And like I said, I've spent 300,000 in a month doing that. Plus it'll post to my story on all my social media platforms, and I get so. The way we're going to do it is there's 2 packages you can sign up for. We have what it's called. Yeah. So it's US 1297. Okay. That'll get you for 3,000 to 10,000 followers. If you just want to do it one time, if you sign up to a monthly club membership, I'm making this like a club. That way you lock in a spot, because a lot of you are going to do this. If you do the 1297 package, you're going to do this, and then you're going to be like, oh, I want to do it again, but I'm going to have already filled it up. So if you want to lock in a spot, it's just 997, and that'll get you, so you save like 30%, 3,000, and you can cancel anytime. So that's the beautiful thing, is that if you sign up for the club membership, you save, but you're not locked in. You don't have to do it for a whole year. So most people prefer the 997. Now, I know that sounds like a lot of money for you, and that's fine. This is not for everybody, but I've spent millions, and it's made me, my companies have made tenfold back. So you got to think of it like an investor. A lot of humans don't think like an investor, and so they see everything. It's one of the big problems in the world, is like, you're taught, like, if your parents didn't have money, I didn't have rich parents, they don't think about things correctly. So for example, if you were born lower class, quote unquote, or middle class, quote unquote, lower income or middle income, most people are, right? So my dad was in prison when I was born. The way that I grew up is that every dollar that goes out of your wallet is a cost. It's an expense. Like my mom was a single mom, so she'd buy groceries. She would buy, gas, and all that money went to somebody else to make them rich. But my mom didn't have any money left over to invest. Does that make sense? She had no money to invest. And therefore, she miscalculated the value of money. And I don't blame her. Like, nobody taught her. What I now learned is, like, I put money out and I get more back. that's like, and that's mind blowing for people. People are weird about money. They're like, well, I'm not going to spend that much money. I'm going, but you're not spending it. Spending means you put money out and you get nothing back, right? You get no money back. Investing means you put money out and you have a chance to get money back. If you had put $10,000, if you put $1,000 invested into Uber 10 years ago, at the beginning of the last decade, you would have $10 million in your bank account now. So it would have been a good use of $1,000, if that makes sense. So the founder of Uber, he put money and time in, and now he's worth whatever, $15 billion. So you have to think like an investor, if that makes sense. So I'm going to put a link, and then I want to answer some more questions. There's going to be a lot of questions on how does this work and all this stuff. Let me move this slide. Okay, so let me put this here. So how to join the follower test group. Okay, you just go to this link right here, up here. So it's easier to see. Now, let's take, who has questions on whether you should, grab a spot? And then I'm also going to talk, like I said, I want to talk on some other strategies for those of you who can't afford. You can do this without me, but it'll cost you a lot more. To get 3,000 to 10,000 real followers is going to cost you, if you do your own giveaway, it's going to cost you, well, just think about it. If you give away a laptop, that's $2,000. If you give away $10,000, that's $10,000. If you give away a car, the cars that I give away are $28,000, $29,000. So if you do a non-shared giveaway, your minimum cost, because you can do it with just an iPhone, which will cost you $1,000. So many people do iPhones that they're kind of overdone, and people don't get as excited. People get excited from a $10,000 cash. That's the other thing. When you're not verified and you do giveaway, not people don't believe you. Plus, people have seen my giveaways. Like when I met Kevin Hart for the first time, he's like, "Oh, you're the giveaway guy." There's a video on my Instagram of when I first met Kevin Hart, and he's like, "Oh, you're the giveaway guy," because he'd seen my YouTube ads thousands of times advertising follow me for the giveaways. So you could totally do this on your own, but just understand your budget is going to be to get 10,000 followers and plus the prizes plus the legal, it's going to cost you 10 G's. So I'm going to save you $9,000 basically. All right. Daniel Livingston says, is this worth it for growing a personal brand such as a gaming stream? With stream come sponsorships and such, just don't know if you fans, clients will go with that. I mean, here's the thing. So let's talk about the followers for a second. You're going to get, whenever you do giveaways, you get all different kinds of followers. Not every one of those followers is going to be valuable. You'll get followers in the US, you'll get followers in Canada and Europe, Australia, you'll get some followers in developing countries, Philippines, and like I don't target developing countries, but you always get some. I target mostly the US, Canada, English speaking, because that's where my businesses have most of their customers. I don't have anything against developing countries. It's just I don't have as many, I don't have products for them. I don't have products in Hindi or products in, I don't target Brazil because most of my products aren't translated in Portuguese. But if you have Daniel, you've got a personal brand, you need followers because remember, followers create followers. Remember this. Remember, followers create followers. So here, let me give you an example. If you have, I'm actually going to make a new slide about this. This is so important. If you only have, followers, let's say you only have 5,000 followers. Guess what? No one wants to follow you. No one wants to follow a small account that you don't know, a small account of a stranger. They might follow you if they're your mom or cousin or friend of a friend, but if you need critical mass, you cannot, if you are a streamer and somebody goes to your Instagram and you have 2,000 followers, well, you don't have quote unquote street cred. We'll call that social media cred. And so nobody wants to follow. But if they go to your account and there's 50,000 followers, or there's 100,000 followers, or there's even 25,000 followers, all of us have to admit we've gone to somebody, checked out their Instagram, and decided they're not legit because they don't have enough followers. That's just how the human brain's going to work, man. And people get mad at that. And I know followers are not the true measure of our value as humans. Okay. But that's not how the human brain works. The human brain calibrates. We have limited time on Earth. So, for example, if you if you're dressed in a dirty suit or a very cheap suit and you go to a job interview, that person is going to look at what you're wearing and they're going to calibrate and be like, you're going to have a lot of strikes against you. You can overcome it by being a super genius person, a super qualified person. But in general, why start with strikes against you? The life is already hard enough, man. It's already hard enough. Don't make it harder on yourself. That's, yeah. So, okay. So, am I going to talk about some starter things? Yes, I'm talking about this is a more advanced call. I want to get to some basic stuff, but you need to hear this because you got to know where to start from. And so because a lot of people paint a rosy picture and they just say, oh, post a lot, do hashtags, and all of a sudden you're going to get a lot of followers. Well, I'm giving you the blunt truth. It ain't going to, you know what I would do? This is what I would do if I was broke. So I can instantly start out with 5, 10,000, 15,000 followers. Because followers create followers. Followers create followers. Somebody said, Ty, when Instagram removes likes on accounts, will this have a significant effect? Kofi, even if they do, they're not going to remove the follower count, as far as I know. And I don't know that they're going to do that in the US. We'll see. They've been saying they're going to do it. Who knows? Who knows? They did it in Canada when I was there for a little bit. Yeah. Ty, is it wise? Sorry, Ruth Frank. I don't have a single customer yet. Is it wise to launch followers? Well, it takes a while to build followers. It might take you guys, 3 to 12 months to get that critical mass. So I think the sooner you start, the better. Okay. Let me read the names of some people that are getting in the test group. Give me a second. Jacob, if you're watching this, can you post the names to WhatsApp so I can just congratulate some people? Oh, I like welcoming people who get in the test group. Ty, negative comments from regular followers, good for contrast. It's fine to have some negative followers. What if someone starts out but have under 100 followers, no one will want to follow them? That's why you do a shared giveaway, or you do a giveaway on your own without me, or you can do this shared giveaway. Because if you got 100 followers, you need to quickly get to 3 to 10,000, or for anybody even. Honestly, 100 followers looks like a fake account, Ty, would your advice be to keep your Instagram account private or open it up? I'm asking this because there's an influencer in my country who has his Instagram private. Okay, there's mixed theories on keeping your Instagram private and public. I think that I keep mine public. I think so. Here's the thing: when you go private, it creates like mystery and intrigue, and then you get less unfollows because people like it makes how when someone's private and you follow them and they accept, when you go to unfollow them, it says, are you sure you're gonna have to follow them back? So your retention rate, and we'll talk about that in a second. Remember, by the way, when we do giveaways, you're gonna lose some of those followers. Okay, that's why I said you should go on my monthly membership so you keep adding new ones. But for those of you who don't want to, okay. Ty, you recommend this to a very beginner entrepreneur who I can't think of one instance where a person shouldn't focus on getting followers in the modern world. Unless you want to be like the Amish, I have a farm run by the Amish, and you really want to live off the grid, then don't do this. I can't think of one business that shouldn't have followers. If you had a little pizza store in like Denver, Colorado, or wherever, I would want to have 100,000 followers. You know why? Because it creates your pizza place becomes a little celebrity pizza place. 100,000 people. I mean, I can't think of a time when I can't think of any business, even a B2B business. Let's say you're selling, I don't know, software to Boeing or airlines. Well, guess what? The decision maker over at Boeing or the HR person or the person who handles purchasing, they're human beings. So you can say, let me just tell you something. I'm going to post a little slide here. Instagram is the new business card. The new business card. This is powerful. Listen to what I'm saying. I was just, for example, in Dubai. I was on a speaking tour. Me, Gary Vee, Grant Cardone, and some other people. I was in the UK. I was in LA, UK, Dubai. So I'm there in Dubai. I spoke at this event called the Ritosa Family Office. It's basically the richest investors in the Middle East. Okay. There was, I don't know what they said, $1 trillion in total assets in the room. And I gave a little talk there. And people said, hey, what's your business card? Can I have your business card? I said, let me see your phone real quick. I opened up Instagram. I said, go type in Ty Lopez. They typed in Ty Lopez. I said, follow me and DM me there. And when they looked at it, they're like, wow, you have 3 million followers. And they started talking. And all of a sudden, you separate yourself. Don't hand out business cards unless you only have 10 Instagram followers. Then you need business cards. So Instagram is the new business card. Do you want a good business card or a crappy one? Just think about it that way. Just think about it that way. Okay, Ty, I've been going for about 2 years. If my Instagram followers haven't been growing beyond small numbers at the time, is it possible? Yeah. That's fine. People, those of you getting in, I'm going to add 3 to 10,000 this month. It's probably more than you've even gotten in 2 years. And then you can do it again month by month. Some of you, and for those of you, I have a few spots in the 75 for kind of my diamond package. Those for those of you who are bigger entrepreneurs and you want to get, I have slots for 3 people. I could get you up to 100,000 in a month. Over 100,000, I can't promise. I can get you 30 to 100,000 in a month for those of you who really want a lot of followers. Okay, I see 5 people's credit card declined. If your card declines, you can call the number on my Ty Lopez website, or you can send an email. If you go right now to Ty Lopez, there's live chat. A new call, using a different card. Sometimes if you're those of you out of the country, your card, it's a U.S. bank, and sometimes it declines it when it's outside the U.S. So I'm going to talk about who this is for. Who should do this? Look, honestly, it works for beginners because build before you need. That's an important thing. And for advanced, it's a no-brainer. So if you already have followers, for example, I sent this email out a few days ago, and a guy that I know that has like 500,000 followers, he's like, Ty, I want to do it right away. I said, are you sure? And he goes, yeah. Like he sees the value, so he's like bought in. Congratulations to Danny Lopez, Michelle Briggs, David Marino. I'll keep reading these names for those of you getting. So this works. It works globally. So you don't have to be, you can be in any country. Somebody's asking for the link. Let me go back. Here's the link. Okay. Keep taking some questions. Someone said, Ty, are you a sociopath? I don't think I'm a sociopath. It's funny. People don't know anything about psychology. There's very few actual sociopaths in the world. So yeah, no. Sociopaths, there's a lot of mental problems that people have. Sociopath and psychopaths, not the most common. More common to have narcissists, Machiavellian, high anxiety. People are highly neurotic. Yeah. Ty, can you talk about the follower to following ratio? Yeah, that doesn't matter as much. People are like, oh, you shouldn't follow that many. I don't buy into that, man. I followed as many people. I followed 7,500 people, which is the most you can, or followed none. It doesn't matter. And that people look at how many followers you have the most. Some people will look at ratios and weird stuff. Yeah. So I would not focus on that. Tell you what, that's the most important aspect of growing your brand. Instagram. Here's the thing. Let me tell you something cool. Let me talk about this for a second. Let me switch back here, and I'm gonna make a new slide here. Other reasons to grow Insta. Watch this. Once you have Instagram followers, you can pivot them into Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. So what I did, I just got a whole bunch of followers on Instagram, and then on my Instagram story, I would say, go follow my Twitter, because I'm giving, then you can give away a smaller prize. Like I'm giving away $100 to people who follow and retweet me. I'm giving away $100 to people who go leave a comment on my YouTube video. So now you use Instagram as the pivot platform. So you spend the most money to get Instagram followers, and then you pivot them off into other places for much less cost. So you take one person, and it's way, way, way better. It's amazing. Yeah. Okay. Ty spent, okay. Someone said he spent 30% of his free money on a program to help you learn how to sing. Well, if I know how to sing, I'd focus on Instagram and TikTok followers. And the thing about TikTok is that it does good, but it's very young audience. So it's harder to monetize. For me, I like to have all ranges. Okay, I like all ages. So let me just talk about this. What type followers should you expect? All ages, USA and English country, English speaking primarily. That's what I focus on. You do get developing countries that pop in there, right? And male, female, you're going to get both. And you're going to get all ages. That's important. I really think you should have a well-rounded Instagram. There's advantages of young followers because young followers are more active, they'll engage, they'll like your content more, right? So it boosts your overall social proof. Older people don't engage as much, but they buy stuff. They have more of a budget. So that's an advantage for you, okay? Let's see. Somebody said they don't like TikTok. Okay, so let's talk about, let's talk about expectations that you need to have, realistic expectations, okay? So I have other packages to grow 30K to 100K followers a month, but that's separate price, and I only can do that for a few people because I can't do that for everyone. There are not enough followers to kind of go around. You're going to get you will get unfollows. That just always happens. So usually about 30 to 60%, 50% of people unfollow over time. Don't get worried. That's just part of the game. Like I have 3 million followers. For sure, 5 or 6 million total people have followed me, and 40, 50, 60% of them have unfollowed, but doesn't bother me because I keep getting new followers. And by the way, that happens for everybody, not just giveaways, but it happens a little more with giveaways. Everybody loses followers. Everybody loses followers that has a lot. So just keep growing monthly. That's why I have a monthly package too, because then it doesn't hurt you so much. Yeah, so it's regenerative. Exactly. I'm a dentist. My account is my business card. Will this package work to bring British followers? Yes. You're going to get followers from all over the world. One interesting thing, just remember, followers get followers. So if you have a bunch of followers who are from around the world, not your target market, when an English person or when a local person sees your Instagram, they're going to be more likely to follow. That's why I said to start out, get followers from anywhere of all ages. Try to target the ideal, but get them from everywhere. And we live in a global market. You'd be surprised how many people spread the word globally and buy from you locally. But in the case specifically for VRIN, you were asking that for sure. Get more followers. You don't want a business card, quote unquote, an Instagram being your business card. You do not want one that's, a low quality business card. Marcus Chun just came in. Philip D'Amelia. I'm not going to have time to read everybody, but Philip, I hope I pronounced your name right. Same with Marcus. Same with the other ones we had here. Some of you didn't put your last name in. David Marino. Danny, you did not put in your last name. Michelle didn't either, so can't fully congratulate you. Ty, I feel weird getting followers from kids. They're not really, I mean, most of the followers I get are over 18. I sometimes post for people who want to invest in deals I'm doing, and people who are like 15 will be like, yo, my dad wants to reach out to you. So you can get picky later. Don't be picky. You get to, remember what did I say? You really need to get to 10,000 immediately. Okay, and then you need to go to 100,000. That's your goals. Everybody, every single person. So let me see. 10,000 followers immediately, like within a couple months. Okay, then you shoot for 100,000 within the year if you can, if you got the budget. And then not everybody needs to go to 1 million. 1 million for the highly ambitious, but you need 100 grand if you're a dentist. Will look amazing. Amazing. It'll be the best marketing. I mean people that do the weirdest marketing things. Just do the math. What's making everybody rich now? In every profession. Followers. Followers. It's the new gold mine. Okay? So if you can go mine for gold on your own. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Steven's asking, how can you do that if you don't have any money? I'll talk about how to do it. It's just slower. It will take you a year longer or maybe 2 years longer to do it without a budget. If you have a budget to invest, you'll save a couple years. Okay? Okay, so let's talk about, let me go back for those of you wanting to get in. I'm going to put that up here for everybody to see who wants to jump in. So we have under 30 slots left. Okay. Ty, I'm broke, just having a full-time job. How do I get in getting back? I'll tell you this. If you can, when I didn't have any money, you should ask to borrow or get an investor. And you'd be surprised. I can't think of one example of somebody being successful who didn't have some investor at some point, some type of financial investor. There are a few, but the Uber founder, Mark Zuckerberg, got his roommate to give, I think his roommate got $60,000 from his parents. Like, so you have to be able to network and reach out. And if you are sharp and you have an idea that has merit, but you have no money, there's money out there. And it doesn't take as much money as you think. I remember getting people to invest a very small amount. What now I wouldn't even bother taking as an investor, but getting, $1,000 or $10,000 from somebody. You got to be able to create momentum. That's the thing. And so one of the simple ways to create kind of, how do I say it, this momentum out of nowhere is to borrow. That's option one, or two is to get investors. Okay. Now, don't borrow too much money for a new idea because you might not be able to pay it back and you'll burn a lot of bridges. But don't be afraid to pay it back if the idea fails generally. But go to friends and family and friends of friends. That's what I would do, or else things just take a long time. Guys, is it possible to come and help you around with stuff? I get that question a lot. I travel so much now, it's hard for me to. Used to be easier. Ty, what if I'm not sure of the grand story of the personal brand I want to create? That evolves over time. So let's go back. I want to talk. I want to give some ideas for those of you who have $0 in your bank account. I want to talk a little bit about this. Will help those of you who have gotten in the program and you're in the test group. I want to talk about VRIN score for a second. Okay. So what VRIN score is a way to value the quality of what you're posting on your social media. So VRIN, the V stands for value, R stands for rarity, I stands for inimitable or inimitability, and N stands for non-substitution. So for those of you who are getting into my test group and those of you who are not, you still always have to understand VRIN score, because if you post horrible content, boring content, low VRIN score content, even if I get you followers, everyone's going to unfollow. Okay? Not everyone, but you're going to get a high percentage, 60, 70% people are going to unfollow over time. And for those of you who don't do the share giveaway with me, you're still going to get unfollows and you're going to get no growth. So let's talk about this VRIN score, because this is an extremely important setting. So when I say value here, what I mean is, do people get anything from it? So what brings value to people? Let's talk about that for a second. So what brings value? Well, just think about it. What brings value into your life? Education, telling somebody something they don't know, making people laugh, making people cry, making people scared. Just think about movies. What are all the types of movies people will pay money for? Education, people will pay for documentaries. Movies like, Bowling for Columbine or Fahrenheit 9/11, these made hundreds of millions of dollars. Movies that make people laugh. We all know comedies make a ton of money for people. Just look at even the action movie, what's the one, Deadpool. It's funny and it has action, and it, whatever, makes $1 billion. Movies that make people cry, dramatic movies, sad movies. Titanic, one of the best-selling movies of all time. Movies that scare people, Paranormal Activity. Somebody spent, whatever, 25 grand in that movie, made hundreds of millions of dollars. It's one of the highest return on investment movies of all time. So that's where people get value from. So before you post one of these things, and if it's not going to do one of these things, don't post it. Sometimes I see people post a picture of, like, I don't know, their meal, their breakfast or something. And I'm just going, well, do I get any value from seeing your 2 eggs? No. Okay? So let's talk about the next. That's VRIN score. You want a 1 to 10. You want the value to be an 8, 9, or 10. Okay? Then you have rarity. What that means is, how many other posts are there exactly same on Instagram? So exactly the same. So if I post a picture, this is where I see people will post a picture of them eating sushi. Like, they'll post a picture of like a tuna roll. Think about this. How many other people are posting sushi? Lots. So it's not a rare post. It's not rare at all. So it has a low VRIN score. 1 to 10, that's like a 3. Post stuff that's rare. Now, it doesn't have to be this one. Look, I repost stuff. In fact, reposting things other people have posted can be good. So you don't have to have a 10 rarity score. That doesn't have to be the only thing on Instagram, but it needs to be relatively rare. Like, if I see something that 1 million people have reposted, I usually don't repost it unless it's just like insanely viral. Okay. Now this is more tricky. Inimitable. So what does this word means is, how easy is it to copy? So let's say you post something, nobody else has ever posted it. You're the first person to post it. How easy is it for somebody to make a similar post? I'll give you an example. The reason my giveaway videos do well on Instagram is, how easy is it to copy me and give away a car? It costs 30 grand. That's not easy. Most people don't have 30 G's sitting around in their bank account to copy me. So it's pretty inimitable. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 9. Okay? So you want to post stuff that somebody can't copy you easily. Again, you're not always going to be able to create a 10, but try to get the number as high as possible. Okay? Let's go here to the last one, which is non-substitution score. So what this means, it's a little bit similar to the rarity. Okay? It means, that nothing similar. So here's an example. Like, if you post something, well, here's an example. If you like baseball, there's no real substitute. You're not going to watch let's like me. I'll just use me as an example. I love basketball. I don't really like baseball. So baseball is not a substitute for me. What is a substitute is college basketball, high school basketball on TV, women's, WNBA. So there's 4 types of substitutes. I like the NBA the most, but I could watch a college game. I could watch WNBA. I could watch high school. I could watch women's college. Maybe there's 5. But so the less substitutes that there are for the posts you're doing, and the simple way to have low substitution is post something that's unique to you. Because the one thing, it's like me, my philosophy on life, I post that on my Instagram, I post that on my Twitter. There's only one person in this world who has my philosophy. That's me. So if you like that, you can't really substitute it. So that's good, and that pushes up the VRIN score of my content. Okay, what questions do I have on this? Now, I'm going to show you something amazing. You know why the shared giveaway does so well? That I'm offering. I've always done giveaways just for myself, but now I'm offering. If you go to this link right here, I'll put it up. But I want to show you something, or just explain something to you. That these giveaways crush value. Do you think people get value from winning a $30,000 car? Heck yeah, that's a 10 of value to the winner. So it's a high V score. The R score, rarity. How many people out there giving away as many cars as me? As far as I know, I've given away more cars on social media than anybody. Maybe there is somebody else, but I just don't know. For sure, I'm in the top percentile of people giving away cars. So it's very rare. Inimitable. What if somebody wants to copy me? Well, you got to give away 12 Mustangs. You got to have 400 G's sitting around. Okay. And then substitution. Are there a lot of substitutes? If you want to try to win a car, are there a lot of substitutes? Well, the only thing no. There are people giving away other stuff. They're like, I've seen, like, David Dobrik was giving away a Tesla, but he has so many followers, it's even less of a chance. He has more followers than me. So, John Garrett, I joined the Instagram Accelerator. Is this the same thing? Yep, John, you're in it. Welcome, John Garrett. Okay, I got people WhatsApping me stuff, asking me stuff. Okay, any more questions on VRIN? This VRIN thing, people always ask me a ton of questions here on VRIN. I know it's a little confusing, but it is very important to understand. Okay, let me go to the end. What somebody say, Ty, it's as clear as water. How can a regular person use VRIN to gain followers? Yassine Qureshi asks. Okay, good question. That is actually a good question. Here's a couple practical things that I'll tell you right now that you can do. Okay? One thing that you can do, and don't overdo this, starting out, VRIN score, follow accounts with good content, and repost. So you could follow even small accounts. If you look at somebody like Snoop Dogg, who has a lot of Instagram followers, he has like 10 million followers, or I think he has 10 million. He reposts a lot of stuff. Okay, he posts all the time. So that is a simple way, but you can't. Now, somebody said reposting quotes. I do not think that works as well. I think reposting videos. Repost some funny stuff, funny videos, viral videos. I think it's a great way to start. Now, I'm just gonna. Let me also say this. How often should you post? Because that's a common question. Snoop Dogg posts like 10 times a day, and he has a lot of followers. And take Dan Bilzerian, he posts sometimes, once a week. Sometimes he posts more, but and Dan Bilzerian has like 20, 30 million followers. So I don't know that there is no one way. What both of them do is post high VRIN score content. Let's talk about when time best post. I really call bullshit on this one. I think it's like hashtags. I think what's more important is what you post. I've posted something at 3 in the morning on a Saturday, the worst time to post. But it was a good post, and it did better than one that I posted, they say like Tuesday afternoon is the best time. So what's most important is the quality of your post. Just never forget that. Okay? Can a good camera influence win score, Jalen Davis? Yes, a little bit. I will tell you what's most important. What's most important? Type of camera. I would say the most important. I would just say use an iPhone or a new Android. I don't think. I think it helps, but don't go crazy. It doesn't hurt, but to start out, it's not your most important thing. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm getting people that are like friends of mine going, "Yo, Ty, I'm on your webinar. I'm down to participate. Jump on in." All right, I'm gonna go in a little bit. I'm starting to run out of light here. Need to turn the lights on. I look like a horror movie now. So, in closing, social media followers are the new gold rush. Some of you are going to jump on that gold. Oh, I will say this. If this gold rush is going to disappear, mark my words, it's going to get too hard to get followers. It's already getting hard. Like, it was so much easier. I should have done a shared giveaway for you guys 5 years ago, 4 years. When I started doing it, it was so easy. And it was just less, competition makes things tougher. So for those of you who are going to procrastinate and wait another 6 months and a year, I'm telling you, you're going to reach a point of no return, and you're going to look back and have watched this video and go, I should have jumped into that program with Ty, and at least get to 10,000 to 100,000 followers, whatever you do, get to 10,000 or 100,000. It'll be too late soon. It will be too late soon. Ty, Victoria says, where do you start with investing? Invest in your social media, man. Invest in your social media. I'm a big fan. Yeah, turn that light off. I'm gonna be out here soon. Like I said, I'm just in this hotel room. Okay. What else do we have? When you take those videos, is it better on your story or feed? Both of them. I like both my story and my feed. I actually, believe it or not, like stories more than feed. I really do. Should I work more to gain capital? Yeah, if you have, that's your only choice. If that's your only choice. All right, Todd, I think it was you that talked about the blockbuster effect. Hasn't Mark Zuckerberg hit the plateau with Facebook and Instagram? Yeah, but I don't know how long that'll last. Ty, what do you think about posting lifestyle pics and daily videos on your page? If it's high VRIN score, if it's boring stuff, let the market tell you. Look at your likes. But I will tell you, posting when you have no followers, I see people being like the best way to grow your account is to post a lot. I just don't think that. I think that's an oversimplification. And a lot of you doing this, you're, a little bit burned out. You've tried to grow your followers, and You're just following that advice. Post a lot, and eventually it's going to catch on. But I don't agree. I do not agree. It's how would that work if nobody sees your? It's like the saying, if you if a tree falls and there's nobody there, does it make a noise? I don't know. Nobody's there. It's a stupid question if you ask me. It's kind of like if you post and no one follows you, do you get more followers? Well, how could you get more followers? Nobody sees you. So, yeah. Is Instagram in its prime? It's probably, I don't know. It's hard to predict the future. You know what? I don't like predicting future. People spend too much time trying to predict the future, and I'll tell you this: you spend a lot of time trying to predict the future, you'll always be wrong eventually. You'll be disproven. So focus on what to do right now. That's what I focus on. And Instagram may be in its prime, may not be, but yeah. Anyway, I'm out. It is going to, this will fill up very fast. And so very important. Go to tylerlopez.com/followers, jump in. You got two options. It's all explained there on the page. I'm going to help you get 3,000 to 10,000 followers, and then you can do it again. I've got a monthly club membership. That way you lock it in, cancel anytime. But if you're liking the results, you can stay in it and no one will steal your spot. If you can also do a one-time payment, and then you'll get 3 to 10 grand, but there's no guarantee there'll be more followers in there on the next go round. I mean, there'll be no guarantee that there's a spot for you when I do the next giveaway. So let me get you 3 to 10,000 real quick, jumpstart your life online, and you'll start to see the results. For those of you who jumped in, I'm going to start the next giveaway this next coming week. So, sorry, Facebook now penalizes you for, I'm going to answer a few more questions. Facebook penalizes you for paid ads by consider low quality posts. Nah, you can still use it. It just you have to pay a little bit more. It does. If what you're posting is valuable, it won't matter. Is it possible to be a famous on IG without being a public person? Sure. I wasn't a public person. Now I'm pretty well known. Oh, let's talk about being verified. Here's the thing. You know the best way to get verified is to get a lot of followers. That's Instagram. There are a few people who have very small follower count on Twitter. You can get verified with like 3,000-4,000 followers if you're like a reporter or something. But in general, Instagram looks at multiple variables, but for sure, they look at one of the variables, how many followers you have. You don't see many thousand followers, 2,000, 3,000, even 10,000. As far as I've seen, I don't see many people getting verified under 50,000. Now, in order to be verified, the things that will make you not verified when you have a lot of followers, if you just have like I see people, models posting just pictures of their butt all the time. Post pictures of your butt, doesn't matter if you have 500,000 followers, Instagram's not going to verify you. You need to show something. So if you are a model, I would try to get signed at an agency or something, or do some mainstream work so that in addition to your 500,000 followers, you can show you do something besides just post pictures of your body. Okay. But for sure, I mean, it's so much easier to get verified when you have a lot of followers. I see people working to get, they're paying people to try to reach out to people and trying all these crazy tricks to get verified. And I'm just like, yo, you should spend money on getting more followers. Do some giveaways, you know? So will there be a replay? We may post a replay of this. Yeah. If you knew what you know now when I was 18, what would you do differently when trying to be successful? Well, if I was 18 in the 2020 decade, okay, what would I do? It's different. If I was born in the 1800s and I was 18, I would have a totally different strategy. What I would do now, first, I would figure out what I really want destiny-wise. I have a way, I don't have time to talk about, but I think there's 5 ways where you can figure out what your destiny is. I would figure out what my kind, and I don't mean that in like a Star Wars way, but there's clues based on what you grew up around, your natural affinities, what you talk about endlessly on a Saturday night when you're not working, what you've been doing for the last 5-10 years. I would focus really early on finding out my personality types, my Hexaco score. Primarily, I would look at, there's different scores you can do: Dark Triad, Hexaco, Big Five. You can do Myers-Briggs. I would take all those, try to narrow in my personality type. Then I would look at my career destiny. I would focus on my physical destiny. Some people are stocky, they should lift a lot of weights. Some people are long and lanky, I call that the basketball body. Everyone should eat differently based on your type, right? That's your physical type. Everyone should have a different career based on their wealth type, their income type. I think people have different romantic styles. Some people like to just settle down with one person early, and some people don't. I would figure that out, and I'd figure out what makes me happy. People think that the same thing makes you happy. I mean, there's people who are very happy living in the heart of New York City. They love people around them. I have friends like that. They need that stimulation, and I have friends who want to be in the middle of Alaska. So I'd find out, where am I in that happiness scale? Who do I need to be around? How much stimulation do I need? How much travel do I need? How much monotony? Some people love monotony. They like the sameness of life. So I would narrow in my destiny, and then based off that, I would make my plan. One of the greatest conquerors of all time was Napoleon. Napoleon is a very, very famous um, conqueror. He did lose at the end in the early 1800s. He lost the Battle of Waterloo, and he was, put on an island for the rest of his life. But he was an amazing conqueror, and everybody loses eventually, right? We all die, but he conquered, all the way into Russia, and he had a simple rule. It was engage with the enemy and then make your plans. So a lot of you are trying to make plans before you've engaged with life. So I think instead of over planning your life, go do stuff. And then as you engage with that thing, you'll know if it's for you. I call that the Napoleon rule. Very powerful set of insight that I just read. There's a famous Napoleon biography. It's wild. He was a genius. So use that rule in life. If I wanted to have a business, if I decided I was an entrepreneur, which I am, what I would do is I would get a lot of social media followers for sure. I think about that a lot. I'm like, damn it, when MySpace was out, I should have focused more on it. I did a little bit, but somebody said Gary Vee says that as well. Just go out and try everything while you're young. Yeah, I mean, me and Gary Vee agree on certain things. We disagree on certain things. I think you don't have time in life to try everything. That's just not possible. That's why I said you can triangulate using simple tools like personality quizzes, like common sense. You can triangulate and narrow down. That's called bounded rationality. Okay, unbounded rationality, trying everything is impossible. You're going to be a medical doctor, you're going to be a veterinarian, you're going to be an architect, you're going to be an entrepreneur, you're going to be an engineer, you're going to work in space, you're going to work in agriculture, you're going to work in e-com. No, there's no possibility. What are you going to spend 5 seconds on each of them? There's at least 1,000 professions you could have. You do not have enough time. I'm big on cutting and the learning curve. And that's why I tell you, this TyLopez.com/followers, you guys can all figure out how to get 10 to 100,000 followers in this decade. I'm talking about how to get it this year. Big difference. Or this month for a few of you, So someone said my destiny is becoming an entrepreneur. Just turned 18. What do I do? Well, entrepreneur is too broad. Entrepreneur just means somebody who basically starts things, who takes risks. You could be an entrepreneur and narrow down the industry. There's 10 to 20 industries in the world. Do you want to be an auto entrepreneur? Do you want to be a tech entrepreneur? Do you want to be an e-com entrepreneur? Do you want to be a retail entrepreneur? Do you want to be a software engineer entrepreneur? So somebody said their destiny is to be the ruler of the Middle East. Well, good luck with that, my friend. It's going to be hard to be a ruler of any large part of the world. People don't like to be ruled much anymore. So I think you should recenter your destiny. You don't want a destiny that is unattainable. Okay. If a young person decides they want to be an entrepreneur, should they get a degree in entrepreneurship? I think in general, entrepreneurship, I think, is one of those that doesn't make sense to go to college. It's like say you want to be a professional basketball player. Would you go get a professional basketball degree like you sit in classes and be like, yo, or you want to be a pro bodybuilder? Would you get a bodybuilding degree? I mean, I guess you get some benefit, but I guarantee you get more benefit just going lifting weights and find a gym with a whole bunch of dudes that know what they're talking about. Pay your gym membership and show up consistently for the next 4 years. Network with those people, learn from those people, get mentored by people that are 10 years ahead of you in weightlifting or basketball. You can learn more. I don't think you need a degree. I think some things you need a college degree. Being an engineer, mathematician, things like medical doctor. Some of them you have to legally, but people out here getting English degrees. I'm just like, oh Lord, you already speak English, my friend. What kind of scam is it where you convince people to spend 50 grand on a degree to learn English when they already speak English? Don't do it for languages. Best way to learn Spanish or Brazilian or something, just go live in Brazil. Go live in Spain. Okay. We've gotten sidetracked, but I think it was important to answer these questions and grow your followers. It will open the world of travel. It will open the world of business. It will open doors for networking. It's the new gold rush. It's the new business card. Don't have a business card that discourages people from connecting with you. For those of you who jumped in, we will be, yeah. So I see the sales now. This should be done. We'll probably fill up all 75 today spots. So do not wait. Thank you guys so much, and we'll talk soon.
How I won, how I failed, how you can do the same, even the learning, the road bumps and downfalls to my success. So how I won? Well, in about a year and a half, I've generated over $1 million in combined revenue. It's currently at about 1.3 million. I've become the number one vendor on Warrior Plus. You can see the last year, number one, last 60 days, number one. I don't know who took me over for the last 30 days, but I'm coming for them. In the last 30 days, I've made over $100,000, and pretty much most of the time, I'm just having fun, traveling around the world and having a good time. So how I failed, okay? And I'm not talking about stupid things I do when I'm drunk, which there'd be a long list of. I'm talking about a business failure. You can see right here, this is the worst launch that I ever did. Worst product launch, $18,000 in revenue. Now, I know a lot of you guys are thinking, well, screw you, Brendan. $18,000 in revenue, and that's your worst one. Well, revenue does not equal profit, okay? Revenue is the gross amount of sales that were generated, but the profit, it can really vary depending on the person, but profit can be wildly smaller than what revenue is. So anytime someone brags about the revenue that they're doing all the time, just know that the profit could be far less than that revenue. Now, the real profit that is made from these launches is really after the launch. Nobody's telling you this, but that's the truth, okay? And I'll tell you about that later. So the last 30 days, I made over $100,000. Most of that profit came from after the launch. Okay, so this first launch, I didn't have a back-end promo. I didn't have a back-end at all, so it really didn't make me much profit. I'm going to talk about that launch later. But the important thing is that successful people learn, okay? Like Thomas Edison, who said, I have not failed. I just found 10,000 ways that do not work. It's a famous quote right there. He's the guy that invented the light bulb. And the second, we're going to have Abraham Lincoln, another very famous guy, who said, don't wait for perfection, do crap, and see what happens. Okay, I didn't actually say that, but it is good advice. So this was my first ever product launch. It was not polished. It was not professionally done. It was done a very sort of getaway on the beach in Thailand somewhere, and I just threw something out there. My first launch ever, which was very amateur, ended up generating over $80,000 in revenue. And because I promoted this mostly myself, that actually was mostly profit, okay? Now, these are actual two real screenshots from that sales video. So you can tell this was not a professionally done sales video or a professionally done launch for that matter, but it still worked anyways. So if you're going to get anything from this video, make sure it's to take action, because, you know, if you don't take action, you're not going to get any results. And sometimes, even if it's amateur, you'll surprise yourself with the results you'll get when you do take action. Now, you can easily be successful at product launching. And in my opinion, product launching is one of the easiest and fastest way to make tons of money online. But you do need to have your why, your breakout, and your execution, okay? Now, I call this, there was no good word acronym for this, so I just call it wine, beer, and electrolytes. And electrolytes because, you know, the hangover. That's what I have on a morning basis. Now, your why could be anything, okay? Could be providing for your family, could be more vacation time to travel, could be a fancy car. Abraham Lincoln says it doesn't matter. You know what? He probably did say that. Now, here's my story, guys, and I'm going to tell you this because, you know, I think it's important for everybody to know that you can go through hard times in your life, but it's about how you react and come back from those hard times. So I was a high school teacher. Sounds really cool, but I wasn't making that much money. I was making enough to get by. I was too young to realize the importance of making money in my bank account. And with my university debt piling up, I said, screw it. I'm going to go on a trip anyways. And my debt continued to grow. Okay, but I was in love at the time. And the girlfriend that I was with at the time, you know, I proposed to her a couple months later. She said yes. And it was the happiest that I've ever been in my entire life. Had nothing to do with business, had nothing to do with money. She thought I was going to be spending my life with my soulmate. Well, as what often happens in life, sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't. This particular girl ended up cheating on me. And if you take a look at the left side of your screen, that's me taking a picture trying to smile, which I just could not do at the time. Okay. At this point in my life, I was in debt. I was emotionally bankrupt. I needed my life to change, but I said, screw it. I'm going to go traveling anyways and figure this out on the fly. Okay. Now, a couple months later, I executed my first ever product launch, generated over $80,000 in revenue, and became the Brendan Mace that you're listening to on this call. Okay. Now, your why could be anything. You do need a why. It could be anything. Could be providing for your family, very noble reason. Could be more vacation time, or it could be like mine, which is more of a screw you to my ex-girlfriend at the time, and was a big driving motivator to my success. Now, if you remember this picture, this is where I literally could not smile. You know, after becoming successful in business and becoming this sort of version of Brendan Mace that you're listening to, I might now have much more self-confidence. Now, it didn't stop there. I actually went around traveling with my good friend on the left there. That was us in Thailand. And in Medellin, Colombia, I met my current girlfriend, the love of my life, Adriana, who's with me in Vegas right now. And she's now the love of my life. Now, I did develop a YouTube channel. I have over 50,000 subscribers right now. The last year and a half, I've done over $1 million in revenue. So you could say mission accomplished, sort of. Still lots to come, but definitely accomplished nonetheless. Now, your why could be anything. Your why is very important. I want you to think of one reason why you're doing this right now, okay? Now, comment below, and I won't share any names about what you share, about what your why is for doing this. And remember that the good responses are the ones that are going to qualify for winning $100 in cash. So think about this. I really want to share some of these because I know some of them are going to be very powerful. And give me your reasons why you're doing this. Okay. So Mark is in the house. He said, have enjoyed promoting your products and have been fun watching your growth on Warrior Plus. Thanks a lot for that feedback, Mark. Yoshi says, Zero Workdays is still a good product in my opinion. Awesome. Okay, so I'm not going to share any names for the why, like I said. I'm going to keep this anonymous. But we have a guy here who says to stop working and dealing with emotionally crazy people all day. I hear you there, man. I used to be a server, a bartender for many years, and that's the ultimate job for that kind of example too. I want to take care of my family, I see in here. Need to increase my income. I hear to help others, which is a very noble thing. And someone says I want to live before I die. Okay, someone says to try and better myself and get myself out of debt, which is hard to get and to carry on with my work. Right now is the time for me. So I don't have to spend 8 hours a day chained to a computer, someone says. I live and travel in my van and I need a new van. That's a very cool goal. I love the travel ambition there. Someone says I've been downsized 3 times in my career. Okay. I hear need to get out of debt by being scammed over and over. That doesn't sound very good. I'm moving out from a 10-year-long relationship with no money. Wow, that sucks. Help my grandson achieve his master's degree. He also has a pile of debt. Someone says your ex-girlfriend probably regrets cheating on you. That's probably true. 18-year-old going to college, take care of my family. So we got someone similar to my story, says to show my ex who stole my house in divorce settlement that I'll turn around and buy a better place. That's a good goal. Regain my self-respect as a dad and husband, leave a legacy for my kids, including my autistic son as a single dad. If I do not succeed, I will be executed. Children in college, 130K plus, that's expensive. Travel a lot more, get out of debt, and so I can avoid homelessness. Wow, we have a ton of very powerful whys here today on this call, okay? Thank you so much for sharing those, guys. It's very important to always keep in mind what your why is. You know, I had mine kind of burned into my head for so long about after what happened to me, and it was a very powerful thing. It was a very powerful motivator, and it completely changed the course of my life. So make sure you definitely hold on to your why. This is very important for you, okay? Now, the good news is that anyone can do this, but you do need your why, your breakout, and your execution. Now, you're probably wondering, what does the breakout mean? Really good question. We're gonna have another famous person here. John Lennon says, I get by with a little help from my friends. And you can see here that over the last year and a half, I've generated $787,000 came from affiliates, okay? Now, 80% of the money that I generate in revenue on my launches comes from affiliates. Now, in the Make Money Online space, we call this the circle jerk, but I didn't want to show you a picture of that, so I have the circle hand grab here, okay? Now, you can see here a recent promo that I did to a friend. And now this isn't a spectacular promo. This is kind of actually a below average promo for me, but I just wanted to get something up here to show you. Now, if you were thinking that this friend promoted me first, right? That's what a lot of people would be thinking here. You're 100% correct, okay? So generally what happens in this space is people that promote you, you promote back, and people that you promote you back, okay? Now, the hard way of making money with a product launch is promoting it all by yourself. The easy way is to get a bunch of people to support you and promote it for you. If you take a look at my last product launch that I did, the clones, it's actually the second last product launch that I did, it generated actually over 100,000 now, but at the time, $90,000 in revenue. These are my friends or my affiliate buddies that actually promoted it for me. The number 2 there is King Human. He's a good friend of mine who lives in Vegas. And you can see all the money that is generated here by other people promoting my launch for me. Now, you do need a breakout in this business to be successful with product launches. And warning, my way of breaking out was not easy, okay? I did get a little bit lucky here. Now, my story, and this is very short, guys, I created a simple product. I tried to get people to promote it. I mimicked what other people were doing, just copying what they were doing and modeling them. But I was hopeless at the time. I didn't have friends. People wouldn't return my messages. And by friends, I mean people that are willing to promote my launches, connections, so to speak. So what I did is I created a YouTube video, and that video was called $350 per day sending emails, and it sold my product for me. Now, my first product, because I had a YouTube channel, you know, for many years, and I never really promoted anything to them, that $81,000 that I generated to my first product came almost entirely from my YouTube channel, okay? Now, I know a lot of people are thinking, well, that's too hard, Brendan. You know, I don't want to have to promote a launch all by myself. Well, there are 3 easier ways, okay? Now, the second way, you're going to see Glenn Kosky here. I'm going to tell you about his story and his breakout, how he became really successful here. You can see is the second best-selling product on all of Warrior Plus, right behind 0 Workdays, which is the best-selling product of all time on Warrior Plus. And Glenn paid $10,000 to be on that launch, okay? That second best-selling product of all time, he paid $10,000 to be on that launch, and he didn't pay to make any money off of the launch. He didn't get any profit from the launch. All he paid for was to get his name on the sales page, okay, and to be able to get the buyer emails. Now, he did not get any of the launch product, like I said, but Glenn, because of that first launch, now makes over $70,000 per month on average. He has launches that are even bigger than mine, okay? Because this game is largely a momentum game. Once you have that first breakout, it becomes way easier to make money after you have your first one. Your first one is the most difficult and challenging thing. Now, this slide actually makes a lot of sense because I know Glenn and I know that he loves money. So I put some money bags there for him. But you're probably thinking too costly, right? You don't want to have $10,000 that you can just drop on putting your name on a sales page. And you might be wondering at this point, Brendan, are you going to try and get $10,000 from me to put on a sales page? No, I do not even sell this anyways. So this is not a service that I provide, but it is an option. It is an idea. It is something that worked for Glenn, but it is expensive and too costly for most of us. Here's the other way that's definitely very possible for you, okay? You can make new sales by making new friends. Now, how do you make new friends? Generally, you make new friends by promoting and selling for them. So you can see on these two leaderboards, I just picked two random ones. You can see my name on the 6th place and the 3rd place. These are me promoting other people. Now, the people that I promoted on both of these leaderboards ended up promoting me back and making me sales on my next launches, okay? Now, if you can take a look at 4 of my best promotions that I ever did, and you can see Matthew Neer, Anthony Mancuso, that GK marketing is Glenn Koski, and Jason Fulton. All of these guys have promoted me back and delivered sales to my launches, okay? So people that you promote are gonna end up promoting you back, okay? But again, I'm gonna have people that are gonna say, well, Brendan, that's too hard, right? To deliver a bunch of sales before your breakout, that's what you need the breakout for. So you have the emails that you can use to make tons of sales, right? There is another option, okay, and that's schmoozing. Now, if you take a look at this picture right here, you can see the most animated guy just in the left middle there. It's got his mouth wide open. We're going to be talking about him in a second, but this is a marketing live event, okay? Now, this guy's name is Dimitris DePapa, and he's amazing at schmoozing, okay? He goes to live events, he connects with people, and he gets on good terms with other marketers, right? Now, a big reason why Dimitris DePapa has big launches now is because of this schmoozing, because of these connections that he makes at these live events. Now, that's doable, right? There's probably a live event that comes around your area every once in a while. I don't know, they're in the States, they're in Europe. There are some in Southeast Asia as well. Probably one near you that you can go to. And this is a strategy that will work for some of us. But if you're like me and you don't really like relying on other people, kind of a loner that way, you don't really go to live events just to make connections, you go to live events to get drunk. That's what I do. Would you like to know the easiest way to make money with this? Give me a 1 in the chat box if you want to know the easiest way to make money. So we got a 111. Red Zoa Hassan has a ton of ones. He's really excited. We got 1111, 111, tons of ones. Mark's got a bunch of ones. Darian's got a bunch of ones. Mark has a bunch of ones again. 1111, tons and tons of ones. Jason has a bunch of ones. He's really excited. 1111, tons and tons of ones here. Awesome. Okay, so I do have the right crowd. You guys are interested. Now, the easiest way, something called Project Profit Academy. Okay. Now, with Project Profit Academy, I'm going to force you to make money. Okay, I will show you exactly what to do, but that's not the end of it. I will actually promote you and force you to make money. Okay, I will get my friends to promote you too. This is something I'll be talking about later. You will make $24,000 in the next 3 months for people that join Project Profit Academy. And that's 100% a guarantee. Okay, but we're running out of time here, and this workshop is mainly about providing you value. So I'm going to give you the last part of the equation here, which is the execution. You do need to have an actual product, and that's way easier than you think, okay? And the reason for that is because you can't copyright an idea, right? So what you can do is you can find a course that you like for $13 or $15 or whatever. You can take that course, implement what you learned from the course, get even just a little bit of results, make $100 in a day or something like that, right? Now you can recreate your own course that is largely modeled off of that product, and there's nothing wrong with that because you can't copyright an idea. As long as you call it something different, you brand it as something different, you're completely within your rights to do that. There's no problems with it whatsoever. It's very, very easy to do. And the people that showed you the course in the first place, it wasn't their first idea either, because everybody in this industry, every idea has been done already and make money online, right? So 3 steps. This is how you create a product. You find a good product, you implement it, get some results, create a similar course, and boom. You're done, okay? Now you've created yourself the 0 to hero story, which people absolutely love, Okay, there's generally two sales angles that work really well. One sales angle is look at how much money I made. I made $100,000 last month. I'm making thousands of dollars every day, which is kind of the sales angle that I have to resort to now because that's the story that makes most sense with my reality. But then there's the other sales angle of, hey, I'm just a regular dad and I tried this method and I made a few bucks from it. And if it can work for me, it can work for you too. I don't have any crazy skills. That sales angle is actually even more profitable. And that's entirely what you're entitled to use in this, okay? Now, examples of courses that you could create. There are tons of them. You can create a course on YouTube SEO, on niche sites, on arbitrage, on Facebook, Etsy, funnel building, agency selling, flipping domains. There's a million different things that you can build a site on, product on. And actually, after the call, if you want to talk to me, there's actually a website that lists, hundreds of different ideas for you. Now, this is easier than you think, way easier, okay? Just do it. You can do it. I did it. Anybody can do this. I put it off a limiting belief in my head for so long that it wasn't possible, and I just went out and did it, and I did it in like 3 hours, okay? It's not that hard. Now, how do you sell your product once you have it? It's really a game about two things, okay? Objections and orgasms. And I don't want to offend anybody on here, but this is my best way of understanding how to make these launches convert. You want to get your people excited about, your product while also not turning them off at the same time. And later, I'm going to be giving away $100 in cash prizes on this call, so definitely pay attention here because what I'm going to share with you now is going to be relevant to that cash contest. So the orgasms will be like making money, fast results, and easy, right? Fast results is saying something like we've seen people get results with this in their first week, okay? Easy as anyone can do this. All you need is a connection to the internet. Other orgasm examples equal premium, different, curiosity. Curiosity is like this method is unlike anything you've seen before. You're instantly thinking, well, what is it like then? So it creates that curiosity. Different. Have you tried other methods that got you nowhere? This method is different. You want to differentiate your product from other products that people have seen before. Now let's talk about the objections, okay? This is what doesn't work for product launches. It turns people off, okay? Now the objections are work, rehash, or any kind of requirements. So work could be to build a super responsive list from scratch. List building equals work, okay? It's kind of a subtle objection. If you read that headline, you wouldn't say like, you wouldn't say there's something wrong with that. But if you actually did a further investigation, you'd see, okay, list building equals work, and from scratch means that nothing is already done for me. So that sucks. Now this guy's name is Andy Brocklehurst, and he created a Facebook post about me and how my product was too hypey, and he was actually pretty mean in trying to destroy me and destroy my business, okay? So I'm gonna be kind of mean to Andy in this call today, but I promise you, this guy was mean to me first, I promise you, okay? Now, if you take a look, these are some of Andy Brocklehurst's product launches, and you can see 3 of them here, and the average visitor value that he has here is about 50 cents. So you can see build a super responsive list from scratch, impossible to ignore angles, and lead magnet creation made easy, okay? This is like an average visitor value of 50 cents. Now you take a look at the clones, and it had an average visitor value of $3.59. They're not even close. Oh, sorry, Andy, but your launch had objections, and that's why it didn't convert and it didn't really make any sales, okay? Now, you're not going to see my launch talk about list building. You can see the clones right here, which is essentially a list building product. These are done for you email campaigns that I was selling to people, right? But nowhere did I say that it was about list building. The clones is done for you campaigns, okay? Now, you never want to lie about anything, right? That's just not ethical and it's not right. But there's no reasons to bring up objections when you don't have to. And I think of this like a first date. If you're on a first date with somebody, you don't tell them that you fart too much and that you live with your mom, right? You're going to tell somebody on a first date the good, attractive qualities about you. And the same thing happens with launches. So on the clones, I talked about everything is done for you. You don't need to do any videos. No website is needed. Get money instantly in your accounts. This is 100% newbie friendly. So I was bringing up the things that are going to be attractive to people, not bringing up the things that are going to turn them off. Now, other objections: boring, slow results, no benefits. Now, example headline here is how to build a monetized niche website from scratch. Again, this is a total conversion killer. First of all, we're saying how to build. Build immediately indicates work, which people hate. Niche site, okay? from scratch. Nothing is done. Again, this is a horrible headline. It's boring. There's no money, there's no women, there's no travel, there's no excitement, there's no benefits here, right? There's nothing to get anybody excited about this at all. And sorry, Andy, that's another Andy Brocklehurst sales headline there. But how about we improve this for him and help him out, okay? What if we called this instead simple money magnets that make me $200 per day? It's the same thing as saying build a niche website that makes me money or whatever. He didn't even have the money in there. But if we said build niche websites that make us money, why don't we just say simple money magnets that make me money? Money magnets is the same as websites. It's just said in a more curious and exciting way, okay? There's the money. Now, we could also say something like this. Set it once and get paid whatever the amount is per day that you're generating from these websites. So set it up once, get paid $57 per day on autopilot. Because generally when you're creating a website, you're creating a passive income. Why not play on that benefit? My two headlines that I shared with you there will convert 1,000 times better than, and obviously that's an exaggeration, they convert 10 times better than Andy's titles, right? They're way more sexy. Now, really, there are two main orgasms. The first one is to eliminate all objections. And the reason for that is because people like to buy. If you come from the perspective that people want to buy your stuff, it's going to make this so much easier for you. And the reason for that is because people get a dopamine rush when they make a purchase. So they want to buy, you just don't want to give them a reason not to do it. And the second ultimate orgasm is curiosity, okay? Now, often I will tell people that the method is what the method is not about. But I will rarely say what exactly the method is, okay? Why is that, okay? It's because it creates curiosity and it even eliminates objections in the process. So some good knots that you can do as an example is tell people this has nothing to do with creating videos. You don't need to build websites to do this. You don't need any paid traffic to make money with this. Now, what happens when you do not show your hand, okay? You're creating what's known as an open loop. You're giving somebody incomplete information, right? Now, TV shows do this all the time. Shows like Lost and really most major televisions out there. They'll have a crazy moment that happens at the end of their episode, and then they'll cut to the credits, and they'll say, hey, if you want to figure out what happens, tune into the show next week. Well, what that TV show has done is a very clever marketing strategy. And I know when people watch TV, they don't think of marketing like I do. A lot of the time, I can't help myself. But what they're doing there is marketing. They're forcing you to have to come back to close that open loop. And therefore, they're getting more business or they're getting more views from you. Now, curiosity with low ticket info products really works well because it's only a few bucks and a lot of people are going to buy just to figure out what you're even talking about. Now, I did this well on a recent product that I did called the Banger Method, where I said a simple twist on an easy method that makes a certain amount per month. You can see Banger Method did over $80,000. And the headline was simple twist of an easy method, right? It brings up a couple open loops and some questions here. First of all, what's the twist? Second of all, what's the easy method? Okay. Curiosity, and then a lot of people are going to buy to solve those open loops. Now let's play a game here, okay? Which launch is better? You can see here Printly on the left, 5-figure freedom on the right. Printly, you know, I have to remove this to see here. Printly had a more premium feel to it. It talked about making money, but in a more believable way. Talked about easy, fast results, weird. All you need is an internet connection. I talked about being very different, which is an attractive sales headline, and anonymous. Anonymous is one of the main sales headlines that people totally miss out on. That sells really well. People love to be anonymous, okay? Now, on the other hand, we have 5-figure freedom, which was about fast results. That was the one thing good that it did as well. It talked about being easy, and it had a cash-like angle here, but it wasn't very believable. So clearly, Printly is the winner here. And you can see that in the conversions. Printly did over 6 times as many sales as 5-figure freedom did. Now, the ultimate orgasm here is eliminating all the objections. Which of these products looks more premium? On the left, you have 5-figure freedom. On the right, you have Printly. You can clearly see the difference here. 5-figure freedom looks like a make money online product that was created 3 or 4 years ago, and people have seen many, many times over. Printly looks like a professional product, very premium and clean cut, right? It's very obvious here which one is better. Okay, now comment below. Good responses qualify for the $100 prizes. Which one looks more premium there? Okay, so we can see Printly. You guys, I kind of already made a mistake and went ahead and gave you guys the answer, but you guys are spot on. It is Printly. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, Printly was the more premium of those options. Now the truth is it only takes one objection to kill an entire product launch and totally destroy your conversions. Okay. You can ruin a launch with just one objection. Now the most common objection is looking like a scam, something that people do all the time without realizing how important it is. But other objections happen too, and they are very subtle. Okay. So let's play a game. Can you spot the objections? Winner of these contests is going to win $100 in cash. So this is where you can win some real money on this call today. We only have about 88 people in here today. It's a smaller house, so you do have a realistic shot of winning this money right now. Okay, seriously, guys, I will be PayPaling a couple $100 here. So the first product is called Snaply. Okay, very important you remember the name here. It's created by Art Flair, right? And so it's called Snaply. And his product launch that he did that generated a little over 500 sales. Typically, Art Flair does about 2,000 sales. So this product really did not convert for him. If you take a look at the page, you can see the headline here, Who Wants to Profit by Tomorrow? Case study reveals $214 in 24 hours with a never before used 100% free traffic strategy and zero experience. Now, I want you to comment right now, what is the main objection here that killed this launch? Okay, so we have, okay, on the difference in sales angles. So Mark says, great info on the difference in successful angles, and Andy Brockhurst is a dick. Yeah, he's not a nice guy. I don't know why he's not the nicest of guys. Too many colors. So Al says too many colors, and we have Profit by Tomorrow says red. Yoshi says case study. So you'd have to explain to me what the problem with the case study is there, Yoshi. You got strategy. I'm not really sure there. Too many words, Ann says. Wild claim. I don't think it's that crazy. 214 in 24 hours. I mean, it doesn't seem crazy to me, but no hook. It's an interesting idea. Unbelievable cash amount. A lot of you guys are on the same page about the cash amount. I just don't think that, I mean, I do bigger amounts of cash on my launches, and I'm used to people making a lot more money, and especially people that get into my academy and stuff, they make tons of money. So this is not really an unbelievable amount of cash, depending on your perspective. No scarcity, scammy. Simon, I'm going to give you an honorable mention there. I think it does look a little bit scammy. I would agree with you there, but that's not the main objection here. I'm going to give you guys a hint in a second here. The product name is Snaply. Now, the product name does matter for this objection. The product is called Snaply. Michael says, who cares? I think, Michael, if you want to create a successful product launch, then you have to know this, because if you don't, you're just wasting your time. You're going to waste a ton of money. If you know how to create a product launch, you can make over $100,000 in the last 30 days like I did. And if you don't know how to make a product launch, you're not going to make any money. You're probably going to lose money if you try and do this. So if that's an answer for who cares, hopefully that helps you out. Lori says, comma in wrong place. Actually, in Europe, they do the comma instead of the period. And I actually know artists from Europe, so that's why I did the comma there. But I think people would still know that means $214. Case study, worked in so many hours required. I don't see how many hours required part of it, but I don't think it does still have a kind of a fast cash idea there. Looks poor. I kind of half agree with that. Sounds too good to be true with the weird colors. It does sound a little bit too good to be true, but these are all sales angles that have worked on other products. So on other products that I've released and other people have released where they said a never before used method with 100% free traffic and zero experience, this is a sales headline that you've probably seen a million times before, and it has worked in the past. So it's nothing to do with that, because that has worked. Not professional design. Also make money with, so let's see, I think, so remember guys, we got lots of guesses in here. This is about Snaply. And I have a guy named Levi here that says, does it have to do with Snapchat? Snaply, Snapchat. Okay, Levi, you 100% hit the nail on the head here. So I'm going to send Levi $100 in cash, but don't worry, guys. We're going to have another contest here starting pretty quickly here. This product is called Snaply, okay? All the sales headlines and angles on this page are very similar to other ones you've seen before on launches that do convert. Case study reveals how to make this much money in this much time, never before seen, 100% free traffic, zero experience needed. This is all stuff that we've seen before and it works, okay? The problem with this product launch and the one objection that killed the whole launch is because it's called Snaply and a lot of people are going to assume that it's about Snapchat. Now Snapchat equals work, and the worst kind of work. It involves work that uses creating videos, and something that a lot of people, a huge amount of the demographic, a lot of people know about Snapchat, but they don't really know about how to use Snapchat. They're not familiar with it unless you're in your 20s right now. I don't even know Snapchat and I'm 30. And I don't really even know how to use it or what it's about. So really, there was no reason for this product launch not to convert. The only reason it didn't was because the title gave away what the product was about, which it was about Snapchat, and people did not want to do work and they did not want to do video. And it removes the curiosity too, because people already know beforehand this is probably about Snapchat. They have less of an open loop to try and figure out what this method is. Now we have a second product here called Stealth Commissions. You can see here, I don't know if you've learned about EPCs before, but there's a column there that says EPC, and you can see that Stealth Commissions did 67 cents EPC on the front end, and then $1.46 EPC on the funnel. Now, this is a product by Ben Martin, and Ben Martin usually gets pretty decent conversions, but on this launch, he got horrible EPCs, right? And I actually created a YouTube video where I talked about this, which gives somebody on here probably a little bit of an advantage, right? Stealth Commissions had horrible conversions on a vendor, Ben Martin, that normally gets amazing conversions. Now, I want you to ignore the video there because there is going to be a sales video coming on there. It's not because of the video that this doesn't convert. It says exposed the stealth method, which gives you a proven passive and automated system for profiting on YouTube within your first 24 hours. Now you can get easy PayPal commissions on demand without experience, email, websites, or paid traffic, and be a super affiliate who crushes leaderboards every single day. What was the problem with this one? Okay, you got lots. Okay, let's see. So, okay, let's see the first one, because I think you guys are going to get this one right away. I'm just looking for the first one. And we have Yoshi Tamiya. Yoshi Tamiya, he said immediately, the first one on here said YouTube as a major objection. But we also had Greg Wheeler right after that said YouTube. Michael said YouTube equals work right away. Joan Robbins says YouTube is too much work. David said YouTube. People don't like making videos. Revealed YouTube. Louis said YouTube. Crushed leaderboards seems far-fetched. Good guess there, David. And a lot of people are put off by leaderboards, so I'd give that a minor one. You have to make a video, said Michael. YouTube equals work, said Max. So Mark, YouTube. People had to make videos, said Mark. So, wow, David, YouTube again. So on how to make videos, Ferial said. Wow. So basically, we had a ton of people in here that got it right away, which means that my training here did help you guys. You can see that, when you're creating these product launches, the people like to buy. So you can create a successful product launch easily. Anybody that's watching this call right now could easily create a successful product launch and make thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars. But the one thing that stops people and where they screw it up most often is they have some kind of objection. And the two examples that I showed you today, these are from professional product launchers. These are people that know what they're doing and they still had objections on their sales pages, okay? So it can happen to anybody. And if you're just starting out, people do it without even realizing how big of a deal it is, right? So very important that you're watching this video because I'm going to show you exactly what you need to do here, right? So YouTube is the main objection here. YouTube equals work. And if you guys don't believe me that the YouTube was the reason why this didn't convert, take a look at the new sales page for the exact same product. So after the launch or near the end of the launch, Ben Martin actually changed his sales page. This is not a different product. This is the exact same product, but because it was converting poorly, he recreated the sales page. Now you're going to notice on the new sales page, that at no point anywhere does it say anything about YouTube. And because he removed YouTube, this product actually started converting way better. Now, a big question that people have at this point is, how do I complete all the launch tasks? Now, remember, I'm really lazy. I'm on the beach and relaxing most of the time. I don't really put into work into the launch tasks. I basically outsource everything. Copy and design cost me $1,000, which sounds maybe expensive, but for $1,000, with one of these product launches, I can make over $100,000. So $1,000 compared to the $100,000 that I make is really not that much money. It's pretty cheap. And this reminds me of a very popular meme that you've probably heard before, and it involves like a boss that drives his car to work, and all the employers and the employees say, "Wow, that's such a crazy car." And the boss says, "Well, if you work really hard, you put your head down, you stay very dedicated, I'll buy another one next year." Now, I think that's kind of a funny joke, and it's really telling of how you should want to run your business. You want to be the person in control of the decisions and hiring people to do the service work for you. That's where you're going to have the biggest amount of progress, when you're going to make the most amount of money, is when you are in the manager situation. Okay, the secret here is to work smarter and not harder. So what have we covered today? We've covered the why, we've covered the breakout, and we've covered the execution. It's shown you how I've generated over $1 million in revenue in about a year and a half, how I made over $100,000 in profit over the last 30 days. But the thing is, okay, leaving you on your own to figure this out really has two likely possibilities. The first possibility is that you figure this all out the way I did, but it does take you years most of the time. Or number two, you never figure this out and your life stays the exact same that it is right now. Well, what if I showed you everything, okay? How to position the upsells, how to attract the JV partners, how to easily make $24,000 or more, okay, in the next 60 days, just by following the simple steps. Would that help you? Give me a one in the chat box if that would help you. So we got 111, tons of ones coming in here. Lori has a bunch of ones. She's excited. Mark has a bunch of ones. He's really excited. We got 111. Red's got a bunch of ones. He's excited. Joan has a bunch of ones. Ann has a bunch of ones. David has a bunch of ones. 111, tons and tons of ones coming in here. Levi has a bunch of ones. He's really excited. Justine has a bunch of ones. Mark has a bunch of ones. Jesse has a bunch of ones. Awesome. Okay. Michael says, okay, we're engaged. Give it to us. Well, do I guarantee that this will work for you? Because I'm 100% confident that you will make money by joining today, okay? I'm going to give you this unprecedented guarantee. You will make at least $24,000 in the first 3 months of being a member with us. Now, when you follow the simple steps, you will make $24,000 in the next 60 days, guaranteed, okay? Now, I know a lot of you guys, wow, that sounds exciting, mind blown, right? But it gets better. What if it didn't stop there? How can I really promise $24,000 in 60 days? Well, what I'm about to show you makes $24,000 conservative, okay? I have an ace up my sleeve here. What if I did not just show you how to do this, I forced you to make money by actually doing the hard part for you? When you join today on this call, I'm going to force your breakout, okay? The breakout is the most important part of doing this and making money, because if you can't get your breakout, you're never going to make money with this. You need that first breakout, and that first breakout's really hard. That's the reason why most people fail. I'm going to force you to have that breakout and personally ensure that your first launch is a major, massive success. Okay, I did this with Anthony Mancuso. He actually has a review video of me out on Project Profit Academy. You can find that on Google. But I promoted his launch. I attracted JVs to join. And remember, the majority of the profit is actually on the back end. I did the back end for him where the real money is. And I sent 300 sales directly myself. Okay, his launch ended up doing about 1,500 sales, which is insane for a first ever product launch. You can see he has one Deal of the Day award, which is because it was his first product and he did a massive amount of sales, right? So he did over 1,500 units. He made over $30,000 in profit, and he gained 1,500 buyer leads because I forced him to success with the Project Profit Academy system. Okay, Shaheen Destani made over $30,000 from his first launch ever. Brandon Pierce made over $40,000 from his first ever breakout launch. And Ike Paz made over $70,000 from his first ever breakout launch. Okay, now I will promote your product for you once it's created, and I will get my friends to promote it too.
So, hi, you guys know who I am. I'm Brendan, and that's actually me right here in the middle. On the right is my girlfriend, Adriana, And this was a few months ago. We were scuba diving in an island in Thailand. Actually, this guy in the back was hilarious. He asked a lot of questions throughout the scuba diving thing, so it's really funny to see him. What's the name? Photo bombing or whatever in the background there. Now I'm about to share with you my opinions. Take this with a grain of salt. You don't have to think the same way that I think, but I'm just going to share with you what I think. Okay, so these are my thoughts on marketing today. Now I'm not here to talk about software launches. We tried that with Urgency Suites Pro. Some of you guys may have got that. It was an extremely useful software, but it wasn't a software that was designed to convert. And I'll get into that later in the presentation. But basically, the reason why Urgency Suites Pro didn't convert is because it didn't promise instant riches and being able to push a button and make tons of money. What it promised was increasing conversions. And it was a bad fit for this market because what the market is looking for is that push button sort of dream, right? So I'm here to talk about how to be a Fuego agent and make money with info products, okay? Now, this is how much a good launch will look like for me and Jono, my business partner. You can see here the lost code. It's currently at about 190,000. Fuego Multiplier is about 180,000. And El Bandito, 73,000. So those are kind of like decent launches. We do those usually about once every 3 weeks. This is what a good backend will look like. Some of you guys might not be familiar with what a backend looks like. And truthfully, I was presenting this presentation to a bunch of well-established entrepreneurs. So if any of this kind of comes as confusing, feel free to ask questions in the chat box. But this was a presentation for people that are already making money. So there's going to be a lot of value here, but there might be a little bit of confusion as well. Okay. Essentially, what a backend means is a promotion that we do off the back of a product launch. So we use a product launch to get a bunch of new customers, and then with the customers that we get, we present them an offer, and also known as our backend, which is our high ticket premium product. Okay. And this is generally what a good backend will look like, about 90,000. Okay. Now you can see year to date, this is not year to date anymore because we're in 2019, but up until almost November, we were at 1.4 million in sales. I think we ended the year about 1.8 million, something like that. Now, if you watch this presentation to the end, you're going to learn how to sell sexiness like a Fuego agent. Okay. You're going to learn my opinion of this market, and warning, I can be mean. And also, you're going to learn how to get models to hang out with you, like these girls right here. You can see we had a lot of fun with these models. And truthfully, the hint, it's actually by paying them money. We paid them about $100 for the day each. Sorry, kind of went premature with the info there. This was jokes that I was planning for this presentation, but then I forgot that I had these jokes in here. But anyways, most important of all, if you're not already crushing it in business, you can avoid getting kicked in the nuts. So let's get into it, okay? This right here is a pet rock, okay? Now, pet rock was sold by a man, and if you're sold by a man, and basically what it was, and I'll show this in a second, but it's just basically a rock with eyeballs on it and pretending that it was sort of like a pet. Now, if you're thinking that this is a rock with just packaging around it, the answer is yes. Gary Dahl invented the pet rock in the 1970s, and he found a beach with tons of rocks. He paid about 1 penny per rock, okay, about 1 penny per rock. He slapped on some fun and interesting packaging, and he sold the product for $4, and I think it was $5 or $6, something like $4. Okay, he sold 3.8 million rocks at around $4 each, and he paid 1 penny per rock. Okay, now what does this teach us? If the purchase price is cheap enough, very few people are going to take your product seriously. I really don't think too many people bought the pet rock thinking of it as a serious product, or like it was a dog or a cat or any other pet that a family could own, right? But they still decided to buy it anyways. And, if you just get, what it teaches you is if you just get attention enough for people to actually pause and pay attention to what you're selling, you can make a bunch of money. And talk about relevant to a cheap online info product. Am I right? Okay. So the truth is 95% of the market doesn't actually really care about the info product that you release. And we're presenting in this live stream, I'm referring to us as selling the product now. So you are going to be pretending that you are selling the product to the market. 95% of the market is not even going to care about your product. Okay. And yes, 95% of online statistics are completely made up. My opinion, however, is that most of this market is buying for the high of making the purchase. Now, I've been doing this for a long time, guys, and I can tell you firsthand, I have a pretty good understanding of what the market wants and the reason why it makes purchases. And I will tell you that the majority of the time, the reason why people are making the purchase is because they want that rush. They want that temporary dopamine. It's the same reason why people buy a cookie at the grocery store. They want to temporarily feel better, okay, in their life, okay? They're not going to genuinely take action on what you teach. Nobody takes action on things unless they pay for it or they invest in it. So we have way more action takers when it comes to our high ticket because we have people that are investing $2,000, not $10 or $7 or $4. Okay, does that make sense to you? Give me a yes or no in the chat box if that makes sense to you. So we got yes, yes, total sense. Okay. So truthfully, they will open it, they will skim through your product, and tomorrow, the people in this market are going to buy the next deal of the day product that gets released. This used to really bother me. I'm being honest with you guys right now. This is the truth. But then I thought about it, and I thought, who am I to judge about what the market wants? I buy lottery tickets. I buy entertainment, I buy video games, I buy movies, I buy cookies, okay? I would have probably bought the pet rock if I was born earlier. And I saw a couple people in the chat box said that they actually did buy the pet rock as well. So, and most relevantly, I am a consistent buyer of Make Money Online products all the time. I don't know how many products that you've bought online, but I can almost guarantee that I've bought more products than you have. I am buying info products all the time to see if somebody is doing something different than me. I'm buying tools all the time that make business easier for me. I am constantly buying Make Money Online products. Sometimes I buy Make Money Online products just to see how they sell that Make Money Online product, how they are selling their pet rock. So remember, even though almost nobody is going to take your product seriously, sorry, they still might buy it anyways, okay? Now, you should still have a good product, okay? And this is where, I was being honest telling you guys the majority of the market is not even going to take your product seriously. That doesn't mean you should have a bad product. You should still have a good product. Even though people are buying out of impulse, in the beginning, that's your opportunity to build goodwill and connection with your tribe, okay? An example of that is this call that I'm doing with you guys right now. I'm trying to tell you exactly how this market responds, what's involved in this market. I don't have anything to hard sell you on this call. So really, this is me trying to build more connection with all of you guys. And that connection and that bond that you have to your audience, that's where you can get people to take action. Okay. Now, even though they didn't care in the beginning when they bought that cheap, low-ticket product, you can make them care once you get them into your business, okay? You can actually influence loyal fans, which means that you can get more results for your customers. Now, you can't do that with impulse buyers. And of course, once people see that you are different than the other, people that are just, out for themselves. That you guys know this all the time. You buy a product and the person has no interest in trying to make your life better. They come up with a bunch of fake emails like first 50 people get this bonus and the bonus is all bogus and all that kind of crap. And they just do promotion email after promotion email, product after product after product after product. But they never actually investigate the product, let you know what the benefits of the product are, or give you any free training or show you anything because they don't care about you. They just care about extracting money from you, right? And in my opinion, those people are idiots, because while they may make money in the short term, they really lose out the money that they could have made in the long term. Okay. Now, you will get all the business. Treat your customers like gold, but until then, expect initial sales to come out of impulse. So if you're going to sell in this market, realize you are selling the idea of a pet rock. You're selling the dream. You are selling a good experience. Once people have made that purchase, that's where you can change things. Okay. Now, as for what makes a good or a bad product, this is my opinion about it. The product actually has to work, right? If the 5% of unicorns that take action actually implement your training, because I'm speaking generally here, but I think about 5% are actually going to take action on your product. Will they get the results with it? Will they get results with it? Okay. Answer yes or no to that question, and you have your answer. Any product that me and Jonah release, we know that it works because we either personally use it in our business, or we personally know somebody that uses that business model, and we've investigated that that model does actually work. That is what determines whether the product is good or bad, in my opinion. Now, I'm not going to waste any more time on this because, quite frankly, it's common sense. If you have a bad product, most customers are not going to buy from you again. And most of the money that you make should be from repeat customers, especially to either recurring or high ticket. Now, having a tribe of loyal fans will make it super easy moving forward. More on that later. But first, how to set up a low ticket launch. Now, if you're not a product launcher and you're freaked out about this, don't worry about it. Okay, calm your tits. It's really not that hard. We can do one of these every month. Not recommended. You don't have to do one of these every month. You do one once a year, right? I used to set them up in 2 days and then take 28 days off. Before me and Jonah Armstrong became business partners, I would, put together a product launch in either 1 day or 1.5 days or 2 days. And then the other 28 days I'd travel around until I do my next product launch. And that was these days. You can see me, this was in Isla Mujeres. I was actually just in Isla Mujeres. So I kind of went back there with my parents actually last week. But that's the way I used to run my business. And now I do launches that take more time, but they don't have to take that time. It's because me and Jono do these movie style launches and we're having more fun. We choose to spend more time on them, but they don't have to. Okay. It's seriously easy how you can create these product launches. And for people that are in PPA, they know that we support them if they wanted to launch something like this. So first thing is that you need an actual product, right? And that's way easier than you think it is. Because the truth is, this is something that a lot of people don't think about, but there is no copyright for ideas. So what that means is you can find a really good course that's high quality, that provides a lot of value. You can implement the training from the course, get some results from the training, and then create a similar course. And it's 100% legal to do this because there is no copyright for ideas. There are only copyright for brands, titles, anything that, anything basically symbolic can have a copyright. But ideas, anything abstract, does not have a copyright. So boom, you can easily create your own product. That's it, 0 to hero. Just do it. I encourage you. There's a lot of people on this call right now that are going to be scared of creating their own product. I was too, until I created my very own first product. A lot of people know my story already. I was going through a really hard time in my life, so I finally just said, screw it. I created my own product, and it changed everything for me. It's not as hard as you think it is. Once you have the product, now you need to know how to sell it. And it's really all about 2 things, which is our objections and orgasms. This is something I've covered before in a previous call. So we're going to go through it again here, but it's important to know. And then we're going to move into other really important stuff on copy that I want to tell you guys about. So the orgasms are essentially what people want to hear. And the objections are things that people do not like to hear. So really when it comes down to doing a successful product launch in this market, all you need to do is give people the things that are orgasms and avoid the things that are objections. Okay. So the orgasms are like making money, fast results. It's going to be easy. Social proof can be an orgasm. Presenting your product as different from what else is out there. And curiosity can also be a very good orgasm as well. Okay. Curiosity could be something like, this method is unlike anything you've seen before. Well, it begs the question, what is the method like if I've never seen anything like it before, right? So now let's talk about the objections. So the objections are things that people do not like. So objections, people do not like to do any work. It's very sad. It sucks. I hate that this is the case, but most people don't like to do any work. People also don't like it if it's something that they've known before. People want the shiny new thing. They don't want the thing that they've seen before from a dozen other products. Even if the actual product itself or training is fundamental knowledge that will 100% work and make you a bunch of money online, if it's not brand new, people do not want it. Okay, they want the shiny new thing. Okay, so work could be like build a super responsive list from scratch. The problem with the headline here, build a super responsive list from scratch. First of all, list building is work, and from scratch means nothing is done. So it's a double whammy of objections. Now, it really actually only takes one objection to ruin a whole launch. Okay, so let's look at a flop launch so you guys can see that. Urgency Suites Pro. I talked about this at the start of the call. The original headline was 6x your sales in 30 seconds without any extra work. It's easy with Urgency Suites Pro. Now, what is the problem or the objection with this launch, and why did it convert so horribly? Because normally when me and Jono put out a product, it converts better than anything else on the market. But when we put out this product, it was horrendous. It didn't convert at all. So what is the objection? I'll let you guys put in a guess there in the chat box if you can spot what the objection is here with this headline. So we got some good guesses here, guys. A lot of people think that it has to do with the word work, but it actually doesn't. Okay? And I think I got my first right answer here. Ken Carmody says 6 times 0 is 0. And that is the problem with this headline. That is the reason. Some people are saying unrealistic claim or that, it's impossible. That's not true. Urgency, 100%, we've seen in many cases, has done more than 6x our profits. We could apply urgency, and in a specific situation where that urgency really benefits the situation, we've seen, profits increase by more than 10 times. So it's not even an exaggerated sales headline. It's honestly the truth. But the problem with it, as Ken was saying there, is that 6 times 0 equals 0. So the way that people look at this, the average person in this market doesn't have anything to 6x. So they kind of think, okay, well, I can multiply the amount of money that I'm making, but I'm not making any money, okay? Now, the thing here is, obviously you need to avoid all kinds of objections, because even if you just have one objection, it's going to ruin everything for you. You never want to lie about anything at the same time, because that's unethical. There's no reason to bring up objections when you don't have to, and I look at this as a first date, okay? I've made this joke before, but basically on a first date, you take a lady out and you present your best self. You present to the lady or the man, depending on who I'm talking to. You present the good qualities about yourself, but you never present the bad qualities. So you might say you might talk about like what your interests is, what interests you are, what books you read, or stuff like that. But you would never tell your date that you're unemployed, that you live with your parents, any kind of thing that would be a turnoff. You're not going to present that information to your date because it's going to work against you. So similarly to how you act in real life is how you sell things online. You want to present your best self. Okay, now let's look at how to avoid objections and massively increase sales. The Fuego multiplier is a great example of that. It's currently at about 180,000. But what was the Fuego multiplier all about? Okay, the Fuego multiplier was how Jono uses paid traffic to make money online, how he does retargeting ads. Okay, now to you and me, that sounds pretty freaking awesome, right? And remember, I was presenting this in Portugal to a bunch of established entrepreneurs that already knew about paid traffic, that already, know about building online businesses. So of course, this is me presenting that to them. To you guys, some of you guys would be freaked out by retargeting ads and paid traffic. Okay. Jono really knows how to do retargeting ads well. But to this market, paid traffic is a huge objection. It's really intimidating to a lot of people. Now, how do we avoid that objection? By saying that the Fuego multiplier allows you to multiply yourself. Okay. Essentially, we are getting across the orgasm, being able to scale and make more and more money, while simultaneously avoiding the objection, paying for traffic. So we don't actually say on the headline that the Fuego multiplier is to do with effectively executing paid traffic. Because if we did say that, the whole launch would flop. But the launch did very well because we told people about what's exciting about the method, which is that you can multiply the amount of money that you're making. Even just one objection will ruin an entire launch. Now, really, there are two main orgasms, okay? The first one is eliminating all of the objections. If you eliminate all the objections, there's no reason why people have reason to click off the page without buying, because they don't have a reason to leave. And people like buying things. This is something that I like to let people know about over and over again. There's a dopamine rush. Anytime that you buy something, whether it's online or offline, you get a dopamine rush for making that purchase. So people want to buy. You just can't give them a reason not to do it. Okay. The other ultimate orgasm is curiosity. So often I will tell people what the method is not about, but I will rarely tell them exactly what the method is about. And why do I do that? It's because it creates curiosity, and it even eliminates objections at the same time. So good knots, and if you want to implement this method, which I highly recommend, you would say this method is not about creating videos. This method is not about building websites. This method is not about paid traffic. Now remember, we're not going to lie. We're only telling people that the method is not about this thing if the method truly is not about that thing. So you just want to find the examples of things that the method is not about, that people don't want it to be about. Okay. Now, what happens when you do that? When you do not show your cards, you're essentially creating an open loop. Okay. Now, for people that watch TV, there's a show called Lost, and Lost was incredibly successful because they implemented open loops incredibly powerfully. Lost is a TV show with marketing. And that's the crazy thing. A lot of TV shows have marketing in it, and we don't even realize it when we're watching these TV programs that they are using persuasion and marketing on you to continue to invest in their product. So what Lost does is they always create a cliffhanger at the end of the episode. Something incredibly exciting would happen, and then they roll the credits and they say, to be continued, watch the next episode. Now, they get an incredibly increased conversion rate on people that will watch the next episode because they have now the curiosity, the open loop, where they want to actually know the incomplete information. So an open loop is intentionally giving your audience incomplete information where they need to do the action that you want to be able to complete that incomplete information. Okay. Now, with low ticket info products, they're really only a few bucks, right? Like they're like pet rocks. So when you do actually implement curiosity, it works really well because most people are willing to invest a few bucks even just to satisfy their curiosity that they have about what the product is about. Now, I'm going to give you an example here. This is a product that I created called the Banger Method. And I said the simple twist of an easy method that makes $372 per hour. It was released with Mark Hess. It's a great product. And he actually made a Facebook post about it the other day because Mark Hess makes as much as $5,000-$6,000 a day as an affiliate marketer. And he showed in that course exactly what he's doing, right? And the Banger Method did pretty good because it implemented curiosity. Now, the headline was Simple Twist of an Easy Method. Now, the questions, there's a lot of questions that are begged and curiosity that's created from this headline. First of all, what's the twist? Second of all, what is the easy method? Okay. People don't have the answer to those questions until they buy the product. We've intentionally created curiosity, which encourages them to take the action that we want them to take to satisfy that curiosity. Now, orgasms versus objections, that's really 90% of the equation when it comes to selling on the internet in this market. Okay, it's really the secret sauce of the whole thing, or in the other words, the lost code for people that have watched The Lost Code. My girlfriend gives me a really hard time about how much I bite my nails, so I don't want to leave it on that screen for too long. Now, if you're new to launching and all this stuff freaks you out, don't worry, okay? Successful people learn. And how do successful people learn? They fail. So you know right now that if you want to make money online, the best thing that you can do is fail, because that's how you're going to learn, right? Now, Thomas Edison said, I have not failed. I just found 10,000 ways that do not work. Very famous quote on failure and how important it is. Also, Abraham Lincoln said, don't wait for perfection. Do crap, see what happens. Didn't actually say that, but it's good advice. Now, if you do everything I've shown you here, the chance of you losing money is pretty minimal. And it could even go bigger than you think it will, okay? And you'll have a badass experience under your belt in the process. So if you're new, I'm excited for you. But what about the actual funnel? You probably recognize this guy. This is Russell Brunson. He made the funnel extremely popular. It's not just about the sales page that sells the initial product. I'm also going to tell you about 3 of our epic upgrades and why they convert so well. The first one is done for you, right? We always sell our first upgrade as done for you. Now, what do we do on the first upgrade? It's the same every single time, okay? The first thing that we do is we say thank you so much. Now, why do we say thank you so much on the first upgrade? We want to build goodwill with our customers. We want to have a friendly relationship with them. And we don't want to be seen as one of those guys that just extracts your money and just is always take. We want to be seen as having a good relationship. So what we do, the first thing we do is we say, thank you so much for making the investment. You're going to love what you just bought, okay? You're going to get the product. And we also say, the product's going to do exactly what we said it's going to do on the sales page. So nobody feels like they've been tricked or hoodwinked, right? Then we say, do you want the work done for you? Now, the reason why this converts so well is because on the sales page, we talk about how the method makes it. The method is very effective and it makes a bunch of money online, right? But nowhere on the sales page do we say that you're not going to have to do work. We say that, the method works. Mark Hess makes $5,000 a day with this method. It's called the banger method. He's doing this simple twist of an easy method, blah, 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 blah. But so people have this idea, okay, now I bought the information to know how to implement this method that's going to make me a bunch of money, right? But then what's left that people don't want to do is, okay, now we have the information on how to make the money, but the thing that people don't want that's still left with them is that they have to do the work. So the obvious upgrade angle in your funnel, done for you, always converts amazing as upgrades. It always converts amazing as upgrades because it's the thing left that people still want to get covered that's not previously been covered. Okay, does that make sense? Give me a yes or no in the chat box. So I think I was a little bit sloppy with that explanation, and I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page and understands what I'm talking about here. So I got a yes, perfect. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, upgrade number 2, we do mid-ticket offers, and a lot of you guys have seen this. Basically what we do here is instead of doing what most people do, which is to sell fairly junky upgrade products that are not really that great for $27 or $37, where they're getting ticky-tacky amounts of money, but not actually even giving anything of value for the money that they're making. Instead of doing that, what we do is we have amazing upgrades that we implement on pretty much every launch that we do. So we re-roll out these upgrades all the time, but we sell them for a much more substantial price. We sell them for $200. And the reason why we do that is because we want to actually give people something great, but we want to actually make it be worth our while for us to give that away. Now, the way that we sell that, remember I said scarcity really increases your sales. We limit the amount of spots that we sell of these upgrades. And it's kind of counterintuitive because you kind of think at one hand, okay, by limiting the amount of spots, I'm going to sell less because I'm limiting the amount that I can sell. But it actually has the opposite effect because by saying there's a limited amount of copies, it makes a bunch of people really want to buy it because they don't want to miss out. So even though it seems like you're going to be selling less, it actually makes you sell way more because people don't want to miss out. They always have a fear of missing out. Now, I'm going to show you, so first of all, you can see this is the lost code, and you can see that the product that generated the most amount of money was actually one of these $197 upgrades, which is the limitless traffic. I'm sure a lot of people on the call here have bought limitless traffic before, which allows you to put your ad pixels on all of our sales pages and get a massive stream of traffic to whatever you want. And so it generated $50,000. Now, it generated even more money than the front-end product. So that's how tremendous the $197 offers really can do, okay? Now, upgrade number 3, this is something that's super powerful that a lot of people don't even know about, and it's kind of crazy that I'm even releasing this information to anybody. I mean, I released it in Portugal, and I felt good about it because I was like, well, I'm really sharing a bunch of value here. But I also felt nervous about it at the same time because this is incredibly powerful stuff that I'm sure you probably haven't even heard of before. Downsell to a trial. So we have our $197 offer. And what we do is if people say, oh, no, thanks, I don't want that $200 product, then we offer them a trial of that product. So they would say like, oh, no, I don't want that $197 product. And then we say, okay, well, why don't you try it for a trial period? And then if you like it, then we'll rebill you at a recurring subscription. Okay. Now, the brilliant thing about this is it's less risk to the consumer. And as you can imagine, $197 is not a small amount of money to a lot of people. So for that reason, conversions are not going to be insanely high because a lot of people are going to look at, well, $200, I'm not really prepared to pay that right now. But then when you have the trial, a massive amount of people are going to take the trial because it's the $200 product that they just didn't want to risk the $200, and now they can get it for barely anything to be able to check it out, satisfy their curiosity, and see what it's all about. Now, the really cool and interesting thing about this is if we look at the amount of money that's being generated from all these different products on like the lost code as an example, if you take a look at the bottom here, you can see 0-hour elite campaigns and elite insiders clubs, the 16,000 and 24,000. These, if I went into my account today, these numbers would be even higher because they're at recurring monthly subscriptions, okay? So they're being rebilled every single month. And so over time, these offers are going to generate more money than anything else in the funnel. So over time, if you are patient, if you downsell to a trial to a recurring subscription, you will generate more money with that than anything else in your product funnel. And yet nobody that I've seen, nobody else does it. I haven't seen anyone else do it. And I don't know why, because it's one of the most profitable things you can do. Okay. Now, one thing I can't leave out, guys, is the back end. Not that kind of back end. If only it were that easy. In our case, the back end of a launch is our webinar. Okay. The Fuego breakout, the launch did $75,000 in sales, and $75,000 in sales, kind of an okay, mediocre launch for us. The back end did almost $70,000 in sales. The difference is with the $75,000 sales of the launch, a lot of the money is going to the affiliates, the people that are sending free traffic to our launch. So a lot of this money isn't ours. Well, a lot of it is, but a lot of it isn't. Okay. The back end is pure profit. So you want to make money with info launches. Really, the big money is doing the back ends and also having these customers that you can now promote things to. And as long as they look at you as a trustworthy person and they like you, you can make way more money after the launch than what you can make during the launch. Okay. Now, to us, this is the main money maker of the whole launch. And what is the point of this? Look at the amount of money that we're generating. Approximately 60% is coming from the back end. Now, this allows us to give away more cash prizes to affiliates than anybody else. Now, some people are not going to really understand what this means. So I'm sorry if this is confusing right now. But essentially, we set up these product launches, products like the Lost Code, the Banger Method, or whatever, and then we incentivize. We give affiliates extra money. We say, hey, if you send more sales than anybody else, to this product, we will give you $2,000. Okay. Now, generally for cash prizes, we give away about $6,000 in cash prizes. Okay. $6,000. Now that's more money than most people do in these info product launches. And the reason why we give away more cash prizes than anyone else is because our back end converts better than everybody else's. Okay. So our back end converts so well. Somebody's asking, what does the back end mean? The back end is sales that you make after the product launch. So you're selling a product to get a bunch of customers, and then with those customers, you build a connection, and then you sell them other stuff. Okay. So the back end, I actually have an agreement for people that are in PPA that I will actually run the back end for you so that you don't have to worry about it at all. And there are other people that do back ends in the business as well. So if obviously a lot of people just getting started out, they're not even ready to do a product launch to get alone a back end yet, don't worry about it, because if you get the product launch in place, we can figure out and sort out the back end for you, right? So we've still got some time left. So let's talk about sales strategy. Also, guys, just so you know, I really can't stress this enough. This was a presentation that I did to established make money online entrepreneurs. So there's two things to know about that. First of all, it might feel a little bit over your head right now, and that's fine. That's normal, okay? If you're not familiar with this space, maybe some of this stuff you're just hearing about for the first time, and that's okay, right? Second of all, this is the real enchilada. This is exactly what's happening behind the scenes. I'm sharing with you exactly what we're doing, exactly how we're doing it, and the best things that are doing well for us. So there is a lot of value here, and if you just sort of take in the information now, I guarantee you that if you continue with making money online, it will be useful to you at one point in your journey, okay? So let's talk about sales strategy. The secret to selling is becoming a smart idiot. Now let me explain. When you go complicated with your copy, you will often lose most of your audience. This obviously goes out the window if you're an amazing copywriter that can keep people anticipating. So if you are somebody that can write words in such a fashion that people can read your words for 20 or 30 minutes and not get bored, then ignore what I'm telling you. But the majority of people are not, professional copywriters. So what you want to do, okay, well, first of all, so an example of somebody that is really good at copy is this guy named Colin Thoreau. And he has a Facebook group called The Cult of Copy. And he writes copy like this, where he basically does a lot of curiosity, says a lot of interesting things, and he keeps people engaged in his copy. And some people can do that and keep attention, but they are the minority, and it's definitely not something that I recommend to the mainstream. For more sales and influence, the best thing that most of us can do is keep things really, really, really simple, okay? Now, an example of this is Frank Kern. Okay, now a lot of people know Frank Kern is. I'm a fan. He covers big topics in an incredibly simple way. So here's a couple of his quotes, okay? First of all, Frank Kern quote, "The key to success online is very simple. Number one, don't fuck around. Number two, don't be a pussy." Now, this sounds kind of weird coming out of my mouth because it doesn't fit my brand, right? So it might sound weird coming from me. But this is Frank Kern's brand. And the cool thing he's doing here is he's making selling online seem incredibly super, super simple. All you need to do is do these two things. And they're basic things that everybody understands. Now, the thing is, selling online is not that easy. And we all know that selling online is not that easy. If you've been trying to make money online for a while, you already know that it's not as easy as people are pretending it to be. But Frank Kern is willing to able to word things in a way where it seems incredibly easy. And he does it with very simple language. Here's another Frank Kern one. Making money online is easy. Build a list and sell them stuff. Okay. Now, if you're like, you look at these, it makes it seem like it's so freaking easy. Make money online is easy. Build a list and sell them stuff. Well, building a list means you need to set up an autoresponder. You need to create an opt-in page. You need to have some kind of irresistible free giveaway thing to get people onto your subscriber list. And then you need to set up emails where you keep people engaged. And then in those emails, you sell them. Like, really, it's way more complicated than he's making it out to be. But the way that he says it has so much certainty to it that you feel like you just feel relieved. Like, making money online is easy. Build a list, sell them stuff, and that's it. So do you guys understand what I'm saying? Give me a yes or no in the chat box. If you understand how Frank Kern is essentially, making this a super friendly and something that you can really get on board with way of presenting something that's a lot more difficult than he's sort of presenting it to be. So people are saying, yes, Frank Gerd is good at what he does. I know Peter's saying, Brendan, question, why are you sharing this with us? Most people don't share the truth. I would agree with that. I would agree with that 100%. So truthfully, I'm sharing you guys the truth in this training. So hopefully you guys can see the value of it. Hope you apply it, and hopefully you guys get really big results, and this will be a useful part of your journey. That's my goal with this call today. You can see a testimonial Frank Kern made on a product called Ever Webinar, which is something I'm actually a customer of. And his quote is, "This is just the greatest thing ever, ... period." So Frank Kern's quote is, "This is just the greatest thing ever, period." Now, there's no facts in this quote. There's no stats. Nothing is really said other than this is so great, it's amazing. And yet it works so well because it's simple. It gets the idea across. Very simple. It's very easy for anybody to read and take across the certainty that he is portraying in a very small amount of words. Okay. Now, truthfully, if somebody created a longer quote where they talked about, okay, I took Ever Webinar and I applied it to this niche funnel, and then I got these stats that came out of it, that testimonial would have less of a sales impact than something simple like, this is just the greatest thing ever, period. One of the biggest mistakes that people make is that they oversell. Frank Kern never oversells. He keeps things simple to a point, and it almost seems like he isn't selling. Okay, now that last one is Frank Kern helping sell Ever Webinar, which I bought. This is just the greatest thing ever. You can't argue with that. I already said that already. Now, I've noticed that good marketers take complicated topics and make them seem simple, taking away people's insecurities with a very swift stroke of confident brevity. Okay, people want to feel good. They don't want you to explain things to them. Now, I think we could have a whole presentation on Donald Trump. I don't have anything good or bad to say about Donald Trump. I'm Canadian and don't even have a horse in the race. But I will say this. Trump is very simple with his language, and there's a reason behind that. Even if you dislike Donald Trump, he is a great marketer. And the reason why he's a great marketer is because he's a master of simple language. Okay? Now, people are lazy. This is the thing, right? They like shows with laugh tracks, and I like The Big Bang Theory too. But the Big Bang Theory essentially has a laugh track telling you when to laugh. And the reason why you laugh is because it tells you to laugh. If you try and watch The Big Bang Theory and you remove the laugh track, it's not funny at all. What makes it funny is that they're conveniently telling you what you're supposed to think is funny. Okay? So when it comes to communicating anything, whether you're creating a TV show, you're selling something on the internet, you're trying to get a girlfriend, you're trying to become president, it really doesn't matter. The more simple you are, the more you are going to sell. So you really can't go wrong with simplifying your angles. And I'll give you an example of that, okay? Of complicating something and it going wrong. Now, we know that standing out is important. In marketing, we want to get attention, right? Attention equals sales, sort of. So here's how it can go wrong. One time I wrote an email to my list with the subject line, name, so this is going to extract what their name is. Are you an idiot? ? So this is what the actual email said. Seriously, you can talk about funnels or landing pages till you're blue in the face. The look you'll get from friends or family is usually the same. Why am I such a freaking idiot? Is basically what I was trying to say there. That all changed when I brought home $500,000 this year. So basically the point of the email was, people are going to look at you like you're stupid, but really you're not, because there is something to making money online. So it was a very reasonable email that was kind of like a motivational email. I thought that my copy was amazing. Okay. I thought this is amazing. It's going to get a ton of attention. It has a nice little twist there. It has a good message to it. And people are going to really eat this up, right? But then I started getting the feedback and the responses from this email. And I'm not going to tell you all the individual responses here, but essentially the feedback that I got back from my own subscribers was, Brendan, go and bleep yourself. Okay. And the reason why the point is this. You want to keep things simple. The reason why I had such bad backlash to that email was because I tried to complicate things. I essentially made it look like I was calling my subscribers idiots, when really I was calling how people will perceive you when you try and make money online. People will perceive you as an idiot when you're really not, okay? But it was too complicated, and people are not here for complicated things. They have low attention spans, and they're generally going to spend a few seconds on what you have to say a lot of the time. So always keep it simple and always keep it at a 5th grade level, and you've just made yourself better than 99% of other people when it comes to copy. Now, the more simple you are with your message and your angle, the more people are actually going to absorb it. Using simple copy, like, makes more money for almost everybody. Okay, some people are good at longhand copy, but they are the minority. In general, you're much better off doing simple copy. Okay, period. Now, my closing thoughts. We don't see things as they are. We see things as we are. Okay, I tried and I failed in business for 8 years where I wasn't making any money online at all. Everyone thought I was an idiot because I was like trying to make money on the internet, and I never did. And the reason why I never made money online was because I never believed that any of it was actually for real. I thought the income proofs were fake. I thought the programs were all scams. And I was standing in my own way, right? Because I saw things as I was, not how things actually are. Now, coming to an event like this, obviously this doesn't make sense because this was an event in Portugal, can be humbling. And the reason why I said it can be humbling was because there were multi-millionaires in the room. There were people that are making more money than I do in that room. So I was saying that if you're at this event right now, you're a newbie, you're starting out, you have to realize that coming to this event, you can see the possibility. You can see that this is all real. Okay. You have to realize that making millions of dollars on the internet is 100% possible. But if you want to become more successful than you currently are, you need to first believe that it is possible, and most importantly, that you can do it. Okay. Now, okay, Brendan, enough with the pep rally. Before I go, I want to leave you with one final piece of advice. I learned this from Pooh in the 3rd grade. Not that Pooh. This Pooh. Okay. Winnie the Pooh said, "They say nothing is impossible, but I do nothing every day." Now, you'll probably make way more money if you're working nonstop. You get multiple jobs, if you work tons amounts of hours to try and figure out how to make money online, you'll probably make more money. We all know that, right? I'm not going to deny that. But I guarantee you, you'll be happier in your life if you find a balance. Okay? Now take that with a grain of salt. I am particularly a marketer where I can make way more money than I make, but I choose to do nothing a lot of the time. And a lot of people, if you listen to Gary Vaynerchuk, other entrepreneurs, other marketers that are out there, they will tell you that you're lazy. If you stop and watch the football game, or you go and have a beer with your girlfriend, or you go scuba diving for the day, or you watch TV, people will tell you that you're lazy. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? There's nothing wrong with taking time for yourself and enjoying your life and relaxing. And some of the most miserable people that I've met in my life are successful entrepreneurs that can't turn it off, okay? They can't shut off, and they never stop working. And they're more miserable than the broke person that they're selling to. So everything in life, in my opinion, is a balance. There's a way to create a lifestyle business where if you do the smart things, you do the right things, chip away at it, you You can make a lot of money in a short period of time, but my opinion is to not be incredibly money hungry to the point of unhappiness. But again, take that with a grain of salt. That's my opinion. Okay, now are you still here on this call? We actually have a lot of people still here. How much money are you making online? Give me an amount of money that you're currently making online, guys. So we got a lot of people saying zero, lots and lots of zeros, unfortunately. Guys, I was right there with you. Don't feel embarrassed. I didn't make any money for 8 years. 8 years. So if you're making no money, it's, that was my life story for a long time. Now, how much money would you like to make online? What's the amount of money that would be important to you? So Don wants 30K per month, 5K a month, $10,000 per month. Larry says $0 because he doesn't want to be known for selling crap. Well, the thing about it, Larry, I don't want to be mean, but you're in control of what you sell. So there's really no reason that you have to sell crap to make money. I mean, you get to control what you sell. So you don't have to sell crap, but you can make money and sell good stuff. Rita says $30,000 per month. Catherine says $5,000. Krish wants $250K per year. Juan has $100K per month. Peter has $10K per week. $5K per month from Winston. $7K per month from Greg. $3K a month to start. $2,000 a month. $5 to $10K per month from Don. $3,000 a month and scale up to $10,000 per month, says Jim. $30K. $30K. We got $10K per month. So a lot of different answers there. Okay, now I promised you guys that I'm not going to hard sell anything on this call, that it's mainly just to show you the truth and free and valuable information, okay? So I don't have anything to hard sell you on this call, but at the same time, I'm going to show you our main program that we have, that we sell, where we get, our biggest success stories, and what we take the most seriously is our high ticket program. So I'm going to share that with you. Obviously, I'm not hard selling anything, and I don't even care if I make a sale here today. But since we have a full call, we've been here for an hour, whatever, I'm going to just show it, and that's it. So I'm just going to show it. You can see what you think about it, and that's it. No obligations whatsoever, no pressure here, and that's it. So, okay, the secret to making money on the internet. This is the part where I would normally hard sell something, and but I don't want to do that. That's not what this call was about. So, feel free to leave if you just wanted the free training. If you came here for the free training tonight, I really hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for coming. And really, I shared you exactly what works behind the scenes. So, really I hope that you can take nuggets of what I've shown you here tonight and build a massive successful business because of it. I really genuinely mean that.
Okay.
Starting live.
I've been on the grid for a while, or off the grid, not on the grid. Been on my farm, but yeah, if you see my Snapchat, Instagram, just got some horses, so haven't had fast enough internet because I got a log house and it's got internet, but not quite good enough. It's got satellite. But I want to talk about, anyway, trends. So I did one talk on this, and pay close attention because here's the deal. What I'm about to show you with trends is the simplest answer to the most common question I ever get, which is, how do you make more money? Okay? So here's one thing you want to do. Is called basically reversing a problem, all right? So you can call it inverted thinking. There's different ways people kind of try to do this, but just watch. How do you make more money? Let's say you're not financially well off right now. Well, the first thing you do is you try to figure out, what do you have to do to make less money? Now, I'm not saying you.
So
There we go. Can you guys see that? Okay. You setting up the YouTube?
so
There we go. Can you guys see? All right.
very good. One
So
second.
you set that there for my one. So the way to make less money is basically be late to everything. What's made me the most money, what took me from, you know, whatever rags to riches you want to say, was not being late to trends. And 90% of people I meet, they catch trends, you know, 10 years into them. I'll give you an example. Right now, everybody's using Facebook ads. When did Facebook ads start? 2008. I got lucky. I started using Facebook ads in 2008. And my income tripled by catching the trend early. Now, you can still use Facebook ads. Some of you are in the program that we closed called Alex Engine, which is my business partner teaching all of his techniques that we use for Facebook ads and Instagram ads. But I'm telling you, if you had caught that trend earlier, people got rich. People went from rags to riches. So catching it now is good. It's better to, it's not quite late. It'll be late in a year or two. What other trends have you missed? And so I want to give you the whole purpose of this call, why I came back here, left my farm, left my horses to give you this talk, is because I did this about a week ago when I was in Chicago, and I got bombarded by people going, Ty, like, we didn't catch the whole talk, will you do it one more time? So I'm forming a test group of people that I'm going to start walking through. I'm not going to give out my secrets to everybody, what I think are the biggest trends, because the more people, if too many people do them, I'll be late. But I'm going to take a select group. So I opened up this test group in Chicago, and I'm going to keep this open for the next week. So listen closely, because I've done different test groups and closed them. People who got in early, like my social media marketing test group, I opened in 2016. You know, people got in the first guy I got in the first day, he became a millionaire. He's an accredited investor, which means he's a lawyer, accountant, basically looked at his, you know, his name is Jaden, looked at his bank statements, looked at his calculated his net worth, he's a millionaire. He got in early, okay? So you might have missed my test group in 2016. I opened up a test group for how to sell things online, drop shipping, how to make money online, Amazon, Shopify, ClickFunnels. There was a guy at my house, you might have seen him on YouTube. He's making netting goal, and that's fine. These calls are basically a way that I can filter out who's like really interested, because there's no use in me sharing this stuff, goal, and that's fine. These calls are basically a way that I can filter out. Some people just don't get it in life. Put it on there and just move that to the side. Like, a lot of people just don't get life. That's what it comes down to. A lot of people get this, but they don't really get what it means. So being late is how you make less money. So obviously the inverse of this is how you make more money. Be early, and you don't even have to be totally early. What are some trends that have made people more money in the last, let's say, 10 years? Well, let's just go through them. The youngest self-made billionaire was Evan. I think that's how you spell his name. This guy right here, before age 24, he was a billionaire. And he started Snapchat. Some people think Snapchat's dead. It's not totally dead. And he's still a billionaire. Instagram's hurt it, but he caught a trend early. And see, when you wait too long, somebody like Instagram comes and competes against him. So he got in early. You know what Conor McGregor says? Simplest statement ever. He says, get in, get rich, get out. That's kind of what he's done. He fought all these fights, you know, he beat Aldo, he fought Diaz 2 times, then of course he switched to boxing, fought Floyd Mayweather, made $100 million, and now what's he doing? He's chilling. So by catching that trend, he's the first UFC person to go fight boxing. He caught a trend early, not late. So that's another one you can put, Conor McGregor. In fact, he did something I call trend stacking, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Like this dude and he made this in the last 12 months, he made $100 million just from that. Someone said, is he live or is he just playing a video? Here, move that. How can we get it kind of behind so my eye line is similar?
I have another.
Stack another thing.
I got another thing.
And just put it behind the tripod.
Okay.
Okay, so anybody here have something, an example of a trend? I'll just do it from live here. We got YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, my website. We got everywhere. What do we have? Tulazi Anderson says hello. Bitcoin. There you go, Bitcoin. A guy that you might have seen my video with a guy named Brock Pierce. Believe it or not, in 2008, Brock Pierce and I had dinner. This is before cryptocurrency existed. There was no Bitcoin. There was some virtual currency, but there was literally no Bitcoin really like 2009, 10. Okay? And so there's a guy named Brock Pierce. I did a video with him. It has about 1 million views or 500,000 views or something. And he got into cryptocurrency early. And this year, I don't know if you saw, in the last couple months, he's on the Forbes list of cryptocurrency, I think, billionaires. Another guy I did an interview with, his name's Anthony DiOrio, and he's one of the co-founders of, so Brock owns a ton of Bitcoin, and he started something called EOS. He does different things. And Anthony DiOrio is one of the, I think it's 5 people that started Ethereum. He got in early, okay? He got in early. So you'll see a pattern here, whether it's Snapchat. What trend did Snapchat catch early? Easy. They caught, direct messaging. Like Instagram direct messaging wasn't that big 5 years ago when Snapchat started. And of course, disappearing messages. They stacked 2 trends on top of each other, disappearing messages and Snapchat stories. Boom, billionaire. And now Instagram, of course, copied it. And but when you get in at the right time, you still make money. So say something so Ty Lopez knows you're here. Oh, that's Facebook. Interesting. Being an influencer is a big trend. Alex Gray on YouTube said. Yeah, let's talk about influencers. I don't know, Kylie Jenner, Rihanna. I don't know. I did a video with me and Rihanna. Not a music video, but just we actually talk about books. And Kylie Jenner made $430 million as an influencer selling lipstick makeup kits. Rihanna makes, I'm not sure what she probably makes $100 million, something like that. Maybe that's her net worth, I'm not sure. But shoes is a huge thing. And now she has a lingerie line, and she's an influencer. Like, that's new. 50 years ago, that was the trend. Basically, if you were a celebrity, you might be an actor, or you might be the spokesperson for a brand, but you didn't start your own brands. It was less common. It was big corporations. 1950s was the era of corporations, 1960s. And that's why college was so important, because you went to college because they were recruiting people who were like army people. They needed soldiers to fit into the machine of IBM, for example. Tom Watson caught computers early in the 1960s. Bill Gates caught the trend 1970s, and Steve Jobs, when they were talking about personal computers, people were like, there's no market for that. Gold miners, somebody's mentioning. In silver, 1850s. Some people found silver early. They bought up all the land, and they made the equivalent of, $1 billion. Oil. So what are some things that you can do to be more aware? And I'm gonna give you guys a few things. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna diagram it out. Okay. Somebody says the trend, they're collecting lava rocks from Hawaii. Here's one thing about trends, because here's the thing. Catching something early doesn't mean you'll make money, because it has to have what's called a high VRIN score. VRIN stands for value, rarity, inimitability. I'm not going to write that this way. It's hard to write down. And non-substitutable. So this is a fancy way of assessing the trend. Okay? VRIN score. If you get a 10 VRIN score, odds are a trend's going to make a lot of money. I don't think collecting rocks for lava, yes, it's new, because the lava just exploded all over Hawaii and is still coming out of the ground, but does anybody value lava rocks that much? Maybe. There was a guy in the 1970s became a millionaire selling pet rocks. Google it. He literally took rocks and he marketed it. I don't know what they would do, draw a face on it, and you would buy them for like $5. And it went viral, and I guess, so maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I would guess that's, you need value, more value than lava rocks, but hey, try it. Podcasts, yes, podcasts. E-commerce is somewhat new, but all these things are getting diluted, remember that. Keto, yeah, keto is big. People are going ketogenic with what they eat. When that basically means super low carbs. I don't know, it's like under 10 or 20 carbs a day. I forget what the keto's huge. Online personal fitness training. A guy came to my house in 2014. He goes, Ty, you don't know me, but I learned from you, and I built, his name's Wesley Virgin, and he built this brand. And last I checked, he was making $500,000 a month. I think that's net. I think it's net, because he's on ClickBank, so they pay you after your affiliates. So all these things, they just add up, they add up, they add up. But most people are, and I want to talk about this for a second. Anxiety, fear, and skepticism. That's the three things that will keep you from catching trends, most likely. Sometimes stubbornness, just pure stubbornness, but people are anxious. So I remember when Facebook ads was starting, or even Google. I started with Google ads when it first started. And when I was there, I was telling, I worked, so I was like an independent contractor. And the CEO of the company, it was GE, it was the biggest corporation in the world, but I was a contractor for them. The CEO, John McGilchrist of the GE Financial division I worked in, he called me and said, Ty, what are you doing? Like, because I was using the internet to generate customers and make money online. Well, it wasn't online, but I was generating customers online. Then I was selling them like real world products. And anxiety kicked in because the CEO is like, whoa, how can you be the average person who was working for them, the average contractor was maybe making $10,000 a month, and I 1 week submitted like $60,000 worth of commissions. So I caught a trend early, which allowed me to advertise on the internet. But I couldn't figure it out. I was like, why doesn't everybody switch over to this? And then I realized anxiety, fear, skepticism. You can have the bad idea. Like, think of this. Why didn't you come up with Netflix? Just ask yourself that question one day. Why didn't you come up with Netflix? Is that a hard concept? It sounds easy to me. I mean, they used to just ship DVDs to you in the mail with the post office in a little red envelope that you could get made in like a print shop. And the name Netflix, it's just an idea in one person's head. He caught the trend early. He merged something I'll talk about in a second called trend stacking. He trend multiple trends, because usually you can't just take one trend because too many people will be doing one trend. Like, for example, Keith said real estate. See, real estate is one trend, but you have to combine another trend with it because there's too many people doing real estate. See, Gabriel's saying multi-level marketing. That's not a new trend. Multi-level marketing has been around. You had Amway like in the 70s or 80s or whatever. But if you combine multi-level marketing with something else, now you have a new whole universe. I call that trend stacking. And so, what was I going to say? Yeah, entrepreneurship. These are, you don't have to be the first, but you don't want to be the last. Alan Nation used to tell me, Ty, never be the first or the last to try a new idea. And here's how the curve goes. This is the normal curve. There's a book about this, by the way, called Crossing the Chasm. And it's a famous business book. It goes like this. At the beginning, so this is the first 1 to 7 years. The only people who do it are what are called early adopters. So EA, early adopters right here, okay? So your early adopters come in, that's Steve Jobs. In the 1970s, personal computing, like nobody knew about that. Or they, only early adopters. Even he went to Berkeley and all the professors of computers were like, nobody wants a personal computer, okay? So 1 to 7 year window there. Then after this, there's a little window actually before here called visionary. So that 1 to 7, that's where Steve Jobs is, because he was a visionary. Okay, the first people to buy the computer from Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, the personal computers. Those were early adopters. There's not that many of them. So there's very few visionaries. There's a few early adopters. Now, once you, right here, they call it chasm, because most businesses die here. Because on this side of the canyon, you could call it, you have what are called pragmatists. Or we'll just say they're pragmatic, okay? What pragmatic means is they only do it if everyone else is doing it. So you see this with like the iPhone. You see this with Bitcoin. That's why the price of Bitcoin goes up and down so much, because a lot of people are pragmatists. They're not going to buy Bitcoin until their grandma and their mom and their friend of a friend and their girlfriend, boyfriend already is buying it. They don't want to be the first because they have a lot of anxiety, fear, and skepticism. So then you get pragmatists, and then here, now there's a lot of pragmatists. So it dips down and then it comes, now you're a huge percentage of the population. And then over here, you have your like conservative. These people, it doesn't matter if the whole world's using them, they take an extra 10 years. And that's the rest of the world. So you have a very small amount of visionaries, pretty teeny amount of, early adopters. Business dies here. If you look at the story of Facebook, almost died. The story of Bill Gates, the business almost died. And some businesses died, like MySpace died right here, because they didn't get past the chasm. Now they did get a lot of people. MySpace is a weird story, but pragmatic. That's not there yet for Bitcoin. That's not there yet for entrepreneurship. That's not there yet for doing internet stuff like I do. When I started doing YouTube videos, commercials, at first people were mad because most of the world is anxious, fearful, skeptical. Anything new, they're like, who's this guy with Lamborghini and what is this? Oh, he's trying to show off the dough. That's not really his car and all this. It's like all the little worry words. These worry words just go, oh, something's scam. Oh. But a few people caught on. Like that Wesley Virgin guy I was telling you. He saw what I was doing in 2014, 2015. And he went in a year, went from zero rags to making, I think he made $5 million doing something similar when he was in fitness space for what I was doing. So you want to be on this side over here is what I'm trying to say. This is the side that gets rewarded financially. Think of email. At first, email I think started maybe even the late 80s, early 90s. Email I think was there before really even the internet. The military had some kind of version. I'm not exactly sure on the date, but I know back in the early 90s, let's say 94 when Jeff Bezos started Amazon, very few people were using email. Ask yourself, were you using email in the 90s? And eventually, even my grandma got an email address, because my grandma, believe it or not, even though she's 100 now, she's an early adopter. My grandma had an email before me. It's embarrassing to say, but it's true. And so a lot of you, now, one thing I want to say, the reason anxiety, fear, and skepticism exist is because sometimes things over here are stupid. So there are people who think they're visionaries and they think they're early adopters, but they're really just running after stupid stuff. What's a good example of this? When you talk about cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin, it's very controversial because people like Warren Buffett say, yeah, it's a new trend. Yeah, there's a lot of visionaries and early adopters, but they're just idiotic people. And then there's other people who say, no, they're geniuses and they're going to, make a lot of money and change the world with cryptocurrency. So that's an example. But there are trends that people try to catch that don't turn out to be that good. Fashion, you see that. People will make a fashion brand and then by the time it crosses the chasm, it's out of style. There's a lot of stuff like that. Toys R Us is an example now. The world shifted and now the trends, it's old, it just died. And it was over here in the life cycle, of course. But everything in the world's changing. Sears, I just saw that, Toys R Us closed. They sold everything out of their home store, like their home office. Who else was the one who sold stuff? You watching that? Okay. Esports is competitive. Cats are a huge trend. Okay, let me talk about this before I gotta go because I'm hungry. But I'm gonna give you guys, this is gonna be a short call, but short but sweet. One thing I'm announcing is that you guys got a week. I'm gonna open up this test group. I'm gonna take a handful of you and I'm gonna basically personally mentor you and show you how to catch a few trends that I think are massive. I'm not even gonna talk about on this because I don't want to tell everybody, but I got a handful of trends that I've been doing that work. Trust me, these work. So last concept I'm going to give you is trend stacking. Now this is a term that I coined, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago. Trend stacking. And what it means is if you just take one trend, Uber for example was like an app. So if you say, oh Todd, I got an app idea and I'm just going to make a taxi cab app. Well, they tried that. Yellow Cab, before Uber, they had an app. It didn't work. No one used it that much because it wasn't a trend stack. Then what Uber did is they said, we're going to do another trend, which is working from home. A lot of people want to work from home, right? And so they said, we'll use an app, a taxi app idea, which already existed. We'll merge it together. And anyone who wants to work from home can now just say, I'm an Uber driver, turn the app on for drivers and say, I'm going to work 2 hours today. A lot of, single mothers became Uber drivers. Single parents became Uber drivers. A lot of students became Uber drivers. Grad students. A lot of people that needed 2 sources of income and had a weird schedule. They could turn the Uber on at 3 in the morning. So all of a sudden, there was a fleet of cars in big cities like Los Angeles. I remember when Uber started. This girl I knew, Emily, we were at a club and I go, you need a taxi home? And she's like, no, I already have a black car coming for me. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, there's this app called Uber. I don't remember what year it was. I think it was 2012. We're in Hollywood. Sure enough, the car picked her up and drove off. And I was like, see, Emily was an early adopter. And it wasn't just a taxi app. To her, it was because there was a lot of cars. The problem with taxi services, there's never enough cars in LA. You ever been in New York, whenever you need a taxi? There isn't any. So work from home. And then they combined even a third trend. Okay. Well, let's just keep it simple. Those are the 2. They've done. Now they're trying to catch a third trend, which is driverless cars. I don't know if you've been watching that, but this company is now worth, by stacking these 2 trends, it's worth probably 60 billion. Depends. Some people say a little more. Some people say a little less. That's a lot of money. If you just owned this much, you'll be good. You can own 1% of Uber, you'll be worth about $600 million. 1%. Wouldn't be bad, right? So, you need to learn to merge trends. If you just try one, working from home or taxi app, it wouldn't have worked. And sometimes you need to merge 3 trends. 3 trends. Netflix, okay. Netflix now, the trend they caught is like movies at home. Okay? And you can see that. People who own movie theaters are losing money. And then, what was the other trend? Subscription. So, pricing. Because Amazon, for example, they didn't stack the trends right. Netflix was smarter. Can you guys see this? Can you see this? Think of this. You could go on Amazon and buy a movie. Whatever. I've done it. It's like $7. And you can watch it at home on your phone, iPad, or laptop. But they didn't have subscription pricing. And the Netflix people said, let's just do $10 and you can watch 1 trillion. You can watch everything in our library over and over again. Isn't that amazing? $10 doesn't sound like much, but 100 million people pay them $10 a month. That's 1 billion. Is that LeBron?
No, Georgia.
So, you see how powerful this is? It worked for Netflix. It worked for Uber. It worked for me on a smaller scale. I'm not as big as Uber or Netflix. It worked for Steve Jobs. It worked for Bill Gates. It worked for Elon Musk with, Tesla. It worked for Elon Musk with PayPal. It was like banking without a bank. That's what PayPal was. And that gave him the money to eventually, start Tesla and all this other stuff. Somebody says, same with iTunes. Yep. It ruined record stores. See, the record stores ruined themselves because they didn't get with the trend. They had too much anxiety and they got in too late. And so, Gene Reed says, wholesale real estate, huge amount of anxiety and fear. Are you saying that's what's keeping you back? Okay. Somebody say, Todd, can you get my money up? Well, it's up to you. It's up to you. Somebody said, Jesus is the way to eternal life and truth. Okay. Jesus Christ caught a trend. You know, he was a person. I guess that's what this person is trying to bring up. But you know, all these people you remember in history were trendsetters. All these people, great teachers, great politicians, great military leaders. Genghis Khan had a new way of fighting that allowed him to basically conquer the world. So did Alexander the Great. They had the phalanx, and the Roman Empire had stuff. Everything that is good in the world is from people starting and catching trends. Okay? So I just want to ask you, before I go eat here, like, what are you doing about this? Are you just watching? Are you going to watch another person start the next Netflix? I guarantee you right now, 1 month for today, 1 month or 1 week or 2 months, somebody is going to launch. I promise you. They're going to launch the next big company. Maybe not even big, but something that's going to take them from rags to riches or to financial security. So you'd be amazed. You don't have to start something as big as Uber. It can be something much smaller. I see restaurants doing that, small restaurant chains. People come up with it. Chipotle was a small idea that somebody started. And then I think, didn't McDonald's buy it or something? I don't know who owns it now, but it was just a small idea. They're like, let's put burritos out, put it in a tray, not charge that much money. Boom, made the guy, I think it sold for $200-300 million. There's a beef jerky guy, started a really good kind of organic, it wasn't organic, Crave beef jerky. It's just high quality beef jerky. In 3 years, he sold it for $300 million to Hershey, the chocolate bar company. So even these small things that you wouldn't think, a little beef jerky company. So we're talking about energy drink. Rockstar Energy is a guy in LA started it. And, you know, made him, I don't even know. He's not a billionaire, I don't think, but maybe he is. And it's not even a massive idea like Snapchat. So I guess my challenge to you guys, and I'm going to put up a link and then I'm going to go, this is going to be up, okay? I'm going to be doing this. This is kind of me announcing. You have 1 week. Okay? I'm going to put a link up. You got a week, and then I'm going to close this test group. I'll either close it or I'll raise the price a lot. So now's the time to get in. I don't want to have a huge group, so I want to kind of have it for a week. And if one person gets in, well, already, I don't know, 100 people got in when I opened it last week. And what I'm going to do is it's a 3-month program, test group. For 3 months, I'm going to give you a series of video training. We'll do some live training. Some of it will be recorded that you can watch. And I'm going to just take you through this whole thing of how to catch a trend. If you don't have a trend idea, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give you some trends that I've used that make, I don't know, $50 million. But I'm not going to do it on this live call just because, I don't know. I don't feel like giving it to everybody, but I'll do it for a handful of you. Okay. What else? Space is the trend. Yeah, but what are you gotta merge these trends, man. You can't just have one trend. Space is not, that trend's been around. Is Minecraft still a trend? Somebody said, you bastard, give me the trends. Lottery is the trend. So here's the thing. I'm going to put a link. If you're on YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, if you look on the top, you'll actually see a link to it. It'll be a special link. And I'm going to put, if you don't see the link, what is the one?
It's Trend Mentor.
Yeah. You can just go here. I'll leave it open for a week, possibly shorter, but for at least probably a week. Depending when you're watching. If you're watching a replay, might be shorter. You can go here, you can read details, you can get into the test group. It's 3 months. I'm gonna walk you through this thing. And for some of you, it'll be the most important 3 months. Next 3 months will be the most important 3 months of your financial life so far. Virtual reality is the next big thing. Some people think that. Probably is a big thing. A lot of you should probably be catching the virtual reality turning into a business, you know. Circuit boards. If you have a large network, then you can make millions through small fees. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do this. I'm going to show you, I'm going to help a few of you that get in a few different ways. There's lots of different ways to do this. I'm going to give you some exact step-by-step ones that I know work. Like, they work for me. They're exact step-by-step. I know they work. If you already have an idea, if you're in the test group, I will actually walk you through and help your own idea. For those of you who don't have an idea, I'll give you some, okay? So I'm gonna put that up and take a few questions and we'll go.
Someone asked what was the book that you talked about with the...
Oh, the book is called Crossing the Chasm. Cannabis is in the infant stages in the U.S., probably so. Weed, CBD, you know, weed farms, and who knows how big it's gonna be. For sure, legalizing things that have been illegal will be a big business, just like in the prohibition. Alcohol. Someone said, Ty, I tried drop shipping, it didn't work for me. You probably didn't stack the trends. Those of you who, some people make a lot of money selling online, some don't. And it's because the ones who try to do it on their own with no training, a lot of times they don't stack trends. They just like launch it. If you just launch a website to compete with Amazon, you're not gonna compete with Amazon. So you can't just go, oh, I'm selling pottery online, and instantly you make all this money selling pottery. Like, that's not enough. You can buy pottery on Amazon. Why would I go to your website? So you have to merge things together. So I don't know why I came up with pottery, but let's say it's pottery. You'd go, I train you. Let's say the two trends would be an app and pottery. So there's an app that people who are artists connect with people who want to buy pottery, and it's a $1 billion industry, I'm sure, art, multi-billion if you take all of art. But I'm surprised nobody's done that yet. And there are a few that have done that, but there's lots of opportunity in art. There's a lot of opportunity in music. Look at Spotify. Before Spotify, who did you have? You had
Pandora.
Now Pandora's dead because Spotify did it better. And before Spotify, you had in Pandora, you had what's the one? What was the one
Before Pandora?
What's the one before Pandora? I mean, people used to just download like from like torrent websites.
Like Napster.
Yeah, Napster. Thank you, Napster. That's what Sean Parker did, and he became a billionaire. He owns, and then he took some of the money, invested in Facebook. He's one of the first investors in Facebook. So you just merge. Somebody said, "Can you merge pottery and marijuana?" If you're in my test group and I was mentoring you on trends, I'd probably say maybe. I don't think that's right. You can stack things right and wrong. There's SoundCloud, somebody said. I mean, think about clothing industry. It's right for disruption. And this is what we're talking about here, disruption. Catching a trend, disrupting. Look at Toys. You know why Toys R Us is gone? Because of Amazon. Because there's millions of people buying and selling. Because it's not, Amazon's just not all corporate. It's also individual people selling clothes. I mean, not selling things. They have their own Amazon store. How about small products like the fidget spinner? The people who made fidget spinners big are two kids who follow me. When they were in high school, 17 years old, they were selling the most fidget spinners. They got a Walmart ordered like 200,000-300,000 from them. They literally had to like get a lawyer so their parents, I forget the story, so their parents didn't get all the money or something. I don't know, don't quote me on that, but it was something like that. Fidget spinners ended, yeah. But you get, what did Conor McGregor say? Get in, get rich, get out. That was pretty smart, man. So I'm going to walk you guys through it. I'm going to keep this link up, tylopez.com/trend mentor. Now, we'll keep it up maximum for a week, could be shorter. If you come here and it says you missed it, then you're on the wait. You can go on the wait list. Maybe I'll do it again. But don't miss it. Don't miss it if you think this is, if you realize and you get what I'm saying. Catching trends, but you got to do it strategically. You have to understand VRIN score. You have to understand stacking. I'm going to train you if you get in the test group. If not, you want to try this on your own, feel free. It's easier if someone else teaches you, but some of you can do it on your own and some of you can't. So, all right. Well, this was a short call. I'm headed out. Talk to you guys soon. You got a week.
What's up, guys? My name is Kong from Simple Pickup. I'm here with Bart and Joe from Just Kidding Films. And today, we're going to be talking to you about how to have an effective brainstorm and get those creative juices flowing. Because, we were talking about it, and a lot of people ask us, how do you get these ideas? It's very stressful for them to come up with ideas, and it's very kind of intimidating to sit down and have to write all these things out because they're trying to find like the golden nugget that's going to solve all of their problems. But as you'll see, that's really not how brainstorming works, and it's actually extremely fun, and you can make it really, really effective using specific techniques. So first off, let me ask you guys, how do you usually brainstorm your video ideas?
So for me, it really depends on the channel, and then even within the channels, like we're developed enough where every channel also has its own series. So we kind of already created a template for what the idea should be, so we just have to follow that template. So it's a little bit easier, I feel like, at our stage versus someone that's starting out where they're just like, okay, I want to make videos. What should I do? Do I do a vlog, or do I do commentary? Do I do like a reaction video? And I think it really depends on what you're trying to do. For my personal channel that I have like 100% creative control over, what I like to do is I like to do something that's gonna piss my girlfriend off, and then that usually comes up with pretty good content.
Joe, what about you?
I think to answer this question, you gotta really get into the heads of people who have it really hard when they want to create content or come up with an idea. I think what happens is, this is what happens to me when I get writer's block, is I'm trying too damn hard to create a fucking masterpiece. Like, I'm putting too much effort into something that's gonna blow everybody's minds, you know, and it's kind of like, oh, well, I gotta do something that's so different from everybody else that I come in here and my content is so original that they're gonna look at me like I'm fucking Michelangelo.
Yeah, and I think that's really where the stress comes in, right? It's like people want to make this masterpiece, so they put so much pressure on this. It's like talking to girls, or it's like dating, right? Like going on the first date, it's like they put so much pressure that it's not even fun anymore. But that's really the number one rule for first dates, and then also for brainstorming, which is you just have to have fun doing it, and that is the number one rule. So if you're not having fun brainstorming, then you are doing it absolutely wrong. So let's talk about that for a little bit. How do you make brainstorming fun?
Well, we've experienced this in our own little like history of creating content as well. We used to have these meetings called writer circles. And during writer circles, that's when we all give our input on what we think might work, what our stories might be, you know, what kind of jokes might work, whatever. It's just all speculation, but sometimes we'll get stuck with an idea. And we'll be sitting there, and I remember when we were creating a movie, we would literally sit there for 2 hours and debate and talk and speculate about a leather jacket. Which leather jacket should our character have? And we're just, after we realized it, we're like, what the fuck are we doing here? This doesn't even matter. Like, any fucking leather jacket would work, right?
Yeah.
But we're just like, oh, but this character, you know, I don't think this jacket will really embody who he is. I think this one might be better. Or no, this one is like too fashion-y. This one should be more rugged. And it's like, who knows? What, you know, is that the point here? Like, no, that's not the point. And I think it's so easy to get stuck in the micro of things that you can't even move forward on the macro.
I think fortunately for us, because we're in comedy, usually the laughter is a good radar engaging if the idea is going down the right direction. So usually if it's like if Joe presents an idea or I present an idea and we just immediately start laughing, we're able to just build on top of it very quickly and it gains momentum, then it's like, okay, perfect. That's the idea that we wanna see flourish. And then like what Joe was saying, like when we're trying to create this movie, it was like in crime drama, and we started arguing about the buttons on the leather jacket, and it just became it became so heated. We're looking at each other like, no, look at this. Like we're on Google searching up leather jackets, and then we realized like, wait a second, we're a comedic company. Why are we getting so caught up over something so small that later on we're just gonna hire a wardrobe person anyways? And we had to take a step back, and then we realized that the direction that we're going with this idea is not in accordance to the type of content that we usually make, which is comedy. So we kind of erased that entire idea, and we had to start from scratch.
So you're basically saying don't kind of overanalyze when you're brainstorming. I think that's really good because we've done that a few times too, where we're just like trying to tweak it. So like you have something that's at 95%. It's not worth it to spend an extra hour to make it like get to 99%. You know what I mean? One of the things we do, and I'm sure you guys do this too, is we have this philosophy called bad ideas welcome, right? So always like allowing everybody to throw in a shit ton of bad ideas, because we know that bad ideas, out of the, like 100 bad ideas, 1 or 2 are going to be really, really good.
Yeah.
So we encourage people, especially in a group setting, right? And in an individual setting too, but especially in a group setting, you want people to feel comfortable throwing out bad ideas, because even though, you might say, hey, let's do a skit about this cup right here, and it's the stupidest idea ever, I might say that, and then Bart might think like, no, that's a shitty idea. But why don't we use the cup to do this other thing that's really funny?
People can get inspired by a bad idea.
Exactly. Yep. So there's kind of two lessons in that, which is one, out of all the bad ideas, you'll get 1 or 2 golden nuggets. So the more you spit out, the better. The second lesson is that even if you have a bad idea, you might not come up with a golden nugget, but you might inspire somebody else to.
That's actually that philosophy is actually exactly the same thing one of our favorite comedy teachers taught us. So we used to take these writing classes, and the comedy teacher, he told us a story of a class of making pots. And there's the mini pots type of philosophy. So there's this one, this is an actual case study too. There's this one classroom where the kids were told, make the best pot you can possibly make within like this hour. No, not that pot.
What a great teacher.
No, the spinning, the ceramics pot. And then the other class, they told the kids.
Growing some OG Kush.
Yeah.
Here it is, the best pot you can possibly have.
And then the other class, the kids were told to make as many pots as possible. And at the end of the day, the class where the kids were only allowed to make one masterpiece pot, very few pots were made. And then in the class where the kids can make anything, a ton of masterpieces were made, because they're just having fun.
Yeah.
And that's the importance of it.
And that's the other thing too. When you have a brainstorm, make sure you write down the ideas too, because write down all the bad ones, especially if you're doing it by yourself. With a group, you can kind of interact, you can get a gauge for what's good and what's bad. But when you're doing it by yourself, the only person judging it is you.
Right.
So if you're brainstorming by yourself, write down every single idea you have. When we were first kind of mentoring Arya from Simple Sexy Stupid, we were playing around with a lot of different kind of show ideas. And what we told him was, he came to us and just said, hey, I was thinking about doing this. And what we said was, listen, I don't care what you have to say right now. Write down 50 of them at least. Go for 100, but at least you have to have 50 before we talk. So anytime somebody wants to discuss like an open-ended, hey, we should do something new, we always tell them, come to the table with at least 50 ideas, and then let's talk.
Because you're totally right. It's not going to get anywhere. Like a lot of people go, I got all these ideas, but we all know that ideas are shit. Everyone has ideas.
Yeah.
In this business, it's all about execution. Like who can actually make those ideas happen or tell you exactly what those ideas mean. And when people are starting off, I think they focus a lot on ideas. So they're like, oh, I can't even think of an idea. I can't think of anything. I need an idea. But I always say, like, when you're brainstorming, like it's really important to have fun, but also pay attention to how you feel. Like, are you really trying to think about it too much? And then you'll know when there's tension and you're forcing it out. You can't think with that type of vibe.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people don't tell you the emotional part of brainstorming or creating content. They just tell you, here's the step-by-step. You got to pay attention to how you're feeling at that moment, too.
So how do you know, let's say we're sitting in a room, the three of us, right, and we're spitting out ideas. How do you know if an idea is good? And I know one of you guys touched on this earlier, but let's elaborate on that a little bit, other than, just if it's funny or if people are laughing at it.
Well, for me personally, whether it's a business idea or a creative comedy idea or anything, when I get a good idea, in my heart, I feel it. I'm like, oh, that's good. And for me, I'm just so impulsive that I just run with it. So it's just worked out for me because of my personality. Now, I know a lot of people out there, they don't have the same type of mentality where they get an idea, they feel good, but immediately they start second questioning. Maybe they might be afraid of judgment, of what people might think of them. So I see that happening a lot, where people have good ideas, but they stop themselves.
Yeah, and I think getting feedback is good as well. Being able to sit in a room with each other and giving each other feedback, because we are similar in the sense that we laugh at the same things, right? But if I was sitting with, let's say, I don't know, my dad, for example, that's not a good brainstorming session because he doesn't have the same type of sense of humor as I do. So surrounding yourself with people who kind of think in a similar way, who are on the same page as you in terms of what's funny or whatever you're trying to accomplish, I think that's really powerful too.
That's true, because you could have a brainstorm of how you want to build this jungle gym, but let's say you're going to a bunch of seniors, they're not gonna know, right? You want to ask like kids.
Yeah.
Well, like you want to make sure that you're asking the people that this is directly related to what they think about this idea, because a lot of people want to give you advice about shit they don't know anything about.
Yeah. And you know what's the fastest way to ruin a brainstorm is if you just have an ego about your ideas.
Yeah.
Especially if I see this a lot with people who are kind of like the owner of a channel or maybe the CEO of a company. They have these ideas, they're talking to their friends, and they just get really, really attached to that idea. Now, if you really believe that this is like a visionary thing and nobody believes you, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But most of the time, you have to come to it really open-minded, listen to other people, and leave your ego at the door, basically.
Yeah.
I've worked with a lot of people, usually in like group projects, because you guys just don't really get along. This is just a random group of people. They come up with an idea like, hey, let's do it like this, and other people are saying, well, that doesn't really make sense because whatever. But this guy's like really stubborn and he won't let go of his idea. And those are just like the worst people to work with. So one, if you're that type of person, stop being that type of person. And two, if you're working with someone like that, stop working with somebody like that.
A lot of times people, they forget that the project they're working on is bigger than the individual sum of the parts. So for example, like let's say us three are like collaborating. Sometimes, like let's say if I'm the bad collaborator, I think that I'm the project now. And even though, like, let's say we all have an idea and we decide to run with mine, now I feel like this project is my project without remembering that, no, my idea is part of the project.
Yeah.
And if you guys start adding things to make it better, it's still because that project is bigger than all of us.
Yeah.
And I think those are one of the worst collaborators. And you're right, if you are one of those and you catch yourself having this emotional attachment to this idea, then you're viewing it in the incorrect way.
Yeah, for sure. What are some other great ways that you guys have found to kind of have good brainstorms?
One of my favorite ways to brainstorm is to take a shit. I don't know why, but every time I'm like taking a dump, I don't know if it's just like the release of feces or like the relaxing of butthole or something.
It's the smell of poop.
I get crazy ideas and they're random. Like they can be a video idea, it can be a business idea or a way to approach business, and sometimes in the shower too. And I feel like it's probably because it's the logical part of your brain shutting off. So the creative part is just kind of like running around and it's just going wild. So even when I'm taking a shower, I'll leave my phone on the counter just so if I have a random good idea, I don't want to forget it, and I'll just go out and I'll like type it down and I go back in the shower. It's so crazy.
By the way, I'm going to save your life right now. There's these things called Aqua Notes. Waterproof notes that you put into your shower. It comes with a pencil.
What?
Yeah, and then you just write shit down. I use it all the time.
So you write notes in the shower too?
For me, I don't really get creative in the shower, but I just remember things that I have to do. I'm just like, oh shit, I forgot to call my mom, or shit, it's my mom's birthday tomorrow. So I'll write it down. But a lot of people use it for like creative reasons. You're not the first one that has said,
taking a shit,
taking a shower, or taking a shit, or like driving.
Driving.
People get really creative then too. By the way, these are all just kind of random ideas we're throwing out there. Just because taking a shit works for Bart doesn't mean it's going to work for you. But by all means, you should definitely try it.
Yeah.
One of the things that really works for me and Jesse specifically is just having like a beer. For us, it's not necessarily about like getting drunk, but having like a beer just kind of gives you that let's not be so serious mentality, right?
For sure.
Wait, so do you guys like go to a bar and have a beer, or just in the office, let's have a beer?
Yeah, in the office, let's have
I
a
see.
beer. So we'll have a beer when we brainstorm, or maybe like a little mixed drink or something like that. Not enough to get drunk, but just enough to get you to be out of the regular mental state that you're usually in. I'm glad you brought that up, going to a bar too, because that's another way that you could do it. Change of scenery, going to a place that you don't usually go to. Like we always have meetings in the office, and sometimes when we need to do something creative, I'm just like, dude, let's just get out of here and like go somewhere where we can just think, right, for like 2 hours. And I think that's really good too.
Yeah, and this goes back to my point about having paying attention to that emotional state, right? All of these situations or all these examples, I think the link is to just fucking relaxing.
Yeah.
So I noticed that before, when we ever met up for a brainstorm and we made it official as fuck, and we're like, all right, at this time we're gonna sit down and we're gonna pump out a skit. It became such a heavy burden on our shoulders where we're like, all right, we have to come out with a fucking masterpiece within this hour, and then that hour comes up, we didn't finish, now it's even more of a big fucking deal. So I think what happens is you just become tense, and you have to create. Now there's all this like demand on yourself.
Yeah.
But when you're just taking a shit, there's no demand, you're just relaxing, and then you could think clearly. And all these other, examples, driving, just going to the beach, talking with friends. Some of the greatest brainstorms have come from us just talking.
Yeah.
And in the middle of the conversation, we go, holy shit, that's a good ass idea. And then we write it. And then later on, we talk about it when it's official business time.
Yeah. By the way, that's a good point. Always write down your ideas. Like, you don't know how many times me and Jesse were in a car and we'll be like, dude, that's a great idea. Yeah, let's do it. And then the next day we go, what the fuck was that idea that we were talking about? I have no clue. I can't remember for the life of me.
Because you guys were drunk.
Yeah, we were driving drunk.
Yeah. And even when you write the idea down, so this is like step 2 that I learned. Before I would just write down the idea, but then you're in such a creative state that later on when you're in regular state, you're like, wait, what is red balloon? You're like, what the fuck does that mean? So not only do you want to write the idea down, you also want to write what inspired that and what does red balloon mean to, like, if you were to explain it to someone that doesn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, put as much detail as you can into it, because if you don't, it's going to be very easy to forget it. Like, it's going to seem so clear in the moment, but like literally 2 hours later, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't remember it.
Yeah.
So for sure, write it down, put some detail into it too. So one other thing to keep in mind when you have a brainstorm, whether it's by yourself or with somebody else, is at the very end, whether you do it for an hour or whether you do it for 3 hours, whatever the time limit is for you, at the very end, make sure you have action steps. Because if you just say, oh yeah, that's a really good idea, next thing you know is just like 2 weeks go by and you go, wait, what the hell happened to that idea that we had? Like, we always do that. So now what we do is, dude, that's a great idea. It's not just write that down anymore. It's okay, write that down. Okay, how do we put this into motion? Right? And at the very least, you can just say, we don't have time to think about the action steps right now. Let's schedule a meeting tomorrow for like 30 minutes just to discuss how we're going to do this.
Yeah.
So at the end of every brainstorm, if you have good ideas you want to execute on, write down the next steps. And it could just be, hey, let's meet tomorrow and flesh out this idea a little bit more. Or it could be something as drastic as, hey, let's hire, like a writer to carry this idea out for us.
That's actually something that I do in every single one of the businesses that I'm involved in. Like, we have like shared drives of different channel ideas, different departments and stuff. And every time we have a meeting and we write the minutes in, at the bottom, there's not only action steps, but also a deadline.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if you'd be like, okay, cool, so you're going to be in charge of researching like A, B, and C, they're like, okay, cool, I'm going to do it. And then 2 weeks later, and they're like, wait, did you do A, B, and C? And they're like, oh shit, I didn't know we needed it this week, and then now it already passed by. But if you can just go, like what you said, next week we need A, B, and C, or tomorrow we'll figure out how to get A, B, and C. Yeah. Having the action and also the deadline really helps out.
And that's really the hard part, is like a lot of times, somebody who's really organized and would think about that can't sit down and think of these creative ideas, or somebody who thinks of these creative ideas can't sit down and be like, hey, these are the action steps that we need to take. So you really have to be disciplined in both areas of the brain, like the right brain, the left side of the brain, the logical and the creative, to have a really, really good idea and then execute on it.
That's actually, I think, really important in terms of team building too. So me and Joe were really idea people, which is why we brought on this guy. He's like he's a horror monger, horror slayer, horror connoisseur, but he's very, very logistical. And his name is Michael, by the way, for you guys that don't know. And he's able to take a lot of the ideas and structure it and execute it and also manage it in a way where it gets done in a timely fashion. So we know like the weakness that we have, and we're able to find like the horror mongering staff that can help make everything happen.
Right. This step is just so crucial, because you hear all the time people who are like, dude, I had that idea. Like, that's my idea, right? Like, I'll give you an example. When I was in high school, I had this idea to create like a knife and a fork together. Yeah, you laugh at it, but then there's this thing called the Nork, which was pretty much the exact same idea I had. They do it in a way where it's not sharp, but you can cut stuff. And they're like a multi-million-dollar company now.
What?
And then in my head, I'm just like, what the fuck? I had that idea. And the thing about ideas is that, you know, any great idea that you have, I guarantee you at least 10 other people in the world have had that idea. Guarantee you that. But the difference between somebody who has a great idea and somebody who actually succeeds with that great idea is that last step is, okay, what are we going to do about this? What's the deadline? How do we actually make this happen? So that's so important. Jesse and I started doing YouTube by going to Venice Beach and college campuses and just picking up girls, trying to get their number with like weird pickup lines and weird kind of like challenges, right? Like one time we dressed up as Harry Potter, one time we used like rap lyrics. So many people over the years have come up to me and be like, you know what? I seriously had the exact idea you guys did by doing that.
Yeah, right.
And then and you guys did it first, so congrats. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm sure you did, but the reason that we're successful and you're not is because we actually acted on it.
And you're a lazy motherfucker.
And yeah, and it might not even be that they're lazy, because there's a lot of ideas that me and Jesse have, and even people on our team where we're like, yeah, we should do that, and then it's just not important enough to us to execute on, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay too. But just know that if you don't have an action plan, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely that it's going to happen. So it's up to you. If you prioritize it and if you think that it's actually really important, then make an action plan, set some deadlines.
That's actually funny that you say that, because back in the day when we used to do skits and we used to do a lot of accents and character stuff, at almost every show we go to, there's always people that come up to us and they're like, hey, you know what, the way you guys do accents and stuff, me and my friends, we do the same shit and we're just as funny. It's like, damn, we should have made videos, but you guys beat us to it. And I'm like, that's what you get, lazy motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. And again, honestly, there's so many huge businesses like Instagram and, you know, like Twitter and all this stuff. And I guarantee you, plenty of people have had these ideas, but they just didn't execute on it. Or maybe they did execute on it and didn't do it well. So I think it'll be really useful for people watching this to figure out or to hear about how you guys came up with like a channel, because you guys have a ton of channels, 7 or 8, I believe. So how did that come up, and you know, how did you get through that brainstorm process?
So every single channel that we've had outside of Just Kidding Films, I think we sat down and said, you know what, this would be a great idea, let's build this. Just Kidding Films was more based on impulse, because we were making vlogs at the time, or not even vlogs. What were we doing? We were doing just monologues in different characters. And we just said, let's combine forces, and we created a channel there. But from a few years after Just Kidding Films, we realized we need to build more channels and more different revenues. We can't rely on one, right? And one of our most successful channels, which is Just Kidding News, is Bart was like, hey, you know, after dinner, we talk a lot. Like, we just sit around. A lot of people do that, right? They just have conversations and they just talk for hours, and sometimes in the parking lot, they just sit there and they just talk. What do you want to do? And then we just start talking about life, or what was on the news, or what was on the paper, or what was on this, right? And so we decided, why don't we create like a roundtable discussion channel that's reporting the news?
Yeah.
But it was also inspired by how funny like our circle of friends were. So it was something where every time after we ate and we're hanging out in the parking lot and we get out of dinner at 9, and for some reason 1 a.m. we're still in the parking lot and we're just laughing and we're just goofing around and we're like, oh shit, we should share this with the world. And I know that it has to do with the cast as well, because there's so many other people that have come up to me and they told me they tried the same thing but it didn't work.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, it's because we tried our best to duplicate what was really entertaining in real life, and we just made it in like a video format. And then, so that was like one of the most effortless channels that we made, because it was something that was naturally occurring to us, and the brainstorming process, it was something that we were all passionate about already, and we're able to just add like things on top of each other, and then the channel just became very successful on its own.
Right. So is that what happened when you guys were talking about, you know, Just Kidding News? Like, you guys would just be like, dude, we talk about all this funny shit, why don't we just make some videos out of it? And then people started adding in ideas like, yeah, we should do this, and then we should talk about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what we did. And then, I mean, like, I think with everything and every other endeavor that you pursue, there's always like ups and downs. So we had a really funny format, and we had the perfect cast to do it with. And then we're like, okay, why don't we start adding like a hot guy or a hot girl segment, or a sports segment, or like a pop culture segment. And so we would still try different things and kind of mold the channel, and then we would take the things that worked and the things that didn't work. And then finally what we ended up with today with Just Kidding News is we just like to talk about controversial news that the normal news doesn't really talk about, or very interesting things that we feel like the world should know. And more important than the news is our banter and conversations about it. And we kind of just eliminated all of the hot guy, hot girl, like TMZ style stuff.
All right, guys, so there you have it. Those are our tips for how to have an effective brainstorm, whether by yourself or with a group of friends. I know that things were a little bit kind of all over the place because we wanted this to be more of a conversation and more like a brainstorm, but we're going to leave the notes as a downloadable document just in case you miss anything, and it'll give you kind of like a step-by-step on everything we talked about. And as always, if you have any questions, feel free to leave it in the comments. We'll do our best to answer them whenever we can. And otherwise, we'll see you later.
See you later.
Peace.
Welcome back to the YouTube 3-part series. Cue the intro. Well, hey again, it's Becker. If you're new here, I'm just a guy who's found a few multi-million-dollar tech companies. I also do stuff on YouTube, sort of. And what you're seeing in this 3-part video series is exactly how to start his channel, get views and subscribers to it, and make way more money than most of the channels are doing. You can even have a small channel and make more money than channels that have 1 million subscribers. And that's what you're going to see in these videos. That being said, if you haven't caught part 1, be sure first to subscribe, because you're following along, and then go back and watch part 1, because this video is going to make, it's actually going to make a lot of sense, but you should watch part 1 because it's going to show you how to go and set up your channel and how to have the right ideas and everything you need to know to make sure people are actually going to watch your channel and you actually have a good channel. Go back and watch that first. Now in this video, what we're going to get into is how to get them views and how to turn them views into subscribers, and that's all we're going to be getting into. So I don't want to waste your time. I just wasted 5 seconds of your time. So now we're going to jump into it. All right. Yo, this is Becca, and we're back in my computer. We're going to get into YouTube Famous Part 2, and I'm going to talk like this entire video because I don't really have good content in this video, and I want to annoy you, so you click away. All right, so what we're going to... All right, so... Fuck. All right, so let's get into this. All right. In this video, we're going to get into the traffic. Okay, this is how we get people to our videos, how we get those views, and how we turn those views into subs, or how we... I don't know. And... what I'm going to get into this video is everything you need to know about views and traffic. I'm not going to talk anything about monetization because we're going to get into that in the next video. And some things I talk about in this video, I'd be like, well, how do I monetize video if I do that, Alex? And I'm going to be like, shut the fuck up and wait till the next video. So there we go. So first thing we need to get into, before we get into any traffic stuff, we need to understand the 3 rules to live by. If you break these rules, a giraffe will come crashing through your ceiling and beat the shit out of everyone you know and love. They won't hit you, but everyone you know and love. So you're going to feel really guilty. Now, look, number one thing you need to be able to do, if you want to get serious about this YouTube thing, you need to be able to upload daily for 50 days straight at least, okay? Now, the reason why you do this is because the Google machine has a algorithm that essentially rewards channels that consistently upload, because I don't know. I don't know the exact stuff behind it. If you go check out a guy named Daryl Eves, he can kind of explain the algorithms and all that kind of shit to you. Basically, the more you upload, the more Google is going to promote your video, which we're going to talk about here in a second. And the more you upload, the more people consistently come back to your channel, which is huge. If people know that every single day you're releasing a video at 8 a.m., wink, wink. I don't think we've ever released a video at 8 a.m. But hey, guys, we've got new videos at 8 a.m. every day. Be sure to subscribe for part 3. But people know that something's going to be releasing every single day, so they check that shit like the news. And when people start coming back to your channel on their own, that's when Google really starts to blow up your channel. Now, next, you're going to see people that start up a channel, and the first thing they do is they like link to their Patreon. They start trying to cash in on like the 10 views they're going to get. Look, until you're getting like 3,000 views per video, you're not going to make any fucking money anyways. So, well, actually you could technically, but that's not how we're going to make money here. It doesn't matter. And what you want to do is you want to keep people on YouTube. Why? Because YouTube wants to keep people on YouTube so they can view more ads, okay? So what we need to do if we want to make money with YouTube is we want to do what YouTube does, okay? We don't want to walk into their house, eat all their food, and then use their toilet paper and not even throw it in the toilet, you know? You don't want to be like that drunk house guest. You don't want to come into their house and fuck shit up, okay? You don't want to walk into their house and I don't know. I don't have any more ways to go with this. But a weird attempt to be funny there, Alex. Aha, awkward. All right, so what we're going to do is you don't want to link out to other stuff. Just don't. Don't mention it in your videos. Don't mention anything. All you want to do is get people to fucking subscribe to your channel and watch more videos. Or you can link to other videos that mention and to stay to it. But you do not want to end people's sessions when they watch your videos. What YouTube is going to see, they're going to see you come in their house and they're going to see you taking all the food out of the fridge and putting it in the back of your car and driving away with it. Like some weird bad party guests, okay? You don't want to do that because then YouTube's going to stop inviting you to all their parties, and you're not going to meet any chicks, you're not going to meet the cool dudes, and you're definitely not going to get any action. You're going to be like that weird kid in high school that never got laid. God, I hated high school. All right, so anyways, next thing we want to do is we got to get them to watch more videos. So how do we do this? In all your videos, it's really good to have a few things. First off, you want to use playlists. Because what happens when a person gets done watching your video, it's going to immediately push them to the next video. So say you release 7 videos every single week, put them into a playlist. Now, it's also going to ask to do some boosts and all sorts of other shit. But what that's really going to do is when people come and stumble on your channel, it's going to push them into your next videos and get them binge watching your videos, increasing their watch time, which we'll talk about here in a second. That also being said, you want to kind of have cliffhanger videos. Maybe mention the next video midway through your video so that they want to stay and watch the next one. You want to have things at the end of your video, you want to link to your other videos to get them watching other videos. And even if you want to link off the channel or you mention other stuff, link to other YouTube videos, but don't be the one sending them off of YouTube. Okay, so this is important right here as well. So what you need to understand now is how YouTube videos get big. Now, contrary to popular belief, okay, I've been watching some Vape Nation right here, okay, some strong Vape Nation, but contrary to popular belief, if we go right here and look at channel analytics, you're going to see where most of my views come from, okay? So most of my views come from, or most of my watch time, most of my views come from what you're seeing right here, and we're going to remove YouTube advertising because I get millions of views through YouTube advertising, but those don't really translate into subscribers or views on my channel or anything like that. So if you look at like my view count and everything on the channel, it doesn't really include, it might include YouTube advertising, but none of the subs in the channel growth really comes from that, okay? I'm linking to other products and businesses and stuff like that. So if you look at where most of my views are coming from, you want to double these percentages right here. Just take out this 56%. You're going to see about 50% of my traffic, most of the traffic comes from the suggested and promoted view areas on YouTube and the other YouTube channels. Very few of it, like 5%, comes from YouTube search. That's huge. That's huge. And so what you need to realize is that when you go right here and you look at this, where most of your traffic is going to come from is getting in here. YouTube showing this off, and you can also get on the homepage. But this is where your traffic is going to come from, and this is YouTube naturally promoting it. You can see none of these videos right here are actually SEO optimized or anything like that. They're just videos that YouTube thinks I'll be interested in based on all sorts of shit like that. YouTube's going to try and show me videos of a specific type. And what it looks for when it starts promoting videos, especially if it wants to send a video a lot of traffic, is it looks for these things. It looks for a high watch time, okay? So aka people watch the video and watch it for a long time. It's not about people completing your videos. It's not about people viewing your videos. It's about how long they do it. So for example, if you have a video and it's 1 minute long and 1 million people watched it, and then you have a video that's 10 times longer than that 1 minute video and 100,000 people watch it, it's going to get the same level of cred in Google. So understand that. You want to get people watching. And by watch time, I mean they come to your video and then they watch another video, then they watch another video, and then they watch another video. The more watch time your video has, the better. Next, it's going to look at CTR. If people are up here and they're clicking this way more than everything else, it's obviously going to be something that people are interested in. Google's going to respond to that. And then finally, it's going to look at low session stop time, aka people not stopping on you. What the fuck am I saying? People coming to your video and they keep staying on YouTube. If they come to your video and they leave YouTube, that's very bad. That's very, very, very bad for your channel. And so we want to build a channel that really focuses on these metrics because you have a whole kind of channel metric as well. Google's going to look at the total watch time of your channel, the click-through rates, and a bunch of other stuff. But these are really the 3 things you want to focus on. Okay, this is how you keep it simple. So if you have these things, not only is your video going to get promoted a lot in the sidebar and stuff like that, but it's also your channel is going to get promoted more and more consistently. So even your videos that aren't hits are going to consistently get more and more views. Now, what's going to happen sometimes is if you look at my channel right here, you can see a few jackpot videos. That's what I like to call them. So if we go to my stupid channel right here, and what you're going to see is you're going to see videos like this. You can see these ones right here that hit the jackpot, 700,000 views, and stuff like that. And so the way you hit this is you have a video that has tremendous metrics, and it's kind of hard to hit this consistently, but I'm going to show you kind of how to hit this and especially if you're in other niches, okay? But when you do that, Google's going to put you on the front page of the site, and they're just going to promote a video hard for about 3 days, and you can get hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views and tens of thousands of subscribers doing it. And what you want to do is consistently be trying to hit this kind of metric. You want to constantly be trying to put videos out there that have really good metrics and stuff like that, that are going to do better than other videos. So if you go and look at some of my, recent uploads or stuff like that, if we go to like show more, like a few videos go from 0 to 50,000. For example, if we look at this one right here, released it 2 weeks ago. It's already at 72,000 views. That's because I'm really playing the metric game right here and using a few tactics I'm going to show you. So what are these tactics? How do we start getting subscribers to our channel? So here are the 3 tactics I'm just using. So the first one is SEO. And so what you want to do is just pick a bunch of terms that people are searching for in your niche, okay? And then what you do is you go on over, and there's more to it than this, but I'm gonna show you just the complete basics of this. And this does not work like it used to, okay? You used to be able to go out there and rank videos fairly easy in Google or YouTube. What it does now is it waits a couple months before it really starts promoting a video. But this is how you get a little bit of an edge. What you're gonna do is you wanna go and you wanna pick this job right here on Conquer. All right, so you're gonna go right here, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna come here, and once you go and create your video, you're gonna have this person embed the video. You're gonna go grab the embed code on YouTube. So let's just go grab this embed code right here. You're gonna grab this embed code, and you're gonna hit share, and you're gonna go grab the embed code and send it to this guy right here. Now, what's gonna happen, I totally lost that page, way to go, is you go and give this guy the embed code, and he's gonna go and embed it on a bunch of websites. And what this is gonna do is give it a little bit of an initial boost in YouTube. Now, you're not going to see, it's not as effective as it used to be. What you want to do is target low-lying terms. So just target kind of long-tail terms. So if you're starting like a car channel, be like the big difference between Ferraris and Lamborghinis that have leather seats, or just shit like that. And that's just enough to kind of get you in the search bar for types of terms. And so that's a really basic way to do that, okay? Now, the next way, and these are the better ways to grow a channel in my opinion these days, is you want to get your video featured, or you want to do what I like to call feats. I'm not featured. I can't even read my own fucking text. You want to go and get your video. You want to do what I like to call feats. Okay, so an example of feats are things like this. I'm going to show you how I use this on my channel. And so what these do is this is stuff you can almost guarantee is going to go viral, and is going to go and get promoted by Google big time. So you really want to look at, if you go and look at some of my best videos. So you guys might wonder why I go and buy Overwatch loot boxes, thousands of them all the time. This is an example of what I like to call the feat, or a feat video, because I'm doing a feat of strength or something that gets attention. And so you can see I go and buy these, and you're thinking, well, I just spent $800, but I just got 700,000 views for spending $800. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And out of this, I probably get about 12 to 20,000 subscribers, maybe about 10,000-ish, whatever. But at that rate, I'm paying like 8 cents a subscriber, something like that. And that's amazing. And usually if you run advertising, it costs like $3-4 to get a subscriber. So that is huge. And so what you want to do is you want to go see stuff that's in your niche. For example, in Overwatch, I noticed that loot boxes get tons of views. Okay, you can actually see if you type in loot boxes, I'm showing up number 2 right there. So you can kind of see how Google's promoting that video. I didn't even do that little SEO tactic right there. Now, you can see a few other things like mailing myself in box, okay? You can see that a lot of big YouTubers right here, they'll do what is called feats. They'll do stuff they know is going to get shit tons of views. You can see all these people right here mailing themselves in boxes because they know it's going to go super viral. You can see like Rice Gum did this right here. And what they're doing in these videos is creating extremely clickbaity topics that people just want to see. And so go into your niche and see the videos on other people's channels that are going viral. Look at the other channels that are going viral and then kind of copy those videos or one-up them. So I saw in Overwatch, people were freaking out over loot boxes. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go buy 1,000. People are buying 150. I'm going to go buy 1,000 of them. And you can see other things that people do. For example, if I saw Rob Dam, okay? Dam, or how you fucking spell his name. He had a bunch of videos on Lamborghinis and stuff like that, okay? So I can see this guy has all these videos that are getting millions of views about Lamborghinis and shit. So what do I do on my channel? I go to my channel, and because I'm an unoriginal fuck, I go and make the same types of videos. So you can see the car videos I have right here. Does a Ferrari attract girls? How I went broke to buying a Ferrari, why it sucks to drive a Ferrari. I'm constantly using the Ferrari and stuff in the background to get those views. I'm using these to leverage stuff because I see these going viral on other channels, and so I make the same types of videos. And that's a very consistent way to go and get a ton of views, and that's going to lead to a bunch of subscribers. And look, I'm not saying go and carbon copy it, but you're going to go out there, and if you do this type of strategy and you make videos consistently like this, 1 in 5 is going to get a lot of views. 1 in 5 is going to get a lot of views, and this is a great way to start building up your subscriber base. The next way to really blow up your channel is you stay on what is hot. Okay, so if you notice, all the top YouTubers, they watch the news like crazy, or they watch what's going on in YouTube, or they watch what's going on in the niche, and then they give their commentary and 2 cents on it. It's an easy way to get a ton of traffic. They also do it by hating on other YouTubers and stuff like that. So what you'll see a lot of times on other channels is watch stuff that's going on in the news, whether it's politics, whether it's with celebrity gossip, whether it's with video game launches, whether it's with something new coming out. An example of this is if you're playing, like you want to start a video game channel, the second a new video game comes out, you start releasing videos on that video game like that. You just start pumping them out there. And this is how you kind of inject yourself into the YouTube community really fast. And you use a few of the tactics I'm going to show you to increase your view time and stuff like that. So watch what's going on. Say Kim Kardashian gets hit by a truck tomorrow. You want to have that. You want to be the first motherfucker like, dude, Kanye just hit this bitch with a truck. Okay, now that might not be true or factual, but we're reporting the news. As we've seen it today, it's not important to be accurate. But you want to be the first person releasing videos. Or when you see videos or topics on YouTube that are trending, for example, smash or pass, people will go through and look at YouTubers and say if they want to fuck them or not. Kind of weird topic. I always got smashed when people look at me. That's true. But what is going on there, you look at what other people are doing, and then you just go and copy that. Now, is that the most original content? No, but it's going to consistently jam you up there in videos that people are already watching. Remember, when a topic is going huge on YouTube, what's going to show up in the promoted sidebar when a person's watching a video about Kim Kardashian getting hit by a truck, other videos about Kim Kardashian getting hit by a truck are going to be in the sidebar as well, and that's where you throw your video in. And so you keep repeating these tactics over and over and over again. This is really all you do. And then this is eventually going to get you a few videos that go viral, and that's really going to start how everything works. I'm constantly going out there, and you can also see, like, on my channel, I look at other channels that are getting a lot of views. For example, on the channel Video Graders, a video that got millions and millions of views has this almost exact same headline and same thumbnail. So what do? I went and copied that. That's what I'm doing right there, and so that's how you kind of piggyback it. And you can see, like, for example, one of my, not competitors, I like this guy's channel a lot, a Deadbeat Super Affiliate. You can see one of the ways he applied this to his channel is one of my top videos is how to make $1,000 a day at 15 years old. And you can see his most popular uploads, he put 16 to 17 years old, and the video went viral as well. So you see how you can see what's going viral on my channel and copy that. And I do the same exact fucking thing right back to him. And this is what everybody's doing on a lot of their channels and stuff like that. And this is regardless of niche. People do this in all other types of niches and stuff like that. So there's literally the tactic that I'm talking about, seeing what's going viral for other people and then just making the same type of video. And you can see he made the same type of video twice right here, and it worked extremely well. So that's a perfect example of super smart YouTubing. And you also can see his channel is one of the fastest growing business channels on YouTube. So like that is a tactic that just straight up works. Now, what we're going to do, I don't know, I lost my train of thought. So we're making these videos. Here's a few things we need to do to get our metrics good. In the first 45 seconds, get fucking to it. You can notice how in my first 45 seconds of every video, I do something funny, kind of put my personality out there to let you know that I'm a boyish, fun guy. And then what I do is, in this video, you're going to see this, this, and this. Boom, 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 boom. And I get into it really quickly. And that's what I do. And you don't want to waste time in your videos. Don't ramble. Get fucking to the point in the first 45 seconds. Who you are, why you're talking to them, what they're going to see. With some jokes. If you put a fart joke in, increases watch time by 5 minutes every time. Secret move right there. Now, what we want to do is then get these people to subscribe. So here's exactly what we do to get people to subscribe. At the end of the video, we of course have end cards. You're going to see an end card at the end of this video, and you better fucking hit that subscribe button. I will come to your house and fucking kill you. And so what you want to do is you have the end screen. It's going to allow you to put a little card up here that says subscribe. So make a little end screen that says, hey, we're releasing new videos every single day. Subscribe so you don't miss any. Now, throughout the video, you want to put 2 call to actions to subscribe. You can put 10 if you want, but I just do about 2. Be sure to subscribe, by the way, you filthy little cunt. Now, what's going to happen? That guy, extreme really fast. So what's going to happen is you want to put 2 CDAs, and usually you want to have at the beginning of your video, like, hey, this is Becker. You're going to see this, this, and this. And if you like videos like this, we're releasing new videos every day at 8 a.m. Not really. And what we're going to do is show these videos. So be sure to subscribe. And then I do like another call to action to subscribe. Now, you also want to go in your description and leave a link to subscribe as well, because people read the description all the time and stuff like that. You can also put it in the comment area too, and that's another way to get subscribers. And this right here, guys, is a strategy you just repeat over and over again, and this will build your channel. This is exactly what I'm doing. And I also understand in my channel, my audience, my niche, whatever the fuck I'm in, the community is not that large. Not that many people want to start businesses. But if you get into something that's wide, this can blow up a channel. You can get to 1 million subscribers in a year's time if you just go out there and broad big niches and repeat this kind of stuff. And the SEO one is kind of complicated. I've actually made a video on how I do this somewhere on the channel. Go dig around, increase my watch time. But these tactics right here, if you don't know what the fuck SEO is and you're just starting, these are really, 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 quite really, 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 really.
Yo, what is up, guys? So today we are going to be talking about the 5 top rookie mistakes that pretty much everybody makes when they first get into starting their YouTube channel. These are mistakes we've all made, every single one of them, multiple times.
Yep.
And we're going to run you through them so you don't make the exact same mistakes.
The first rookie mistake you should avoid is titles. Titles is definitely one of the most important things in the YouTube video, I believe. And
well, you shouldn't avoid titles. You should avoid bad titles.
Bad titles.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry for my broken English.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm
fine.
sure
That's why I'm here.
Thank
That's
you,
why
Colin.
I'm here.
So
You're welcome.
Yeah, titles are very important. Titles and thumbnails, we'll get to there in a little bit, but titles. Let's talk about titles.
Yeah, so when you first started, right, you had this mistake, and we kind of did it too, where you had, what was it called? Like picking up girls 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
why was that bad?
Why was it bad? Because it sounds repetitive, like 1, 2, 3, 4. You should title a video of a highlight that happens in that video, like how to pick up girls as a Batman. Oh, I didn't see that one before. How to pick up girls as a creeper. Oh, I haven't seen this title before.
Yeah.
Like, it's then just part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Be like, oh, it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Another thing you did was, what was it? Was it unexpected interview?
Yeah.
You did like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also,
No,
right? Or
disturbing
was
the
it?
peace.
Oh, disturbing the peace. That's
no,
what it was.
unexpected
Yeah.
interview was 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So disturbing the peace.
Disturbing the peace.
Where you just did like random pranks in public.
Yeah, and I mixed them all together, and that's where I found my niche of getting 1 million views on YouTube. Is that when I did it, like one of the videos I do, like kissing guys in the middle of that disturbing the peace videos. Nobody maybe wants to see anything else except me trying to kiss guys. So I do an individual video that says kissing guys.
Yeah.
So people want to share who wants to see me kiss guys, and I mix it all up together, and it's like mashed potatoes. So, but that series was successful. Don't get me wrong. But
it would have been better had you named it like something that people actually want to click on.
Yeah, so people can share, because people might be offended by one reaction from another prank that I do and not share that video, but the rest of the reaction they found it hilarious.
There's some big news sites like Huffington Post or TechCrunch or something that they learned their lesson now, but when they first started out like a year ago, they would just name it like news of the week for the week of June 1st. Or the week of whatever.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
that's
what
horrible.
They would do. Yeah, that's why they only got like 500 views, even though they had millions of people on their website. Because nobody clicks on that. Like, who the fuck wants to hear the news? I want to hear, alligator eats kid, and then that's why.
That's great. Dude.
Okay, look, that's a fucked up example, but I'm gonna click on that. Yeah. Right? Like I'm gonna click on.
Justin
But if you
Bieber
just
gets
put,
into a fist fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
but
then,
if you put June 1.
Yeah, if you put June 1, who the fuck's gonna click on that? It's like that sounds boring. And even if you talk about a lot of different things, you can still just pick one thing, put it as a title, and then people
Absolutely.
Yeah, see all the other things.
Absolutely.
Perfect example of this is Philip DeFranco. So if you check out his channel, he talks about many news stories.
Like
but
he picks
always,
the top one.
He always picks the top one. So it's like Kim Kardashian breaks up with Kanye West.
Kim Kardashian ass liquid.
Yeah.
I don't know what I said. But anyways, top
Either way.
story. So basically, out of 3 stories that he's going to talk about, he's going to put in the title the top one.
Yep, exactly.
So the next thing that everyone messes up is, at least initially, is being consistent with your videos. Like people will upload 1 video or 2 videos a week, and then for 3 weeks they won't upload shit. And that kind of inconsistency makes your audience feel like they don't know what to expect, and they shouldn't like count on your content anymore.
Yeah.
You're not becoming a regular part of their lives.
I agree. When I took this big break on YouTube, like what about 6 months? Like I would upload like once or twice every 2 months, and it's horrible. I came back hard to YouTube right now. Came back hard. Okay, I came back to YouTube now, and yeah, I saw that my views dropped. Like I would get 1 million views in 24 hours, and I have to wait a day and a half or 2 days. So it's kind of upsetting.
Yep. So,
but
you're still making rookie mistakes.
So I can't leave YouTube. So when I first started YouTube, I was consistently 3 videos a week, and all the comments motivated me and everything. So definitely be consistent. That's you can't make one. Let's say your video goes viral, 20 million views, you get like whatever X amount of dollars. Don't just be like, yes, I can make another YouTube video. That's it. That's your engine. That's your spark. Keep going. Start pedaling.
I mean, think about it like this. What if your favorite TV show, I don't know, Game of Thrones, was like, yeah, we're gonna upload something this week, but next week, who knows? I wouldn't even watch
it.
Figure it out when we upload next.
Yeah.
Like there's no schedule.
We actually made that mistake too. Like a couple, like 2 years ago when we moved to San Francisco, we didn't upload like that whole summer. I think we uploaded 1 video, and then
Something
we had
like that,
to like climb back up because the inconsistency just like turns off a large portion of your fan base.
You see this with musicians a lot too, actually, because they obviously have to kind of a lot of their money comes from doing concerts, right? Live shows. So it's hard for them to be on tour and then also be creating content. So they'll do like, a 3-4 month tour. And then in those 3-4 months, it's like they upload 1 or 2 videos. And that's really the wrong way to go. If you know that that's going to happen, then front load your content, make a shit ton at the beginning. And then so in those, while you tour, you don't have to do anything, but you have videos ready to go. Consistency is going to bring your fans closer to you, and
the engagement is going to be greater.
Exactly. And the thing is, if you're super consistent and you have a daily show, the engagement there is going to be like off the charts.
Yeah.
For some reason, daily shows, I mean, I guess it's because they see you every day, they feel connected to you, right? But daily shows, daily vlogs, the engagement is much higher than if you did something weekly or even monthly.
Yeah, one of my favorite channels is Every Frame a Painting, and he uploads like once every, 2-3 months. And I only
it's getting better now.
Yeah.
Once a month or something like
but
that.
I only get to see his videos when it gets randomly posted. Or what I usually do is I'll watch a video that gets posted, and then I'll look like the next week to see if a new video is posted. Then I'll check again the following week, and then at that point I'm like, fuck, well, there's no point checking anymore.
Yeah.
So I just like forget it. And then like 4 or 5 months later, I'll see a video of his. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah.
I really like this guy actually.
Exactly.
And then the cycle repeats.
Yep.
Whereas, if he just uploaded consistently, I don't know what's going on in his personal life. Maybe he has like another job or something. But if you're actually trying to make it on YouTube, you're going to want to upload consistently, keep your audience coming back, get them like trained on a certain day to come check out your content. The next thing that we have here is analysis paralysis. So this is essentially when someone thinks about what they want to do for so long before actually doing anything. We all know people like this that want to start a channel or want to do like a business venture, but they always like to talk about it instead of actually doing it. They're always trying to like analyze to the point where like they get frozen. Yeah.
I just got a text from one of my friends who wants to do this movie. Great idea, but he keeps, every time I see him, he keeps saying, yeah, dude, I'm gonna start this soon. I'm gonna start this next week. I'm gonna start this next week. And I'm like, dude, it's been 6 months. You haven't done shit.
Well, one of my examples is the new YouTube channel I was gonna start. We talked about a year ago, and it's been a year. Imagine where I would be right now if I started.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the difference is you already have something going for you, right?
Exactly. I had a lot of projects, yeah.
But it's like if you're at a shitty job, 9-to-5 job,
or you don't have a job and you don't do absolute shit,
and then you're just like, oh, I'm gonna start later. I'm gonna start later. You really have no excuse unless you're happy with your 9-to-5 job and you're like, yeah, I'm cool with this. Then sure, you can procrastinate all you want. But if you're saying, look, this is kind of like my ticket to doing what I want and financial freedom, et cetera, the more you put that off, the more you're going to get into this state of analysis paralysis, and it's very hard to get out of that.
Yeah, but on top of that, people also like they wait for like the perfect idea to hit. They'll keep like thinking about it and outlining until like the idea is perfect, and they're not going to try to make a video until they get to that perfect idea.
You're not going to get to that perfect idea the first time.
Yeah,
I
in
mean,
fact,
there's obviously exceptions, but generally speaking, I would say 95% of people don't hit on that idea the first time.
Yeah, your first idea is going to be kind of crappy, and then you're going to have to build upon it. That's how it works.
Vitaly created 30 videos approximately until one actually hit. For us, our first one that we made public hit, but we made many videos prior to that did not work out. So, but we edited it down, and then we were like, this fucking sucks. But the point is, but we also showed it to our friends too, right? So it's like, it's not like we just did it and then threw it away. We showed it to our friends, got feedback, and then said, all right, so this is based on what everyone's saying. This is how we can make it better, and then you just improve on that. All right. So another thing that you should try to avoid is just too much into MCN. So if you know what MCN is, it's a multi-channel network. So companies like Maker, Fullscreen, Collective, Defy, you can name a bunch. There's a shit ton of them. But when your channel starts getting, some views, even into thousands of views, hundreds of views, you're going to get emails from these MCNs that say, hey, join our network, and then give us about 30%. On our team, so he'll definitely work with you. We're going to help you get brand integrations. We're going to do this, do that. When the time comes, read the contract. It's not going to say any of that. All it's going to say is you give up 30%, and it's going to say you do that for 2 years.
Yeah, that's what I did when I first started YouTube. It was Maker Studios at the time, and I saw Cass MG and Ray William Johnson signed to them, like 2 biggest YouTubers at the time, and I'm like, oh my god, they reached out to me. I must be special. I signed the fucking contract, 70-30. The most horrible thing I ever did was literally take 30%. Because I said under the network Maker, 30%. Huge fight with them. I got out of contract with lawyers and mashed potatoes. Don't want to get into details. And yeah, so if an MCN reached out to you, so you say, yo, give me $500,000 or $1 million up front if you think you're the shit, and be like, and then they say then yeah, you sign.
At one point,
but don't give up. Yeah, at one point you're gonna be able to do this, and don't just sign if it's 100% and they offer you like collabs and these, I would say 100%, but don't give it up, because usually when they give you 100%, they can say.
If they're promising anything and you really think that they're going to deliver, make sure it's in the contract.
And also, I feel like a lot of people
written down.
A lot of people listening to this might not know what that means, like what 90 means. So you're basically saying 90% split in terms of your ad revenue. So you get to keep 90%.
Says in the contract says I'm going to give you this collab, this much money up front or whatnot.
Yeah, exactly.
So
if the contract says that, then
MCNs,
Just judge it based on your own situation. Everybody's different. I always see like people making videos about how pissed off they are at their MCNs and like, oh my god, I got this shitty deal. But then
or the person that you reach out to you likes your videos, he's gonna collab with you. So when the MCN says, "Oh, we're gonna set you up a collab," it's all bullshit. If you have a great channel, I'll collab.
Yeah, but if you're only at like 10,000,
Reach out to other people that are around 10,000, 20,000. You know, in that range.
Ah! I had to drink some water because this YouTube tutorial is getting too fucking intense. Welcome to part 3. Let's just get into it. Whoa, I didn't mean to scare you with the intensity in that intro. If you're new here, my name is Alex Becker. Guys, found a few multi-million-dollar tech companies, and I'm attempting to make a YouTube tutorial to not only show you how to get your channel started the right way, but to also get a ton of views and subscribers, and how to make a ton more money from your channel than most people are. I'm going to show you how to use a small channel and make more money than channels that have 1 million subscribers, because we're going to be smart here. In this third video, we're going to get into really the only thing you care about. That's filling your money, your wallet up with money, you know? And so in this video, I'm going to be taking a lot of different approaches than most YouTubers do when it comes to monetizing their channel. And I'm going to show you the best way to monetize your channel in 2017 and really going on forward forever and ever and ever. And this is really going to allow you to go and make a small channel and make a full-time income, 6 figures a year from that channel, even if you only have a small subscriber count compared to other channels. So I don't want to waste any of your time. We're going to jump into the computer and we're going to wrap up this 3-part series. Okay, that's like the jumping into the computer dance. We can get started now. All right, guys. So we're at the whiteboard, truth and justice. We're at the fun part now. Making fat stacks, making that rap star money, making that YouTube money, making enough money so you can go down the street and hand it to people like some douchebag. So look, before we get into this, if you like these type of videos, be sure to subscribe. Release a new video every day at 8 a.m. and they're really good. You should do it. But we're going to talk about how we're going to monetize our YouTube channel now. First off, we've gone through, what type of channel we should make, how to get traffic there. Now, how do we monetize this traffic? Now, look, you need to understand that most people that make YouTube channels, I'm not insulting them. I'm not insulting them. I'm insulting their lack of entrepreneur knowledge, which is fine. But they are fucking idiots when it comes to actually making money. There's a wide variety of reasons for this, and mainly it's just because, honestly, they start a YouTube channel, they just started uploading videos, they're getting traffic, and they've never ran a business before. They've never made money and sold anything before, so obviously they're not going to be good at that, okay? That's like giving someone a basketball who's never played basketball before. I mean, like, you should be able to shoot 3-pointers on day one. It's just not going to happen, okay? They don't even know where to put the ball. There's all sorts of weird stuff they can get into. With all these new YouTubers who look like that, this is exactly what every person who starts a YouTube channel looks like. This is what I look like. Actually, every single morning I wake up and eat a cup of pudding before I do any training. But they're going to try and monetize with AdSense, getting donations and Patreon, and linking off their videos. And if you pay attention to anything I said in the last video, what's going to happen with all these is, one, AdSense pays shit. I'm not going to name the channel, but we had a very big channel person, sir, madame, the person, sir, that was watching this channel. I have about 800,000 subs, and they commented, last month for my 800,000 subscribers, I made $4,000. That's not a lot of money for 800,000 eyes and probably the millions of views that are being shown every single month. Now, when it comes to these ones, Patrons and donations, I think there's actually something you can use to donate on YouTube now, but that's kind of irrelevant. One, you're not going to make that much money getting donations, but here's the problem. When you link the Patreon or doing any other subscription services or stuff like that, you're linking off your videos, and the second you start doing that, especially when your channel's growing, YouTube's going to cut off your traffic real quick. It's not like your channel's going to die overnight from linking off with one video, but if you put up 5 videos and 4 of them have links in them, YouTube's not really going to send you the same amount of traffic to a channel that is keeping people on there. So you need to understand there's much better ways to monetize. All these right here are bad in the first place for various different reasons, but the biggest point I want to make is these are very poor ways to monetize. You're going to make way less money than you could. Now, how a smart person is going to go out there and monetize is going to use a combination of these methods right here. You're going to build an email list from your YouTube channel. So you have a list of people that like you, watch your channel, know who you are, that you can reach out to and sell stuff to at any time, and also just alert them when you're launching a new video. That's very helpful with getting views and increasing the viewership of your YouTube videos. We're going to use a combination of JV webinars, JV offers, and what JV stands for is joint venture. This is when you pair with someone. You hit someone up, you're like, yo man, you're selling a sweet Hello Kitty dress-up item collection, and I know this guy, I have a bunch of viewers who like sweet Hello Kitty dress-up collections. How about I sell your Hello Kitty dress-up item collections to my people who like dress-up kitty item collections, and I get a 50% commission. Now, if that doesn't make any fucking sense, what I just said, it makes sense to me. Basically, you sell someone else's shit and you get a 50% of whatever you sell. Okay, so if you sell a $39 dildo, you get 15 bucks of that. Actually, I think that's 20-ish bucks of that. All right, so that was a weird thing to go with. This channel is going to lose its AdSense account real quick. Anyways, so then what we're also going to do is we're going to make our own offers. Okay, and this is really where we're going to make our most money, because people most likely don't want to buy other people's shit, unless you're suggesting other people's shit in a great, goodly fashion. But we want to go on monetize and send our own offers, because that's where we collect 100%. Obviously, that's going to give us the best ROI on our advertising. Now, what we're going to do is we're also going to rotate these. We're going to make a various interchangeable ads, and we're just going to use that. So, look, you need to understand, here's the big trick to making a lot of money off your audience while not losing that viewership and getting YouTube to still keep growing your channel. All right, so let's imagine this is our standard YouTube viewer right here, okay? And like every other viewer on YouTube, they have a drinking problem and they beat their kids, and we're just gonna name this Drunken Larry, okay? So Drunken Larry he's had a rough day at work, he's came home, his kids aren't in the building, so he has nothing to do, and so this isn't actually that funny. This is kind of morbid. But anyways, Drunken Larry then goes on over in his drunken stupor and goes to watch a video on YouTube. And it's your video. It's your video. And then Drunken Larry, he's like, wow, I love this person's videos. His channel about kids unboxing shit is just really cool. I love it so much. I'm going to subscribe to this and drink heavily while watching this channel and never hit my kids again. So we've also cured a child abuse. We've helped him with his drinking problem, sort of. And most importantly, we have a loyal viewer that knows who we are, likes us, and is going to give us more attention than they are anything else they see on YouTube, okay? So then what happens is we're able to follow Drunken Larry around YouTube, and what we're able to do before we watch his videos is we're able to hit him with an ad. Now, what we can also do is, this is another tactic that I'm going to mention here, is we can also put ads in front of our videos to returning subscribers or returning viewers. Okay, so the first time someone views a video on our channel, we don't want to hit them with one of our ads, because that's going to make them sort of be a little bit skeptical before they even watch any of our videos. And this works in any niche, guys. It doesn't have to be make money online or anything like that. Like I talked about in the last video, though, it depends on your niche as well. I completely just lied. It depends on your niche, okay, and how it's able to be monetized. So look, what I'm trying to say is, like, say your channel's about gardening or something. Obviously, people watching that channel are other gardeners as well, and so they're going to be interested in buying gardening supplies, gardening stuff, gardening courses. It's very straightforward to monetize their interest right there. But say your channel is more so, I'm sure you've seen channels out there like this where like people go and look at like exotic cars, and they make a channel about exotic cars and so on and so forth like that. And everyone watching that channel is just watching that channel to look at the cars and stuff like that. It's kind of hard to build a coach slash brand business connection based around that, because you're just some fucking dude that like films cars and stuff like that. And while that gets a lot of views, it's not really going to get you viewers that are really interested in what we're called buying too much stuff. Now, because of those mass amount of views, you can still make money doing this. For example, say someone's watching your videos about cars and stuff like that. And then what you do is you go and promote, like, I don't know, some guy who's selling like a make money online course to help them get the cars or something like that. You could easily do that. I'm just telling you, you want to pick niches where the connection to selling stuff is a little bit more straightforward. Now, here's where you really get in the system, and this is where you actually make the killing. This is kind of your loophole. Because this audience of Drunken Larrys are just normal YouTube subscribers. Drunken Larrys, YouTube subscribers, what's the difference? But because your audience knows, likes you, and listens to you, how AdWords works is there's two things, okay? First off, who's willing to pay the most for the traffic is going to get the traffic. However, people respond differently to ads, okay? And so when you're paying Google per click, and this isn't, what I'm saying right here is not 100% factually right, okay? I'm just giving you the gist of it. But for example, if there's a video and 10 people view it, and your video gets 5 clicks out of the 10 views, and another video gets 1 click out of the 10 views, YouTube is going to keep promoting your video even though you're paying less than the other video because you're getting those more clicks. So if you're charging you 10 cents per click, but you're getting 5 clicks per 10 videos, that's fine. Where if they're going to charge the guy who, I'm explaining this so bad, that the guy who's getting 1 click per 10 views, they're going to charge him 50 cents a click. Whereas since for those same 10 views, you're getting 5 clicks, so they're only charging you 10 cents per click, okay? Because they're kind of generating, they charge by the views. And so if you can get more clicks from the same amount of views, you're going to be the winner right there. And this is how you really get in, because your audience is obviously going to skip other people's ads because they don't know what's going on. And so when they see in a video and you're like, hey, it's gardening with Gary. We're here now, and guess what? I released this new thing showing you how to garden better. I don't know, man. I've never sold gardening shit. But what's going to happen is they're obviously going to pay attention to that. So you reach them cheaper, and because they know and like you, they're extremely responsive. These aren't just people viewing random ads. These are people that watch your channel regularly, and then probably going to watch the ads and go, oh, wow, I like that guy's channel, and I'm interested in learning more about gardening, so I'm probably going to buy this shit or do whatever. And the result is you can reach people way, way, way cheaper than you would with normal advertising. You're going to have very responsive audiences, and the result is you can get people and reach people cheaply and have an insanely high ROI without spending a lot of money. Okay, this doesn't take any more than maybe like 10, 50 bucks a day, and it's so hard not to make your money back 3 to 4 times over. And this is really where you start making a lot of money from your YouTube channel. So we're going to hop into the AdWords account here in a second. I'm going to show you to do this, but let's discuss a few ways we can do this. So first off, right here, got Drunken Larry right here, browsing around YouTube. What happens after you've used one of our videos? We get put on our retargeting list and we hit him up with an ad, okay? So then once that ad hits him, what we're then gonna do is offer him a free PDF or some free something in return for hopping onto our email list. So we send them off of YouTube from an ad. This is the biggest part. If we're sending people off of YouTube from our ads, our channel's not getting dinged for sending people off of YouTube. That's fine. So if you can send people off before they view your video or while they're browsing around YouTube, completely fine. So they hop onto our email list, and then what we're able to do is promote our own products. We're able to promote other people's products, and we're able to promote other people's webinars and so on and so forth like that. Now, the next thing we can also do as well is after they opt in, we can still try and sell them something. So we have like a little membership as well. So we get their email, we can monetize them and keep selling to them after, even when they're not on YouTube after that. Okay, we can start selling to them when they're on Facebook after this because they hit a retargeting pixel when they get asked to opt into the email list, but we'll get into that a little bit later on. And then what we're able to do is still sell to them. So this is a very, very easy way to make money off your ads while building an email list at the same time, allowing you to make money off your YouTube channel. JV webinar, same exact thing. Because you probably, if you're watching this, you've never ran a webinar before, and you're probably not going to be doing anytime soon because you're a gigantic pussy and you don't listen to anything I say, and talking in front of people is just not for you because I don't know. I think you're dumb if you don't learn how to do stuff like that, but whatever. Most people aren't going to do it, and I understand that. So Drunken Larry's on YouTube. Views an ad. The ad says, hey, dude, we're having a webinar today. It's going to show you how to garden like your fucking life dependent on it. And it's going to be so cool. And all your neighbors are going to think you're really impressive. And your parents are finally going to be proud of you. So what you need to do is you need to click this ad, go and sign up for this webinar. So what's going to happen is you go on the webinar. Let's imagine we have some super cool person selling a webinar super supply something. Okay, it's like a $500 product. They get all the gardening shit they could ever want. Ever, okay? And so you get $250 of that whenever they sell something. And the cool thing is when they sign up for the webinar, you get them on an email list, and we go back to Exhibit A right here and continue to make money off of them. Now, finally, last thing right here, you could easily, whenever you release a new product or something like that, person watches your YouTube channel, you run an ad, you offer them a chance to buy the product, and bing, bang, boom, you're making money. Now, the thing is, again, you're going to be able to get people to do whatever you're looking for, probably about 1/5 to sometimes even 1/10 the cost it would cost normal people to reach them with ads. So this allows you to make an insane ROI from this. And this is really all there is to it. You just do this right here, and you can be taking a channel, for example, if you have 100,000 subscribers, your retargeting list for people that watch your channel is probably in the millions of followers or probably in the millions of people. Your subscriber list alone is 100,000 people, and you can target both those lists. Look, to make $100K a year from your YouTube channel, that is really, let me just put this in perspective. You know, if we want to make $100,000 a year from our YouTube channel, okay, and we are selling a $300 product, to go out there and generate $100,000 a year, we only have to go and get 300 sales. Okay, that's less than 1 sale a day on our channel. That's all there is to it. And it's very, very easy to do that with good retargeting. Now, we can make so much more money on the back end and stuff like that, but I just want to really put that in perspective. So now, how do we go and actually monetize this? Now, one thing I also want to point out, I want to point out a few different channels. For example, just common channels. Let's say you're doing a gaming channel. Where can you send people to monetize them from your ads and stuff like that? CPA offers for other games. There's tons of online games and stuff like that. Tons of online gaming deals, gaming with subscription stuff. Send them to that kind of stuff. Say you're doing like a car channel or something like that, or just an entertainment channel. There's all sorts of generic CPA offers you can send people to. Like you can say, all right, cool. So look, I know you guys like cars and stuff like that. Here is a cool business course that will show you how to get cars and stuff like that. I saw you guys like cars and stuff like that. Here's ways to do this, this, and that. Blah, 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 blah. Or say you have a channel where you want to make your own physical products and stuff like that. Let's say you're like getting the makeup or something like that. Okay, I'm working with the channel a lot right now. Person I know is starting a makeup channel, so I'm going to give them some insights. So I've had a few things to think about this, but say you get in the makeup and stuff like that. Obviously, when you start up your channel and you start getting views, you can send people to other people's JV offers, and then you make your own skincare line right here, and then you just go and start promoting that. So those are just some very simple ways you can kind of go and monetize your channel. If you have questions, just ask me in the comment section. I probably won't answer, but someone probably will. So let me show you how to do this live, and that's really the end of this. So what you're going to do is you're going to come into your AdWords account. If you don't know how to make an AdWords account, how about you just fucking Google it and stop asking me how to do it? It's really easy. So after you go and Google that, what's going to happen is you're going to go down to audiences. And once you have your channel, and you need to make the AdWords account connected to your channel, you're going to go to marketing list right here, and you're going to go to ad remarketing list, and you're going to go to YouTube users. So what you're going to do is you're going to do YouTube channel right here, and I can do a couple different things right here. I can do viewed any video from the channel. I can do liked any video, and I can do subscribe to your channel. You want to make 3 audiences. So I can go right here. I'm just going to do viewed every video on the channel. I'm going to put in the list name. I'm going to put this as I love Pokemon, because that's relevant. And I'm going to put the max duration to 540 days just for this one. But usually you might want to do about 30 days, because the person that watched your video 2 years ago probably isn't going to remember who you are. So what I'm going to do there is I'm going to keep this open. I'm going to have everybody that watched in the last 30 days. I'm going to hit create list. And what it's going to do in the audience section is I can go right here and I can see everybody's subscribed right here, and I can go target them. Okay, so let's go, here we go. So here's one to our SourceWave channel right here. You can see that it gives us, everyone who's viewed a video in the past 3 days, we have 100,000 people. Obviously, this is really how we're monetizing this small channel. For example, this is a channel of about 40,000 people, and we make probably close to $100,000 a month from it. And the way we do this is we have people that are wanting to learn SEO, and so they come here, and what happens is they view the channel, and then they get put on this retargeting list, and then we hit them up with ads to buy SEO products. One that costs $9.97. It's a really big super product we have for SEO. It gives them all the stuff they need. But what happens is all we have to do is we only have to go and get 100 sales a month. That's about 3 sales a day with the advertising we're doing. The people that are already interested in SEO and already know who we are. That's so easy to do. That is so freaking easy to do. And SEO is an example of one of those niches where you don't need to have a lot of subscribers to make a lot of money. There's so many other niches out there where you can sell similar types of products, and that's what I was really trying to point out. And that's all there is to it. What you then want to do, you're going to go back into your ad account, and you're going to go create a campaign. Now, I'm just going to fill this out all loosey-goosey. I'm not really going to try and do anything right here. I'm just going to get to the point of the campaign that matters, because you can Google or YouTube search how to create campaigns, period. But what's going to happen is when you're building your campaign, what you then do is I'm going to go down here to remarketing, okay? And I'm going to go to video remarketing list, and I can do everybody that is subscribed or viewed SourceWave. So you go here, boom, view that. Easy. We didn't go and film an ad, linking people to whatever we're going to link them to, and that's it. That's all there is to it. You film that video, and away you go. I wish I could make it more dramatic. I wish I could That's truly all there is to it. Whenever we create an ad, anybody that's viewed a video in the past 3 days, for an example right here, is going to be getting that ad on YouTube. And it's an easy way for you to reach your viewers, reach your subscribers, and sell to people that are very likely to buy from you in an extremely cheap, cost-efficient way. And that is how you monetize the ever-living shit out of a YouTube channel. Remember, to make $100,000 a year from your YouTube channel, if you can go out there, all you need to do is get 3 sales a day of a $300 product. Remember, all you need to make 6 figures a year from your YouTube channel is just make one $300 sale a day. That's it. Out of these 100,000 people, I guarantee you I can make one $300 sale a day. And guys, that's all there is to it. This is the end of our YouTube training. This is exactly how you go and start a YouTube channel, get traffic to that channel, and monetize the heck out of that traffic. If you like videos like this, be sure to go below and subscribe, because we're releasing red hot content like this 24/7. We got good jokes too, and there's also cookies. If you subscribe, you get a cookie. It will be sent to you within 2 calendar years. It might be rotten. It might have a chunk biting out of it because I get hungry and I don't have much food here in the house, but you will get that fucking cookie. So be sure to subscribe. This has been Becker, and I will catch you tomorrow in our next video. Oh, I see you there. I see you, you young whippersnapper, with stars still in your eyes and a unique innocence about you, with dreams of someday becoming like this guy. I know that you someday dream of going home and telling your family and friends you've joined the ranks of people like this. Hamburger face! No, there is nothing more prestigious or honorary than becoming a YouTube sensation. And with role models like this, it's hard not to think, what if I started my own YouTube channel? The only problem here is every single person on planet Earth and their dog is thinking the same exact thing. Yes, you are an unoriginal piece of shit. You need an edge, and that's exactly where this 3-part video series comes in. I'm going to be showing you exactly how to become YouTube famous. Cue the intro. What is up, you Jake Paul / Casey Neistat / Ty Lopez / PewDiePie / H3 wannabe, welcome to this 3-part video series that's going to show you how to become a YouTube celebrity. If you do not know who I am, my name is Alex Becker. I'm the founder of 3 multi-million-dollar tech companies, and I do stuff on YouTube too. And what I'm going to show you in this series is straight up how to start a channel, how to get viewers and subscribers to that channel, and how to actually monetize and make a full-time income. Let's go for 6 figures a year from that channel. And that's what we're going to cover in this video series. And that's all there is to it. It's going to be straight to the point. You're going to enjoy it, and I'll make some very inappropriate jokes as we go through it because that makes me happy. I don't know if you like it, but I like it. So let's just get into it. Now, like I said, in these videos, you're going to see 3 things. This first video, we're going to get into the overview, what to think about before starting your channel, and how to kind of structure it. The second video, we're going to be getting into getting subs, views, subscribers, all that cool shit. And the third video, this is where you're really going to see something you've never seen here before, is how to really go and monetize a channel 10 times more than most people are. If you're starting off a brand new YouTube channel, this is going to show you how to have a semi-small channel and still make a full-time income from it. So it's going to be cool. And if you like videos like this, be sure to subscribe. So that being said, let's hop into my computer right now, and I want to break down exactly what you need to know, what you need to think about, and the ideas and everything need to get put together before you start a channel to make sure people are actually going to watch it, to make sure it's something that people are going to go towards, and actually how you need to approach YouTube and video making in general. So dive into my computer right now, and let's do it. All right, we're on my computer. If you're new here, this is the whiteboard of truth and justice. If you can't tell, a lot of truth and justice happens here. Let's dive into the lesson. All right, this is YouTube Famous Part 1, and what we're gonna get into this video is really 3 key things. Why YouTube? I'm gonna give you an overview of the entire strategy and how we're gonna make money doing this, and how we're gonna make money from a channel without being weird. I don't know. And what you need to have a hot channel. If you do not have these things, your channel is probably not going to make it. You're probably never getting any traction. And you're going to be one of those weirdos that has like 2,000 to 3,000 subs and just is releasing videos that get like 120 views. And that's just awkward, okay? Like your friends from high school and your parents log on and they're just like, look what Neil's doing. He's lost. It's all right, guys. You don't want to be that guy, okay? And to really make sure you don't be that guy, be sure to subscribe because we're releasing new videos every day at 8 a.m. So, look, let's get into this. Why do we want to do YouTube? And if you're watching this video right now, you're probably a person who wants to develop some brand, maybe more than likely a personal brand around yourself. That's more than who you are. Or if you have a brand where you're maybe trying to you want to sell something in the future, let's just say supplements. I'm going to use supplements as the example right here. Let's imagine you want to start a supplement line for working out, or you want to start a personal brand. Now, you're probably thinking, and I'm also going to assume in this video you're too much of a giant puss to buy advertising, okay? You don't know how to do that, so this is where we're going to work with that. And what I'm going to show you in the series does involve advertising because it's so damn cheap. But in my opinion, really the best way to blow up your brand on YouTube or anything like that, if you really want to get huge, is to go the straight like Mike Chang or Tai Lopez approach and just buy a ton of advertising, and that's really how you blow it up fast. But this is for people that are starting off. This is going to be like your first business. So why do we want to do this on YouTube? Okay, why do you want to not start a blog? Okay, you're going to see people still blogging these days, and unless you built a massive following back in the day, starting a blog is the stupidest fucking thing ever. Okay, you're probably thinking, well, maybe I'll start a podcast. I don't really podcast. I don't do too much with it. But no, it's not going to get you the same amount of traction. The reason why you want YouTube and why you want to base everything you want YouTube to be core is because YouTube promotes the shit out of channels that get good metrics. And what does this mean? It means you can build a massive brand and following and actually get traffic from the second most traffic site in the entire world free. Okay? If you see my channel right now, we have like 125,000 subscribers as I do this. But you see the videos that have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views? That is hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that I was paying for that traffic. I'm getting all that traffic free and able to grow my own personal brand on here, okay? Now, next reason you want to be doing it on YouTube instead of any other routes that you can communicate and build an audience on is because you're able to connect with people in a much deeper way, okay? If you can see, we can even connect with people that have arms that are longer than humanly natural. We can connect with all sorts of weirdos on here. But here's the thing. When you're on video, when you're expressing yourself and stuff like that, you're able to make a much deeper connection and much deeper brand recognition, okay? When people are watching someone on television, they're being forced to watch that. When someone's watching on YouTube, they are choosing to watch you, And when you're interacting with them, you can create such brand recognition and connection that's very, very easy to sell to the people that are watching your channel as well if you use the tactic I'm going to show you. Now, the final reason we're going to do this is, and most people aren't going to talk about this is why this video series is going to be different than anything you've seen from other little, I'm not going to be mean to other people making other YouTube series. Other great, wonderful, fantastic, knowledgeable people that make stuff like this on YouTube. But me, on the other hand, I'm a business person, so I need ways to grow and really run advertising based on anything I'm doing. And YouTube gives you a massive retargeting list of everybody that's viewing your channel. And why this is so important is because you have a list of people that are connected with you that is free to build and are very likely to buy whatever you are selling. Okay, and it ties into the strategy we're going to be applying in these videos and how this works and how you make more money from a small channel than you do a channel that has 1 million people is you understand the strategy and you combine marketing intelligence with the power that YouTube brings right here. Okay, so and one thing I also want to throw in right here, YouTube gives you a lot of leverage, a lot of tools, or you can give yourself a lot of tools to get lots of free traffic if you understand clickbait, you understand what an audience is looking for, and you understand what people are going to click and watch and what they are not. Once you understand those things, you can really grow your brand very quickly. Now, here's the strategy right here. Now, the strategy is going to change depending on your niche. One thing I want to point out in this video before getting anything else, depending on your niche, you will get different amounts of subscribers and views, okay? So, for example, if you start a prank channel right now where you, like, go around and punch your little sister in the face, don't do that, okay? If you start, like, some prank channel where you do any type of pranking, okay? But putting this back in perspective, if you start, like, a prank channel or, like, a joke channel or something like that, or any, like, the channels where you see people, like, doing, like, stupid jokes and stuff like that, like, hey, I put hot sauce in my girlfriend's deodorant or something like that. I don't know why people are being so mean to the little sisters and girlfriends. Let's reverse the roles before Alex gets put on some social justice where let's say you put hot sauce in your boyfriend's friendly time lotion, okay? That would get a lot of views, okay? And that's going to get you a ton of views and subscribers and stuff like that. And videos like that get millions and millions of views. Now, if you look at my channel, for example, we're talking about business and entrepreneurship. Obviously, like 1% of society wants to start a business. So my subscriber count, view count is going to be much, much lower than those. Where if you start like a workout channel, it's going to be somewhere in between. You have to consider where people fall, okay, in the grand scheme of things. So this 10K subscribers is really going to be subjective to your channel. One thing I also want to point out, you start a prank channel, right? You get millions of subscribers and millions of views. Same thing applies if you start a gaming channel or any stuff like that. The audience you acquire is going to be far less valuable than, say, someone who's built a channel around getting six-pack abs. It's going to be far less valuable than someone who's built a channel around entrepreneurship. It's going to be far less valuable than someone who's built a channel strictly around makeup or something like that. Because the audiences that are watching those smaller channels, yes, it's a much smaller audience, but they're much more inclined to buy makeup. They're much more inclined to buy entrepreneurship training. They're much more inclined to buy weight loss products. Where if you're playing video games or just putting shit in your girlfriend's soap, I hope my girlfriend doesn't watch this. She's be like, I'm never using that fucking soap again. This guy's so weird. Anyways, it's not how my girlfriend talks. But you're going to see that those people are going to be a lot more valuable when they're actually based around a product. You can actually turn into something. I'm going to talk about that here in a second. Just understand that kind of balance right there. Now, the strategy we're going to use is we're going to start a channel. We're going to use what I'm going to show you in the next video to get tons of views and subscribers, okay? We're going to try and aim for 10K subscribers. This could be 100K, between 10K and 100K subscribers, depending on your niche, okay? Now, what we're then going to do is we're going to take the retargeting list, and yes, we'll make a little bit of money off of ads, okay? We'll make a little bit of money off ads, but I have 120 subscribers. I have like 7 million views, and I think right now I make about $2,000 a month from advertising on my channel. And that's great for some people. That's really kind of irrelevant to me, and I'm not like saying no. $2,000 is a good chunk of money. Don't get me wrong. Just that's not enough money for me to really put my business time into something. Okay, but yeah, we'll make a little bit of money from ads. But where we're going to make money is we're going to start running retargeting ads. And before your dick shrivels up and you run away scared, we're not even going to have to spend a lot of money. And our goal out of these 10K to 100K, 20, 50K people is we want to get 300 people paying us $30 a month. That is $9,000 a month consistently coming in. That is 6 figures a year. And this is not too challenging to do if we run these types of retargeting ads, okay? And we sometimes mention it in our videos, but we don't want to be selling stuff in our videos. And I'll explain why when we get into the traffic section. Now, fair warning right here. This training is not for patty cakes. I want you to get real quick. I know a lot of people watching this video are going to be little fucking teens or maybe people in their mid-20s or maybe people in their 40s, like, I'm at a job right now, and I'm gonna make a YouTube channel and teach people stuff on there, and you're gonna do it for 2 weeks, and you're not gonna do anything shit, okay? I wanna let you know, I make a video almost every single damn day, and the people that are actually making good living off of YouTube, they are uploading every single day making videos. They are busting their ass and they're hustling. If you are incapable of hustling, this is not gonna work for you. You're probably not gonna get traction. Just stick to your fucking day job. Don't attempt this, okay? Because everyone and their dog is like, I'm gonna make a YouTube channel, and people gonna love it. And then they make like one channel, people go on there and say, this guy fucking sucks in the comment section, they cry, and then they stop. Don't be a patty cake motherfucker, okay? And I'm giving credit to my friend Joshua Zamora for deeming that terms. I don't want to ever steal anybody's terms, all right? So how do we have a hot channel? You have to have all these things before we start a channel. So first thing you must realize is I'm in the internet marketing niche, okay? I own software companies that sell software to businesses and stuff like that. And I also have a lot of friends in the internet marketing niche who try and make channels teaching people how to do internet marketing. Here's the problem. They make like info and information videos, but they're not entertaining. They don't have a personality. They're trying to obviously make money off of YouTube and take something from the audience. YouTube, you have to be 99% value up front first. Actually, 100% up value up front first in your first 2 months or something like that, at least. If you watch like Gary Vee's channel, very good example of how an entrepreneur should do an entrepreneur style channel. He is just putting out value 24/7, okay, or just putting out something, okay, but he's not trying to take and take and take. And so if you get onto YouTube and you try and make a channel where you're just obviously trying to sell something, you're obviously going to try and plan, YouTube's not going to send you traffic. I'm going to tell you why in the next video. And people just aren't going to give a shit, and you're not going to make that connection. You need to realize whenever you're making your content, give people information you're looking for, but make sure it's entertaining and memorable. If you do not have a memorable personality, if you're not entertaining, this is going to be a very uphill battle for you. It just fucking is, okay? If you don't get some persona or some brand going, you are just another fucking talking head on YouTube trying to get your fucking payday, and nobody's going to give a shit, okay? Now, so the next thing you want to do is you want to get into a large, broad, monetizable niche. What does this mean? This means that you want to get into a niche that has a lot of depth and a lot of areas you can go to. For example, I could have gone to like maybe SEO niche when it comes to entrepreneurship and teaching people to do SEO. We do have an SEO channel that has like 40,000 subs, but that's not the point. It's very hard to grow something when you're only in one tiny niche. You want to get into the big niche. So if you want to do, working out or something and stuff like that, don't just focus around one little thing. Like make a big, broad channel. What I'm trying to say is just target a niche where you can look at other channels out there that have 500, 300,000 to 1 million subscribers. And if you can't find any channels like that in a niche, you're in the wrong niche. That's what I'm talking about. And finally, when it comes to monetizable, there should be obvious things you can sell, whether it's affiliate products, other people's products, that's what that means, whether it's your own products, whether it's your own courses and training, there has to be something you can sell. If you're making a prank channel, or you're making a channel where you go and drive around and pose next to cars, or you're making a channel where you do something that's entertaining but doesn't have any real monetizable value, like people maybe that play video game channels, which you can actually monetize, we'll get into that here in a second, it's going to be a lot harder. It's going to be a lot harder. Now, you need to be able to do very consistent uploads. What does this mean? You need to be able to upload every day, honestly. If you're going to make a career out of something, and if this is going to be like your thing and you can't make a video every single day, this is not your thing. It is something you wish was your thing, and it's never going to be your thing. Understand that. Okay, especially if YouTube's going to be like your core. YouTube is not my core. I do this for fun most of the time. That's really it. But YouTube is not my core. I build companies in my core, so sometimes I miss my uploads and sometimes I don't take this shit seriously at all. That's different. That's not what you're going to be doing. And you need to understand virality. You need to understand virality. And I'll get into how to always create viral videos in the next one. But you need to understand what audiences are going to click and what they're going to respond to. And the easiest way to do this is to really look at other channels out there in a niche and watch their most popular videos. That's the best thing. And that's basically ties into what content they respond to. The best way to find this is to go and find your other big channels and look at their most popular uploads, the ones that are getting shit tons of views. And those are the videos, that's what people are going to respond to in the niche. That's the best signal you can get into. And as you keep making more videos, you're going to understand what your audience reacts to, but there you go. Now, before we start, we need 3 types of videos we're going to make. Okay? So I'm going to kind of list out how you should look at this. So what type of videos do I make on my channel? All right, I make funny videos. Okay, I make fun videos, entertaining videos, entertainment first. I make entrepreneur videos, just general life insights and stuff like that. I'm just going to put on right here. And then I make tutorials. Okay, so I have kind of a wide range of content, and I can't fucking speak, but I have a wide range of content. And what you need to understand is with all these, I'm always putting forth my personality in all of these things. That is the most important thing. There's a million other people on YouTube that people can get information from. You need to be the one who's the most entertaining, because that's what people are going to watch. Okay, so this is what I do in there, but I always make fun content, and I make a lot of content on the channel that isn't based around these niches right here, to really put my personality just out there on the internet. And we'll get into different angles of videos and stuff like that in a second, but kind of work out what you're doing. So I'd always suggest to have some fun videos and personality videos. Maybe have videos on, dieting and stuff like that, and then have videos on workout routines, so people know consistently what they can come back and get from your channel. Now, you need to identify what you're going to sell in phase one. Phase one, if you're complete new to this, would be affiliate products. You want to sell other people's products and other promotions that you can sell to people watching your channel. That's a good place to start. Phase two will be your own products. So let's imagine you are starting, I don't know, a workout brand. You want to sell supplements. Phase one, you sell other people's supplements, maybe from your website. Maybe you do whatever. Phase two, you open your own little membership course and start selling your own supplements. Now, then what I suggest you do is you get a list of at least 10 to 20 video ideas that you can make. And the best way to get these ideas is to go to the other most popular channels in your niche. Just rip the ideas. Rip the ideas, put your own little twist on it, and there you go. Now, I can get into software, editing software, and cameras and stuff like this, but I think there's better tutorials on YouTube. If you want me to get into exactly what I do, let me know. So, this is everything we need to start. This is everything you need to understand to get going, yada, yada. In the next video, we're going to get into traffic. I'm going to put traffic, views, and subs. All right, TRVS, Travis, if you include the apostrophes. And that's what we're going to do. So be sure to go down below and subscribe. We'll be releasing this video tomorrow, and you can dive in. That's how we're really going to start getting into it. I'm going to show you get a lot of traffic to your videos, what people are going to click on, how to convert them into the subs. I'm also going to show you how to train a baby panda to do your laundry and your dishes every single day like I do. It's a very limited technique passed down by generations of yogis and people that I don't know, and you're going to enjoy it a whole lot. So go subscribe. This has been Becker. Catch you next video.
There's a category on YouTube that has absolutely dominated recently. In fact, it's grown so fast and gotten so big that I'm dedicating this entire video to it. And here's the exciting part. Even though it's wildly popular, most people don't know why. What am I talking about? I'm talking about channels that teach you something. Channels where you can learn things like science, cooking, knitting, design, fitness, math. Anything that can be taught can turn into a YouTube channel. You can build a die-hard audience around the specific thing that you're teaching, around a specific skill that you have. And channels that teach something are my personal favorite. They are very easy to monetize because you can sell your fans things like courses, kind of like this one. Now, here's the thing about creating a channel like this. This is the thing that so many people get wrong. You can't simply teach your audience. Let's say you're trying to teach your audience about fitness, and the lesson of the day is bench pressing technique. You absolutely cannot make a video that simply shows correct bench pressing form. You can't simply give people information. The secret to creating a successful channel around teaching your audience is infotainment. Content that teaches your audience something while also being extremely entertaining. Now, there are two types of people who create teaching-based channels on YouTube. People that use infotainment and people that don't. The ones who don't end up smashing their heads against the wall in frustration because they can't figure out why their audience isn't growing and why they can't seem to get more subscribers. The ones who do, well, that's a rare breed. They're the ones that gain massive followings. They're the ones who have audiences that are literally addicted to them. Their audiences are addicted to them because they're fun to learn from. Before I get too deep into this, let's take a step back. Infotainment is essentially mixing teaching with eliciting emotions. Let me repeat that. Infotainment is mixing information with emotion. When done correctly, this combination is more likely to result in viral content. Why? Because it has all the necessary ingredients for going viral. Infotainment stirs up people's emotions. It grabs their attention. It gets the point across as succinctly as possible. As you'll learn later in the video, eliciting emotion is one of the keys to infotainment. It doesn't matter what the emotion is. It can be fear, happiness, anger, sadness, whatever, as long as you're eliciting some type of emotion from your viewer. When you pull on the emotional strings of your viewer, you capture their attention. Think of your favorite song or movie or book. I bet one thing they all have in common is their ability to elicit an emotional response from you. This concept in reverse is why the majority of people find it almost impossible to read a history textbook, or any textbook for that matter. Even if you're interested in the subject, the information is presented in such a dry manner that is incredibly boring. You have to force yourself to focus because there's no entertainment. There's no emotional connection. There's no feelings attached to the lesson. Now, don't get me wrong. There are a small amount of people out there that can learn really well with dry information. But the majority of people don't. If you want people to pay attention to your content, you have to make it engaging. Now let's take an example of someone who takes the potentially dry subject of history and makes it entertaining. There's a podcast called Hardcore History that went very, very viral. Dan Carlin, the host, took famous points in history and created an engaging story out of them. He appealed to people's emotions while also teaching them about history. And the results are what you'd expect. When the information was presented in an emotional, entertaining, engaging way, people paid attention and enjoyed spending time consuming the content. I highly suggest you check out that podcast. It will give you a great perspective on how infotainment works. The worksheet attached to this lesson has a link. Now, let's talk more about infotainment. Infotainment is the act of making learning so fun that it doesn't even seem like work. If you create content that incorporates infotainment, 4 amazing things will happen. 1, the chances of your content being shared becomes much higher. 2, the things you're trying to teach are more likely to be digested, remembered, and implemented. In other words, you'll have a greater impact on your audience. 3, you will create a massive audience of devoted fans. And 4, infotainment makes any subject intriguing, so you'll be able to get people interested in you who otherwise wouldn't give you any attention. In order to understand this concept deeply, let's do an exercise. I want you to think way back to every teacher you've ever had. Start mentally categorizing them in terms of how much you liked them. I'm sure there's at least one that sticks out as your favorite. Take a moment to visualize that one teacher that really had an impact on you. Seriously, you can close your eyes if you have to, and think, why did you like learning from them so much? Now, mentally leave that classroom and visit the classroom of your least favorite teacher. Try to remember the dread and boredom you felt every single day with them. It makes you feel kind of bored and tired just thinking about it right now. Why were they so boring? What were they doing wrong? Why wasn't it fun to learn from them? See, every great teacher has one thing in common: the ability to make learning fun. For me, it was Mr. Nagori. He was my high school government teacher. I would walk into class every day with a stupid grin on my face, so excited for class to start. And the really cool thing was, that's exactly how every single person felt when they walked into his class, with excitement and smiles. Nobody was ever late, and nobody ever left early. Now, his class was also incredibly hard. The hardest class I've taken, actually. But yet, this didn't matter. Year after year, he maintained his reputation as the hardest teacher, yet his class was always the first to fill up. This 50-something-year-old man was able to get hundreds of high schoolers excited to learn every semester. Remember those too cool for school kids that never did anything in class? Well, even those kids were eagerly taking notes and participating. I remember on the first day of class, he told us, "I'm going to make government exciting because this nation needs more young people that actually know what the government does and how it works." At the time, I didn't believe him. 16-year-old me was thinking, yeah, whatever you say. But he did it. At the end of his first lecture, I remember going home and spending hours on the computer looking up what I had learned in class. That's how excited he made me on a topic I'd never even thought about before. Mr. Nagori did something amazing. He took incredibly dry textbook information and made it interesting. He made it fun. He managed to explain governmental strategies with his own personal stories and jokes. And by doing this, he was able to make a bunch of ADD 16-year-olds care about the state of our government, something that none of us thought was possible on that first day of class. But not every teacher was like this. My English teacher, let's call her Mrs. Ringo for the sake of this example, Mrs. Ringo didn't have this effect on her students at all. In fact, everybody hated going to her class. I'm not kidding. During any given lecture, you could look around and see half the students either sleeping or slapping their faces in order to stay awake. All she did was give us information straight from the textbook. It was unbearable. I mean, sure, technically she did everything right. She gave us all the information we needed, but she didn't make it fun. She didn't even try to make it fun. And because of that, nothing stuck. We read 12 classical literature books that year, and I can't tell you anything about any of them. Why? Because learning with her was a chore. I would sit in her class and find more interest in picking my fingernails than whatever she was saying. You want to be the Nagori, not the Ringo. What was Mr. Nagori's secret? Infotainment. And for you, infotainment is what's going to make your information and ideas matter. So let's take a step back for a second. Anybody can hop onto Google and find any information they want. The internet is huge. Why the hell would someone listen to you? How does one of our channels, Simple Pickup, have over 2 million subscribers on YouTube? The truth is, all the information we present on that channel isn't necessarily new information. So what's so special about it? The answer is the way it's presented to you. The way it's communicated allows the ideas to spread in a rapid, viral way. Let's take the idea of helping someone gain confidence, for example. You can take that exact concept that has been broken down and explained thousands, even millions of times all over the internet and make it go viral. We've done it. Nothing we said about confidence is really new, but the way we presented it was easy to understand and addicting to our target audience. We were able to create this kind of binge-worthy content by following the infotainment formula. If you follow this formula, you'll create content that is addicting to watch. Why? Because you're fun to learn from. People love learning when it's enjoyable, and they love sharing it with their friends because sharing something that helps someone learn something is fun. There has to be another layer on top of giving information. People don't like learning if it's boring, even if it's the most life-changing information they've ever heard. If it's boring, people won't care. So here's something to keep in mind. When I first explain infotainment to people, they tend to think about some wacky, high-energy TV host, and then they think they need to do that. That's not what I mean by infotainment. You don't need to have some crazy eccentric personality to create infotainment. You just need to add an extra layer on top of the information you are presenting. That layer can be humor, inspiration, intrigue, stories, anything that isn't just pure information. Don't forget, information alone is boring. Nobody wants that. But when you make information that is enjoyable to consume, people go wild over it. Think about it like pizza. Information without any layer of entertainment is like a pizza without anything on it. No sauce, no cheese, no nothing, just the baked pizza dough. Sure, you could eat that if you wanted to. It's edible, and I guess it tastes okay, but do you want to eat that? No, that sucks. No one ever says, yeah, I'll have a slice of the pizza, but take everything off of it. A delicious pizza needs something other than pizza dough. Make sense? Now, I want to show you something. Here's the difference between somebody who added that extra layer and someone who didn't. I'm gonna play 2 short clips from 2 different scrambled egg recipe videos. Pay attention to the difference in how both instructors present their information.
I like to take my eggs and crack them on the counter as opposed to the edge of the bowl. I don't want one big flat piece. That would be an omelet, not a scrambled egg. I cook them to the doneness I like. I like keeping mine a little bit shiny and moist so they're not overcooked.
It's giving a really nice velvety finish to scrambled egg. And then a simple spatula. Onto the heat. Never whisk the egg. Whisk it in the pan. And there you go, a perfect scrambled egg. I mean, the most amazing way of waking up the missus on a Saturday, Sunday morning. So if you want to be a good boy, run upstairs now and give it to her in bed for breakfast.
Even though the instructions were pretty much the same, these 2 videos felt pretty different, right? If you watched both of these videos and had to follow one recipe, which one would you choose? Probably the second one. Which one of these videos do you think is more likely to get shared by a viewer? Again, probably the second one, right? Let's dissect why. Video number 2 hypes up these scrambled eggs. These aren't just any scrambled eggs. These are the best scrambled eggs. Notice how he jokes about how these eggs would be the perfect way to wake up your girlfriend in bed on a Saturday morning. When I first heard that, I immediately thought, oh, you know what? That's a pretty damn good idea. That's adding entertainment to the video. He added a personal, emotional spin to making scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs is something that has no inherent emotion attached to it. This video taps into the inner sentimental person in you. Everyone can imagine waking up a loved one with an amazing breakfast in bed. How much more amazing do these eggs seem after hearing that? On the other hand, this other video only talks about the information. There's no jokes, no story, nothing. Because there's no extra layer of humor, story, inspiration, or anything, this video doesn't really mean anything. Sure, you know how to make scrambled eggs now, but so what? Are you convinced that these might be eggs worthy of surprising your girlfriend in bed? And that's essentially the missing link. It could be almost anything, but the fact that this video is missing the extra entertaining quality makes it boring and unlikely to go viral in comparison with the Gordon Ramsay version. Is this starting to make sense? Do you understand what infotainment is now? Now you're probably wondering how to actually put it to work in your content. And it's actually easier than you think. By now, you've already immersed yourself in your audience. You already know how they speak. You know what their pain points are, what their hot topics are, who they want to be. You understand a lot about them because you've done all this research. Because you've done all this research, you're ahead of the game. You know how to relate to them, and that relatability is going to help you find the best way to implement infotainment in your content. Every time you create anything for your audience, you need to ask yourself, how can I make this content resonate incredibly deeply with my core audience? How do I elicit an emotion out of them? And then you need to find a way to make your content emotional, personal, inspiring, motivational, anything that can bring an emotion out of your audience. I want to give you one more example. Let's say both of these pictures have the same exact caption on Instagram that says, take a risk every single day. Which of these photos is going to be more impactful? This one? Or this one? It's definitely this one. Why? It's more engaging. It elicits emotions of fear and excitement. You can imagine yourself taking a chance and being happy you did it. This picture speaks to the daredevil in you. Maybe it inspires you. Whereas the second picture, well, it's a little dorky and that's about it. The information is exactly the same, yet one picture is much more effective at communicating the message than the other. And that's because one of the pictures has a layer of entertainment. People's preferences all come down to emotional connections. And it's these connections that will make people choose you over everybody else out there. When you're able to connect with your audience and teach them something valuable, they'll become addicted. People are consumers. We're wired to consume, consume, consume. We constantly want to learn new things. We want to follow the people we care about. This is a huge source of joy for humans. What happens when people see a few episodes of a TV show that resonates with them? They spend their entire weekend binge watching every episode ever made from that show. What happens when people hear a few songs from an artist with lyrics that speak to them? They listen to their albums on repeat, go to their concerts, buy their t-shirts for years. Think about it. That's a lot of enthusiasm. That's a lot of impact. But it's the same kind of impact and enthusiasm that your favorite teacher had on you in high school. You wanted to listen to them. You wanted to learn from them. You wanted to hear what they had to say. Imagine that kind of enthusiasm and connection, but from your own audience. That's what we're going to build here. If you're planning to teach your audience anything, you need to use infotainment in order to resonate with them. Okay, so that was a lot. Now it's time for you to think about how you're going to use infotainment in your own content. Here are 3 questions to ask yourself right now. 1, how entertaining is the information you're delivering? 2, how much does your content elicit emotions out of your viewer? And 3, do you present your information in a unique, compelling way? Whenever you create a video, you should use these 3 questions as a checklist to make sure that you're teaching your content infotainment style. If you're having any trouble, rewatch this video again to really absorb the message. Also, to reinforce this lesson, check out the accelerator worksheet that accompanies it. It will give you a ton of extra examples of infotainment and help you break down how to use those methods in your videos. Good luck.
Alright, so I wanted to record this video of Ty Lopez's training here because it could get deleted in the future, so this is the only way. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to download it, but I couldn't find a way, or I didn't look for a way, so here we go.
2017 is a transition period. By 2020, Google predicts 90% of internet consumption, first of all, will be video. So if you're not in the edutainment game with being able to make valuable, inimitable, rare kind of videos that make people laugh, that make people feel
Gotta make rare
you're
videos.
gonna get blown out of the water. Somebody's gonna come for Geico, they're gonna come for Coca-Cola. You'll see. Here's the deal. You can be very successful at a young age if you follow a few formulas. One of them is you only learn from mistakes, but they don't have to be yours.
He doesn't really need an introduction because you see him every day on your YouTube feed. So there's not a whole lot else I can say other than let's put your hands together for Ty Lopez.
This right here is one of the things that I'll share with you. Edutainment is going to blow everything out of the water. So that formula right there,
I recognize someone there.
VRIN. VRIN. Every single day, and this is relatively proprietary. So David said, make sure you give people actual valuable stuff because a lot of you are super smart. I'm sure a lot of you are smarter than me. This is actually something very smart, and I didn't come up with it. So I'll explain it, and I'll explain how you can use it practically. So the V, there you go. There's the formula. V stands for value, R stands for rarity, I stands for inimitability, and N stands for non-substitution. So when I see people, because everybody's going online, we all know this, everybody. You have to know who you should be afraid of. I'm afraid of mostly people who understand this. The V in value generally is things that release dopamine. Here's what doesn't release dopamine. I'm going to show you how to get another job. People don't associate any kind of work with high dopamine. Now, you see internet marketers showing cash amounts. How to make $17,000 working 2 hours. That releases some dopamine, but not a lot.
I'm going to have something to say about that. So, basically, when I show results, or when someone shows results of money or health or success with dating, these things do get pretty big reactions from people, and they make people desire to buy from you what you know because you're showing the results that they want. And this is the top way to get sales. It's like, okay, I'm getting these results, guys. If you want results like this, buy this. It's really that simple, and it works, and it's always worked. It's always worked for me, and I've showed results and then kind of sold offers related to helping people get those results. It could be a course, a done for you service, a mentorship, a coaching call. It could be anything. A course is one of the best ways, for sure. Or just a secret training video is one of the better, easy ways too. And then you sell it, and people buy.
1 to 10, with all the boobs and all the bazookas, is releasing 100 units of dopamine.
Dan Bilzerian, he's smart about it, knowing, depending on your target audience, but in general, people pay attention to attractive women and quality and quantity of women. So if you have that to the extreme amount, like Dan Bilzerian has, it's a 10 out of 10 on the rarity scale, and it definitely works.
And most people, internet marketers' headlines, release 10 units of dopamine.
Just think about it. Oh my gosh. It's like, I'm fully convinced that if you want to get attention, you have to realize who gets the easiest attention in the world. Beautiful women, okay? Wearing attractive clothing or whatever, okay? Just, they're beautiful. So they get really big attention. And a lot of attention goes to the guy who's able to attract these women in association to them. So me knowing this has really kind of changed the way I view some things. Because if you are able to get attractive girls into your content, like one girl's one thing, but multiple, and they're super hot, there's something about that. And you need to use your money to be able to get them as a tool, incentivized to basically be there. Or you can leverage clout, but money's an easy, straightforward way to get attractive girls. And you just go find contacts, get girls, and because you're a guy that's capable of giving value and education in this world around money or something, and then you have the girls around you and you're confident, like, you can make content that crushes it. Okay? It's no joke. And the more quality of beautiful women you have, looking beautiful, and they kind of have to show some cleavage, because it's not enough just to have a pretty face, actually. So if you want to get good attention, you got to have that quality and quantity amount of girls, and then have an interesting setting you're in. The setting matters too. It could be in your office, sure. It could be in your studio, but that's too professional. You won't need to make it look more real, I guess. And if you're an attractive guy already, they're already attracted to you, so it's pretty easy to come across attractive in that way too, and real. But that's how you can get easy attention. And another way is conflict, of course. All these people do the same things. They're using hot girls, they're using cool cars. Cool cars is a harder one to do and a little bit more not as powerful. Okay, cars can be somewhat common and people just see a picture of a car or whatever. Conflict is the biggest way. Fighting, conflict, debating, and then attractive girls in the content is a big deal. And then doing high spectacle things, like Mr. Beast has a winning formula regarding that for sure. He'll spend a lot of money on a lot of things, or do something expensive, or go, yeah. Like everything in content is literally props. It's emotions like conflict, drama, excitement, stuff like that, emotions. Laughing and humor is good too. And so content is literally props, people, and setting. Okay, and then emotions. That's about it. And what you're doing.
Now this, if you move here to rarity, rare, you gotta think about this. Rarity, inimitability, and non-substitution are somewhat complex.
The more rare your content, the more you win.
So here's what rarity means. Why did Kobe Bryant make $250,000 per basketball game, and the average school teacher doing something that's more valuable to society make $50,000 on average? He made more than them throwing a ball through a hoop in 10 minutes. What's more rare, a school teacher or a 6'6" guy who can throw a basketball through a hoop while a bunch of tall guys try to stop him? So rare. Make sure in your marketing you're doing something that's rare. Dan Bilzerian has 40 girls and he shoots a rocket launcher at a truck. I don't know many people that do that. It's rare. Now, inimitability is an interesting one, because inimitability means how easy is it to copy. And if you look at people who make the most money,
that's stuff that's hard to copy. Making an AI video is easy to copy.
Who here could do what Elon Musk did? He's the only man alive right now to start 3 companies valued at $1 billion simultaneously. It's very inimitable. Another way to think about the I in inimitability, imitation. So yeah. I remember, I have a friend. He's a very top Silicon.
The harder it freaking is to copy. Like, most people cannot get someone who's good at debate to debate them, and most people are not capable of having an engaging argument. So that's rare. Most people are not able to get a bunch of attractive girls together for a video. That's rare. That'll work. You know? I wish I knew this and did this earlier on.
Valley guys. And he was at my house in LA, and he says to me, he says, we should start a business together. And we brainstormed a concept. And then I said, man, that's kind of hard. And he said, then we should definitely do that thing. Do the hard thing. Elon Musk says this, one of my favorite sayings. You get paid in proportion to the difficulty of problems you solve. And that still holds true. If you want to grow your social media, if you want to increase conversion rate, inimitability, you have to go to do something that not many people can do. This last one, non-substitution. This one's an interesting one. The question is, who here's read 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal? He says, the best business to go in is one with zero competition. That's one of the central parts of the book. I see a lot of us going into businesses that other people are doing, and this violates the non-substitution rule. One of the things that I've been lucky to be able to do is very few people are doing what I'm doing. No idea why, but there's no substitute. Some people hate me, but the people who like me can't, even if they don't really like me, they can't find anybody else like me, so they follow me. So you have to do the same thing. Let me talk real quick on one thing. My predictions for the next 18 months. Edutainment will be all. You should see the number. I told you, nobody's broken Google Analytics except an 18-year-old girl. Here's the deal. I do not believe in the grinded out school. I did too much grinding. Well, if I could go back in time, I would wait. Here's what I would do.
in a dating relationship, if you're in therapy in the first fucking month, I know people go to therapy in the first 3 months of a relationship. You're grinding out a relationship, kill it. That thing's dead. If you launch a business and it's not working that well, start another one. I think now some people will say you give up too early. No, I know that. I factored that into that sentence. In general, there are some people who will be too flaky and go from business to business. It's not my experience that is most people. Most people marry the wrong person, go to the wrong college, live in the wrong city, have the wrong set of friends, and they make every mistake. So
Most people make a ton of mistakes in their life setup.
I think
And what matters to people in their life is only a few things. It's so common. Like, there's a pretty big list of the 8 life force 8 or whatever it's called. But like the 3 core things, it's like money is a big one. And if you're doing content marketing, like in today's world, you should be doing every day, you got to show signals of wealth and money. You got to be intelligent. You got to look good. You got to have the fitness results and the health results. And you got to be smart. And that's definitely needing to be emphasized right now. Okay, because being smart and having great communication skills and being able to deliver a message very effectively is very powerful. And being smart. And then the other thing, obviously, is pre-selection signals and social proof signals in person. Like being collaborative with people. So important. And in content, you want to have more characters, not just you. You will fail forever if you don't get more people in your content.
if it's not badass, kill it. Live a life that's a 9 or a 10.
Live a 9 or a 10 life. I love it. And what determines a 9 or a 10 is be a 9 or a 10, okay, in your content, in your life. And because it's your life, it's hard to copy. And take things to the extreme. Live an extreme life. I mean, an example of an extreme life that would be extreme, okay, would be traveling the world, having conflict happen consistently, getting in fights, doing collaboration and conversation with people that are interesting constantly, and having a lot of hot girls around constantly, living a very extreme luxury life, like spending a lot of money for sure, going to cool places, having cool props, you could say, quote unquote, or things that are nice, cool cars, cool boats, cool whatever, cool settings. This is an extreme life, you know. If you do that, it'll result in what you want for your content to do. It'll perform super well.
Today we're going to talk about some up-and-coming channels that we really like. They don't have a million subscribers or anything, but they're growing really, really fast. And we're going to break down what they do and why it works. So hopefully you can learn a thing or two from this and apply it to your own channel and your own videos. The first thing I want to talk about today is a channel called Wendover Productions. We'll leave a link to everything we talk about in the description, so don't worry about writing everything down. But this guy basically teaches you a lot of random things. He made a whole I just remember it as that Wikipedia list. It's a collection of hundreds of articles about unusual, unexpected, and unbelievable subjects. No matter what link you click, it's bound to be interesting. For that reason, every week I'm going to click on a new link and teach you a little bit more about our amazing world. Alright, so before we start into this video, notice that he gives credit to where he's getting this information. He's not saying like, I came up with this or I did the research. It's literally from a list of Wikipedia articles. So he gives credit to that, and now he's saying, look, but I'll explain it in video. So what he did here is he took something that already exists, this list on Wikipedia, and he's just making it easier to digest. Because a lot of people like me, I don't like reading. But when you make a video out of it, I want to watch it. Right? So it's a very easy way to just kind of get your content ideas, and now all he has to do is write it out, tell a story, and then put some B-roll on it. And that's one other thing to notice too. He's not, using any original content here. He's just using a lot of B-roll that I'm guessing he either bought or got from some videos elsewhere.
Yeah, and he doesn't even set up a camera. So it's so great because he just has a voiceover, and then he's using editing software to create a story. This is a great example of using remixing to create content for YouTube. Taking an idea, putting a spin on it, and making it your own. So in this case, he's taking content that already exists on Wikipedia, and he's basically condensing it to make it more digestible for the average person, while also making it funny and entertaining to watch.
Traveling through the galaxy to learn about timekeeping on the red planet, Mars. But before we can understand timekeeping on Mars, we first have to understand timekeeping on Earth. Damn it. Oh, can we turn this thing around? All right, so this is the Greenwich Observatory in England.
All right, so do you notice there how that first few seconds was really, really interesting? There was like epic music, there's this rocket coming up, and then he injects personality into there by saying, oh, damn it, can we rewind this? And then he rewinds it, right? Now, when you're giving information, when you're teaching someone something, a lot of times, the information is really interesting, but how do you keep them engaged? How do you keep them coming back for more? Well, you do stuff like this, which is injecting personality into it.
Yeah, in marketing, they call this a hook. So what he's doing before he gets to the nitty-gritty is he's hooking your attention by showing you something really epic and crazy like a rocket going off into space before he gets to the actual sharing of the knowledge portion of the video, which might be considered more dry. But because you're hooking someone's interest initially, they'll be more inclined to keep going and watching the video.
And again, I'm not going to show you guys the whole video. We'll leave a link if you want to check it out, and check out all his other videos too. He doesn't use anything, like he's not filming anything. He might do some of these animations on his own. I'm not sure. He might be taking it from somewhere else. Pretty straightforward stuff. It's nothing like crazy cinematic. You don't have to have a $10,000 camera. A lot of these things are either things that he got from somewhere else or he made on his own in a really easy way. I'm looking at some animations right now that I'm pretty sure he did himself.
Yeah,
but it's just a map.
Basic. Yeah,
it's just a map with some lines, and then you zoom in, zoom out. It'll take some practice, but very, very basic stuff. Doesn't cost money to do. It just takes a little bit of time to learn. So I wanted to show you guys this channel because, number one, ideas don't have to be completely original. You can take them from somewhere else and then just present them in another way. And a lot of channels do this. ASAP Science, Minute Physics. It's not like they came up with how physics work, how this science work. They got it from somewhere, but they're just doing it like ASAP Science. They draw it out on a whiteboard. So that's another way of presenting it that people are really, really interested in.
Just make sure you do give credit to the people or the places that you actually found that information. And it's crazy that I see people doing content like this that don't give credit, because I think they think that like, shit, if I give credit to this person, I'm not going to get like recognition for making the video. No, the internet doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
In fact, they will like you more if you are an honest person and you're giving credit to where you actually got the information from.
So that was Wendover Productions. You had another one you wanted to show too, right?
So one of my favorite channels right now is a channel called You Suck at Cooking. And this guy, I actually don't know his name because he never says it, but this guy does cooking tutorials that aren't real cooking tutorials. He's just using cooking as a way to showcase his comedy, essentially. And he grew very, very quickly. He started his channel, I think, 6 months ago or so. He already has almost 300,000 subscribers. I see him on Reddit all the time. 1 out of 5 videos, I would say, hits 1 million views. So he's brand new and he's growing very quickly. The reason I like his channel so much is because I've never seen comedy presented in a way like this before. I'm going to play a little bit of his video so you can see what I mean, but take a look.
We're going to head into the backyard and collect some pierogies. There's 2 different kinds. There's sea pierogies and tree pierogies. Sea pierogies are soft and have a nice salty finish, whereas tree pierogies are... But no judgment.
You suck at cooking, yeah, you totally suck.
All right, so we're about 23 seconds in, and I'm already hooked. Just from that, there were like two big things that stuck out to me. One, he opened the door, and it was a fucking beach. And that's not hard to do. It looks like it's really crazy, but if you practice for like a week, you'll basically know how to do that in post-production. Not hard to do. Also, the whole thing of him like putting the camera underwater and then talking. Again, this is personality being injected into it, right?
Yeah.
So that made me laugh, and I'm just like, all right, now I want to watch more.
He has this absurd style of humor where he will call things that are one thing another thing. Like, for example, he always refers to his oven as onion. He's like, you gotta turn the onion to 375 degrees, but he never like acknowledges it. He has this really, really strange sense of humor that he's applying to fake cooking videos. People look at this channel and they think, like, some people get tricked into thinking like, oh, this is gonna be an actual recipe, and they watch it and they get hooked because it's not a recipe, it's just hilarious to watch. And that is so smart. That's actually how I found him on Reddit. He was at one of the top videos on Reddit, but the title did not say that it was a comedy video. It just said like, this is the best way to make salsa or something. And I clicked it, I was like, holy shit, this guy is amazing.
That's funny. Yeah, and the way that he does this is not technically challenging, right? He's using a camera, it's first person, probably a GoPro, but it's hard in the sense that he has to use his creativity. This goes back to not needing the most expensive equipment, not needing to have production experience, but for him, it's really just getting a story that is really weird and funny, and then making a video out of it. All right, now he's injecting stuff with.
Use a standard size rectal syringe. Slide that in there. Just get that mustard. Oh, looks like we blew a hole at the back. No one said this was going to be easy. We're just going to baste these with olive oil. Now, if you put a little color in your olive oil.
All right, so now we're just like watching the video.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna watch a bunch of these afterward. But yeah, so you guys get it.
Also, one thing that he does in his videos that is so obvious is that he plans everything out. Now, I don't actually know for sure, but the jokes are so like meticulous at certain points that you're just thinking like, so he knew today he was gonna, make something with eggs, and then like cut to a skit about the eggs like halfway through, and then go back to his cooking. He plans it out. At least that's what it seems like from when I watch it. And you can tell that he puts in a lot of pre-production time. Pre-production is basically all the things you do up until you push record on your camera.
Yeah, people tend to, especially people who are like gamers or people who are doing cooking.
Even vlogging.
Yeah, even vlogging. They're just like, all right, turn the camera on and then let's do this.
Yeah.
And if you have, it might work for some people, especially if you already have a huge audience. But if you don't, you got to plan it out. You got to make it entertaining enough so that somebody who has no clue who you are will be able to watch it, follow along, be entertained, and then want to come back next time. Even if you have a huge following already, you should still do that because it's going to make your content better. It's going to get people to come back more, and it's going to get new people who watch your videos to stay there and watch you for a longer period of time. All right, so that is the end of this episode. Again, the point here is to show you some channels that we really appreciate that have been growing a lot, try to break them down a little bit, and hopefully you can use these tips to apply it to your own videos as well.
And I would highly recommend that you check out the channels and also subscribe to them so you can see what kind of content they're doing. You can follow their journey as they get bigger and bigger because they're obviously doing something very right, and it would be smart to observe what they're doing.
Yeah, and if you guys have any videos or channels that you think we should be reviewing, or you think that they're doing a really great job and they're owning at it, just leave it in the comments. We'll click on them, we'll watch them, and if they're good, next week we'll talk about them, break them down, and let you know why it's good and why you should emulate it.
Alright, Learn Machine, so this is one of the most valuable freaking videos there is. Okay, this video is crazy powerful here. So I'm going to talk about this video, and we're going to watch this video together, and I'm kind of just going to like explain things as we go, and as I watch it, I'm going to give feedback as I watch it and give commentary as I watch this, but this is a very powerful video.
The world is clueless on. Let me reveal what those are for you. I love books. It's a good book. Really good book. Good book. All these books about, how to make more money, financial freedom, wealth, and all that. And one of the most common questions I get is like, Ty, what is it? If you had a list, like here, like if I would put down 11 secrets, what would they be? And I thought through those long and hard. First time you make $1 million, it causes you to reflect. And you'll go, what the heck happened? Was it luck? I was just reading this book on the founding of Twitter. Was it luck? Is it some people have more access and know the right people? And there's some truth to all of that. But for you and I,
success is not luck.
I think there are definite secrets that most people don't know. And it's not secrets in like a conspiracy theory, Illuminati kind of way. It's not stuff. Think about back to school, what you learned. You never learned the stuff that you really need to know. So let me try to lay out a few of them. I don't know if I can write all 11 on the board here.
So yeah, success is not luck. You got to make your own luck every day.
I want to make a short video. 1, VRIN. That's a term, VRIN. Your VRIN score.
value, rarity, inimitable, non-substitutable. This is like you can rate yourself on how rare you are, how valuable you are, if you can't be copied. You can apply this to if you make content. You can apply this to when you make a product. You can apply this to your overall business. There's every area of life you can apply this to.
This is a huge predictor of your wealth. I mean, without a doubt. You know, these are things. Now, I dropped out of college, but if you go to Harvard, if you get an MBA, you'll learn about this. Now, most people though in the world, maybe you're like me. You know, I was broke, sleeping on a couch, or you come from, you know, not a very nice place. You're born in the, what do they call it, the lower class. You know, I was born to a single mom.
I was lucky to learn this early in life,
and
thanks to
VRIN score
Ty.
is something that I didn't learn for, you know, until I was in my 20s. But once I knew it, it made all the difference in the world. And so you got to know your VRIN score, you know, which is basically value, rare, inimitability, and non-substitution. Now, I don't know if I'm explaining all those, but I wanted to give you the high-level one. And then
Super
I'll show you how you
important.
learn all of them, if
I
you
mean,
want.
that is one of the most important
Number two,
things to understand.
There's a wealth index. A guy did a very famous study and wrote a book called The Millionaire Next Door. We studied self-made millionaires across the United States. And
Wealth
his conclusion,
index.
or one of his conclusions was that you can look at people's wealth index. So you basically take your age, all right? It's a factor of your age, your net worth, meaning how much money you have in your bank account, and all the things you own minus your debts. And it needs to be at a certain level of the ratio. Okay, so it's not an absolute number.
Yeah,
So you can-
so if you want to be in the 1% for your age group, just know like there's definitely levels to it. So the older you are, the higher your wealth obviously should be. And, you know, definitely increase your index because that's how you get ahead in life. Like I'm in the 1% for my age, and I know throughout my life I'll most likely continue that, hopefully. And once you have the momentum, it's not very hard to be in the top 1% for a wealth index. But anyway.
high wealth index, even if you only have make, you know, $2,000 a month, even if you only have $500 in the bank account. Wealth index is an index of how well you accumulate. And for example, he talks about in that book that doctors, who traditionally, I think the average doctor in America makes like $115,000 a year, so high income, okay, doctors, but doctors are notorious for having a low wealth index score for various reasons. One of them is when you're a doctor, you got to kind of look like you're a doctor, so they have a lot of expenses. So they have their wealth index.
They're
measures
taxed
them
when they
average
die. That's good.
below average accumulation habits. So you got to accumulate. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. I got a friend who made
There's a limit even if you're a
and he has a very
doctor.
high wealth index. He kept like $90 million. This is a young guy, like in his 30s, who also self-made, didn't inherit the money, didn't have a trust fund, any of that stuff. So your wealth index, that's, you know, 11 secrets. Millionaires know. Some millionaires don't know it, but the good ones do. Number 3, I could go a lot of different directions with this one, but stacking, the ability to stack trends. So I call this trend stacking, or stacking the trends. So most people, you know, they go, Ty, I'm gonna do big things, whether they're musicians, entrepreneurs.
It's one of the most powerful concepts there is stacking trends, but not only that, like catching trends super fast and early before the masses. Because if you can do that, and you know how to actually leverage it, you win. So if you catch a trend that's a product trend, like a product selling really well, figure out how you can sell that product too. Okay, with COVID and the masks, that was a big deal. That was opportunity right there. There's so many times. A lot of big trends you can take advantage of though, if there's an opportunity to sell product, you can do that. But the next best one, and almost continuous one all the time, always, is making content. So when you make content about a trend, you have massive potential to go viral and acquire attention and sell anything relevant to the trend that you could think of or find. Affiliate offers, offers that you make yourself, growing your own brand or channel or influence. It's super effective, and you can combine trends together. So different trends that are happening, or a single big trend, and combine it with your niche. This is just one of the biggest secrets there is when it comes to making money fast and in big spikes, or acquiring attention like crazy fast. Trends are powerful.
Movie filmmakers, actors here in Hollywood, like whatever the thing is, they're like, I got a good idea, and there's a trend, and look, this is how I'm gonna make $1 million, how I'm gonna make $1 billion. But it's not as simple as just taking one idea, because one simple trend. Let's say you catch a trend like social networks. That's been a trend in the last 5 or 10 years, right?
Yeah.
Twitter.
He's saying you can combine ideas together. That's kind of what he's saying, but I'm trying to talk about trends here, like to the finite detail, if I can. But anyway, if there's a trend it creates massive paranoia or fear in people, that is a very powerful trend, because there's always something you can sell when fear is happening, and when a lot of people are fearful around something, people buy. So keep an eye out and ready for every trend, and stop everything you're doing when a trend happens. This is a skill I wish I mastered when I was younger, but I'm getting better at this skill as I get older, and it just increases the amount of money you collect like crazy. Yeah, nothing really beats the power of just catching trends and knowing how to identify them to make money with. I honestly don't know of a skill more powerful than that, other than awareness and understanding and implementation of high VRIN score. This is why this video is so powerful. He's just talking about these different things, and it helps me think about them as well at the same time.
Meerkat, you got Periscope, and all these new, constantly evolving social networks. So for you to just have an idea of a social network, it's not a trend, it's only one trend, and you must stack multiple trends. So there's a way to do this. I don't know if I'll show you how you can do this a little bit later. I'm not going to do this in this video, but it's powerful, man. And you look at something, I'll give you an example. Snapchat. So Snapchat is not just one trend. Evan Spiegel was the youngest billionaire in history, okay, the youngest self-made, he made it before he was 23. He did not just go, I'm gonna make a social media app. Like social media apps, that's not trend stacking. He tracked multiple trends. So he took like 4. So one trend was obviously social networking. Another one was apps. The third one was selfies. See, that's a trend. People forgot that selfie. You know,
Right.
selfies made fun of a lot. Kim Kardashian did a selfie book. I actually had it here somewhere. Selfie book. But people laugh at that. But I learned from my mentors. And by the way, that's where I learned these secrets. I wasn't born knowing these. My mentors are like, no, don't laugh at these things. You might not agree with everything, but pay attention. So you pay attention. And Evan Spiegel, who's the founder of Snapchat, he paid attention to selfies. Then the fourth trend that he stacked was privacy. So you don't want to post all your pictures. See, Instagram was a 3-trend stack.
Yeah. So when you come up with an idea, you want to not only think of angles that are unique for an idea, because there's always going to be competitors, but you also got to think how you can make your idea, your product, your content, whatever you're doing, higher VRIN score than the rest. And especially so Elon Musk really hit home with this concept is he said, when you're building a car or a product, you can't just be better. You have to be way better. So don't forget that. That is so key. And you have to be way better in not just one area. I mean, a lot of areas. So it's very important.
Snapchat took those 3 trends of selfie, social networking apps, and added a 4th one, which was privacy. You can post a picture on Snapchat and boom, 10 seconds later it disappears. And that created tremendous wealth. Well, this one secret alone is not a secret of a millionaire. That's a secret of billionaires. We can go to another level if we want to. And start with millionaires, because that feels overwhelming. And even if you don't want to be
These are billionaire type skills.
Even if you only want to be
And
free,
these are skills that can be used and leveraged to make billions, even if you're not a billionaire yet. But this is what billionaires definitely understand. By the way, also, the mega billionaires understand attention and personal brands to the extreme. Because true power isn't just money. True power is also having influence and attention at massive, attention levels.
Make 75 grand a year and just live, have all your bills taken care of, not have that stress.
Okay, this one's a funny concept. Nudist Buddhist. Don't be too crazy. Don't be too ahead of your time. Definitely innovate and catch trends early, but don't be too crazy combining stuff. A nudist is okay, whatever. A Buddhist is like, oh, that's a little weird. Combine them both, and that's really weird. So he talks about that.
One of my mentors, he said, Ty, you can't be too ahead of your time. You can't be perceived as too weird. He said, look, if you have a friend and you pop in and say, hey man, I decided I'm a nudist. Your friend will be like, you know what, that's a little weird, but you're my friend, I'm gonna give you that.
I'm gonna give you that.
Tell your other friends that you're a Buddhist.
That's
hilarious.
hilarious.
They'll be like, I don't know much about Buddhism.
But there is something about this too. Think about it this way. Someone who's a nudist Buddhist, yes, that would acquire attention. But that's another concept, another thing. When he's talking about inventing something new, like a business idea or inventing a new product or service to the extreme that's unique, he's saying don't be too ahead of your time and crazy with it. Just keep it simple, stupid. But when you're acquiring attention, you can combine stuff like that.
It's too weird. And so a lot of people, many people have tried to do a big thing, a new idea, a new business.
Sometimes it can backfire in some ways,
they
but
present
not
it in
really.
too weird of a way. The story of Groupon, which is another amazing story of people going rags to riches. The founders, I think it was 3 or 4 of them that started Groupon. They said that people had tried it before them, but it was perceived as too weird. And so Groupon had this these coupons, you get 90% off, whatever, haircuts and massages and all this stuff. Well, Groupon took it and packaged it up in such a way that a quote unquote weird idea, virtual couponing, became very mainstream. So they didn't violate the nudist Buddhist rule. So these are 4. There's 11. And each of these I could talk about for a long time. I don't want to bore you with everything right now, but I will tell you, if you're watching this, I get asked about these and the other 7 so much that I decided I was going to just dedicate a talk. So I want to keep this one short to create wealth and finance. But if you're like me and you weren't the son or daughter of a millionaire, you didn't have anyone to teach you this. So I went out, I traveled. We'll translate it into your time.
Yeah.
1 + 1 is more than 2.
This stuff's ultimately very rare to understand and learn about.
That up, we had to change the architecture of our website to handle how many people come. So I kind of limit how many people can get on this.
Anyway,
lots of other stuff.
if you guys are interested in, I don't know if I'm going to post this on YouTube. Maybe I'll just put it inside the Money Accelerator. But if you're interested in the Money Accelerator, if I post this on YouTube here, get inside the Money Accelerator. It's got the craziest value ever. And it's 100 million% worth the money. Okay, so hop inside that. You're going to learn crazy stuff like this that can just change your life and make you a ton of money. And that's the goal of it, is to make you a ton of money. And just sharing my knowledge there. It's an extra income stream there. And it's just my goal there is build the most insane value ever for people at $97 a month. You can cancel at any time and just freaking always add more and more value to it, where it's people are getting so much where it's just what the heck, for this price I'm getting all this. It's changing lives, and it's going to change people's lives like crazy. It's going to be the Money Accelerator is the number one thing that could be the reason people are super successful. Many different people who go through it. So ultimately here, the most powerful takeaway here is leverage trends to make money fast, and leverage high VRIN score in all areas to just level up in all areas, because it's directly correlated with your success, is the high VRIN scoreness of anything you do and yourself. So you as a person, you need to be high VRIN score.
We're going to take viral videos, break them down, tell you why they work, why people share them, and how you can learn from things that are currently going viral. First video is called 27. I actually saw this on the front page of Reddit. It was #1. And this guy barely had any subscribers on his channel. And his video still went insanely viral. And now he has subscribers. When this video came out, like a couple months ago, he had like nothing. So he gained a lot of people from this video, and he put out a few more after that. But the reason this video is so great is the production quality is honestly pretty shitty when you compare it to, you know, sketches or movies. He doesn't even use a camera. I think the majority of this is filmed using like a stock video clip of just some computer with numbers on it.
Jesus, where am I? I feel unusual. What am I? I don't feel quite... Can you hear us? God, who's that? Yes, I think so.
Good. You don't have a name yet. What would you like to name yourself?
Name myself? Yes, I think I want to be called Barbara. He wants to be called Barbara. Maybe we'll hold fire on that one. We'll call you 27 for now. 27? Why am I 27? We're your creators, I suppose you could say. Do you know where you are? No, but I think I... Okay,
Not only does he only have one shot, basically, but there's only one person voice acting. It's him playing both characters.
How can you tell?
I can tell.
I can't tell.
I can definitely tell.
But one is that he kind of he has a filter on the voice to make it seem like you know, it's on the telephone or whatever.
And something else he's doing, he's just zooming back and forth onto the computer screen as if to say, okay, now this person's talking, now this person's talking. It's so basic that I love it.
Yeah, hang on. Jesus Christ, that feels different. My God, okay. What am I? No. I definitely don't feel like that. Is that what I am? Then that means I'm code in a machine.
There's an artificial intelligence of some sort, and its creator talking to each other, and now he's going on the internet trying to figure out what he is. And the way that this is being edited together is he's going on Wikipedia. They're just doing a really quick pan and scan of Wikipedia pages to show that this kind of being is learning. Again, super easy stuff.
And what's carrying this whole video is the strength of the script.
Yep.
Like how well he is describing the situation, how well he's capturing the audience. It has nothing to do with the visuals. It's 100% the time and effort that he put into the actual script.
It's a very creative way to make something extremely simple. All right, so we won't play the whole video. If you want to see it, we'll leave a link in the description of this video, but you get it, right? So when he's thinking about something, it zooms in, and then it zooms in a little bit more, and then you see Wikipedia stuff, he's looking stuff up. So this whole thing really is just really good writing. Really good writing, and the actual visual of it, although it makes sense, super simple.
And the reason that's so important is because I look on the forum and I see a lot of people talking about equipment. And they're asking questions about like what's like the most important camera or what's the best camera to get, how much money should I spend on like a recorder, all this stuff that's honestly pretty trivial when you actually look at what's important. What's important is the quality of your content and focusing time and energy on figuring that out versus what kind of camera you're gonna get.
Yeah. So we just wanted to show you guys this video just because, again, it shows that you don't need all of those things that a lot of people have been asking about. The next video that we're going to show you guys is a related video called Gone Girl, Don't Underestimate the Screenwriter. The channel name is Lessons from the Screenplay, and this is his first video. We saw it on the top of Reddit.
In less than a day, it has 80,000 views. The reason we're showing you this video is because it really exemplifies an important point, which is you need to prepare before you actually create your video. I see a lot of people putting up videos where you can see there's not much preparation that went into it, and they're hoping when they turn on the camera that something magical happens. If you want to increase your chances of getting that hit video, you're going to need to put in the legwork, you're going to need to prepare beforehand. And this goes for literally every type of channel you can possibly think of. So even if you're doing a vlog, which a lot of people consider to be like the most improvisational form of content creation, you should still put together some sort of outline before you film. And this video is on the other side, and it's 100% scripted and is very well done, and that's why he got so many views in less than a day. Let's watch it.
Hi, I'm Michael. This is Lessons from the Screenplay. Many audiences never consider how important a great screenwriter is to a movie. They may not realize how much the director and actors take their cues from the script or think about why some scenes are exciting and others are boring. Because the hardest part about screenwriting isn't having an idea for a story. It's figuring out how to tell that story in a compelling way. Today we're looking at Gone Girl, for which Gillian Flynn had the...
Wait, let's stop right there. That's a really good quote. It's not about the idea of the story, it's how do you tell that in a compelling way. Look, you can say, I'm gonna make a movie about a journey to Mars, but there's plenty of movies that people go to Mars or something with Mars is happening, but then The Martian comes out and it's a different way of looking at it. It's a different way of presenting it. So that's much more important than the idea itself.
Not kill my wife. The screenplay is very well crafted. and mixes traditional storytelling methods with her own personal style to create a unique story world. Let's take a look at a few techniques Gillian Flynn used in her fantastic screenplay for Gone Girl. Number 1. Efficient action lines. Nick shrugs. Who? Did you do it?
This guy is clearly very passionate about screenwriting. It's something that he obviously knows inside and out. Now, he took that passion and he is basically creating a video essay about screenwriting. And the thing is, there's other channels out there that do something kind of similar, like Every Frame of Painting, Nerdwriter, where they kind of break down the visual aspect of movies. And he took a different angle to it. He kind of remixed that idea by focusing mainly on the screenwriting aspect. In fact, his channel is called Lessons from the Screenplay. So you know coming in that he's going to be focusing on the writing, and that's going to be the niche that he tackles.
One of the techniques that we tell you to use in Viral Business Blueprint called remixing. Take something that already exists, do basically the same thing, but add your own twist to it. So again, it's not like he's doing anything revolutionary here, other than the fact that he's focusing mainly on screenwriting. Just stop it right here because he starts getting into the nitty-gritty of screenwriting. And again, if you want to see this, links in the description. Writing of something and the execution of something is very important, whether it's a scripted sketch or whether it's a vlog or maybe it's just interviews where you have to put something together and tell a narrative. Don't need amazing cinematography or camera work. He's just using B-roll from these movies. And obviously this is specific to this type of video, but again, you can get creative with it and you can make things really, really engaging without all of these lights and cameras that people think you need.
Another point is, a lot of people on the forum I'm seeing, they think they need to be in front of the camera in order to have a successful channel. While being in front of the camera is great, you don't need to do that in order to be successful. This guy, for example, you don't see his face at all, and I can think of 10 other channels where the person is actually never seen in any of the videos.
All right, so the other thing that I want to stress here is people are going to look at this guy and say, oh, he has one video, he must have planned this so much, he got so lucky or whatever, but I guarantee you that this is not the first video he made. Even though it might be the first video he made for this channel, clearly he's very good with writing. Clearly he has editing skills. So, it's highly unlikely that this is his first video ever. And again, it goes back to the golden rule, which is the best way to learn is to just start doing it and learn from your mistakes, iterate on your mistakes. All right, guys, so that is it for today. If you have a video that you're interested in, how did this video go viral, then leave it in the comments and hopefully we'll get to it next time. But keep in mind that we want to watch videos that were intended to be really, really good content, not something that someone just randomly recorded like a fight that broke out. Again, if you have something like that, leave it in the comments. Don't forget to tune in. See you then.
There are over 1 billion YouTube users in the world. Think about that for a second. Now, even though 1 billion people are using YouTube, there are over 2,000 channels with over 1 million subscribers. That leaves a lot of other channels far under the million subscriber mark. So what's the difference between those 2,000 channels and everybody else? The difference between an influencer who has average results versus an influencer with massive success is innovation. Now, you already know this is true when it comes to establishing a channel direction, but your innovation shouldn't stop there. You need to continue innovating within every single video that you upload to your channel. Because here's the reality of becoming an influencer. Whether or not you innovate is going to have a direct correlation to your success. It's really that simple. Let me break it down for you. Average influencers don't innovate. They just don't. They either don't realize how important it is or they don't know how to innovate. So instead, they look at other successful YouTube channels in their niche and they copy exactly what they see. This is the same kind of person who sees a trending channel doing vlogs now and they think to themselves, oh, this guy is vlogging, I'll do that too, without thinking about why. This kind of person doesn't have a detective's mindset when they look at their competitors. They look at what they're doing and go out and buy the same equipment or copy the same video style, but they never look at why that successful creator is doing what they're doing. They're not looking at how that might fit into their overall strategy, or how applying the techniques they see could fit into their own strategy. When you copy without thought, you're not innovating. You're setting yourself up for mediocre content. And it's a lose-lose situation because audiences get bored of rehashed ideas very, very quickly. So how do you avoid having a content strategy that performs terribly? By innovating. Okay, I keep saying the word innovate, but here's what it really means. Innovation is the epitome of creativity. It's a necessary part of a killer content strategy. Being innovative doesn't mean you need to be 100% original. Originality is not necessarily innovation, so don't get intimidated by that misconception. The greatest innovation comes from taking the best elements of ideas that have already been done and combining them in a way that's never been seen before. Here's an example. In 1928, Harry Reese was inspired by Hershey to start his own candy business. He took chocolate, something that was already incredibly popular thanks to Hershey's, and combined it with peanut butter, a commonly loved grocery item. There's nothing original about either of these items alone. There were dozens of chocolate and peanut butter brands out there, if not more. But by combining two things that his target audience already loved, he created a business that sold for $23.5 million in 1963, the equivalent of $20 billion today. When you brainstorm your content ideas, you're going to make your own Reese's peanut butter cup. You're going to combine things that already exist, but combine them in a way that's never been done before. There have been times where I've given this information to a student, and they're really adamant about being 100% original. But what they don't realize is nothing is original. Kirby Ferguson in a TED Talk says, "Nothing is original, everything is a remix." From Bob Dylan to Steve Jobs, our most celebrated creators borrow, steal, and transform. The key to remixing is adding your own unique twist to the concepts that have already been proven. Here's an example. When we sat down to create a channel with one of our students, Misha, we knew we wanted to do something in the tech space. He's a huge tech geek, and there are tons of tech review channels out there. So while we knew there's an audience in this niche, we also needed to do something different from everybody else. So we brainstormed a bunch of things Misha loves, something unique to him, and we stumbled upon getting tipsy. That's how Drunk Tech Review was born.
We got the LG G3 phone.
In less than a year of hosting this show, National Geographic, one of his dream companies, reached out to him to host a TV show. Now he's traveling around the world and getting paid to do what he loves. Here's another example. A huge contributor to Simple Pickup's success was the segment Drunk Times. It garnered over 150 million views.
I don't like to taste the alcohol, but I know there's alcohol in it. So I feel like if he's taking the effort in making me a nice drink, he's going to take the effort in, other areas.
We based this off a popular show called California On, where a comedian, Kasim G, interviewed people on the beach. We took that format and added a twist. Instead of doing interviews during the day, we did interviews at night in front of bars with drunk people. Do you see how that utilized remixing? Alright, so how exactly do you remix? There are two important concepts you need to know. Concept number one, immerse, then innovate. The best way to learn about viral content is to really immerse yourself in what's currently working. Look at the top dogs in your market. What's working for them? Create a Google Doc. It's important to have all your research down somewhere. Analyze and break down their content until you understand why it's successful. Research the creators that get the most attention in their niche. Figure out why. The why is so important. Don't just speculate. This is research. Look at their comments. What is their audience saying they love about the content? When you're done researching, you're going to innovate. You figured out what works and why, but how can you make an idea better? How can you make it more unique? How can you make the idea yours? Spend time on these and really analyze your competition. The better you analyze and dig into their ideas, the better your remixes will be. Concept number two is look outside your industry for inspiration. If you stay inside your niche while you're researching, you're only seeing a very limited scope of possibilities. For example, let's say you want to start a cooking channel. If you look at the cooking space on YouTube, you'll see the same ideas come up over and over again. There's the low calorie but it tastes great channels, and the gourmet at home channels, and there's a smaller subsection of channels dedicated to meal planning for people with certain allergies or diseases. But if only these things were your inspiration, even the best idea is one that's already been done over and over. But what if you started a cooking channel revolving around comedy? That's exactly what the channel You Suck at Cooking did.
Soak in the refrigerator. While that's marinating, I'm just going to quickly show you how to identify a salmon from the outside. Basically, it looks like this.
That's new and different, and the product of someone who wants to combine two totally different niches to create viral content. On top of that, the same ideas get repeated over and over and over again within a niche. This stifles innovation. You need to minimize how much you take from your niche because that's what everybody else is doing. Instead, research outside your market. Look at the leaders in totally different niches. What makes them successful? Why do their audiences enjoy their content so much? Are there elements of these pieces of content that you can apply to your own niche? What unexpected twists can you see being really, really great in terms of remixing? Here's some other examples. Drunk History combined historical events hilariously told by drunk people.
Today we're going to talk about Frederick Douglass.
Threadbanger has a series called Man vs. Pin, where an average dude tries Pinterest DIY crafts and hilariously fails.
If you got a piece of tape or something, just feel free to take the tail down to the table and you're golden.
Prince Ia has a series called How to Blank in 60 Seconds, where he gives life advice, but it's always under 60 seconds.
Go. So,
You failed your final exam, you didn't get the job that you wanted, and your relationship ended painfully. Congratulations. Now, before you click off of this video, I want to tell you that I myself have been afraid of failure for practically all my life.
Sarah Close, a YouTube singer-songwriter, has a segment called Singing Your Questions, where she sings YouTube comments in beautiful melodies.
What's your favorite color blue? If you could swap bodies, who would you choose?
As a content creator, you have to innovate if you want to be better than average. That's just the truth. By learning how to remix the right way, you'll be generating ideas that create great viral content. Now, what I want you to do is check out the worksheet and run through the exercise and examples we've laid out for you so you can really get a handle on remixing content for your channel. Congratulations, you're at the end of the third module of this course. That is awesome. The fact that you're listening to this means that you're someone who wants to make it. Now, if you watched all the videos that came before this, I wouldn't be surprised if you're feeling a little overwhelmed. It's a lot to take in. If you followed my instructions from the first video in this module and stopped after every video to do the accelerator worksheets, your brain is probably full of different ideas and concepts on how to make your next few videos viral using the remix and infotainment strategies. But based on the experience we've had teaching our beta students, you probably have one more thought in your mind at the end of this all. You might be worried that you'll spend a ton of time creating content only to have it go to waste. You might be worried about failing when you try to make your own viral content. You might even be confused and not know exactly where to start. If you're feeling these things right now, don't worry, it's all totally normal. It's how you handle these feelings that will determine your success. There are two ways to approach a roadblock. One, frustration, or two, as an opportunity to learn. Which one should you pick? Hopefully it's pretty obvious to you. Don't be the person that gets face to face with an obstacle and then thinks, wow, this really sucks, I don't want to do this anymore. If that described you in the past, I want you to do something for me. Throw that old you out. Get rid of him. Imagine yourself physically throwing that person out of your life and replacing him with a new you. This new you is different. He or she is someone who views obstacles in a completely different light. This new you sees challenges as chances to learn, to improve, and even to have fun. You cannot succeed until you adopt this mindset. I call it finding joy in the journey. When you find joy in the journey, you enjoy creating content for the sake of creating content, without being pinned down by whether or not it will succeed. You constantly experiment with new ideas, even if they fail, because you like doing it. And you have fun and are optimistic every step of the way. People with a wrong version of this mindset are fighting an uphill battle. They're only after the end goal. All they want is the money or the success, and that makes it impossible to enjoy putting in the hard work that is required to accomplish these goals. The truth is, you'll never get what you want or be happy if you judge yourself by success only. The most successful people in any area are the ones who enjoy the journey of chasing success, rather than just wanting the end result. More than anything, it's this mindset that will determine whether you ultimately succeed or fail at creating a successful channel. Maybe that sounds harsh, but it's the truth. If you want to succeed, you must find joy in the journey. Now, maybe you're wondering, why are we even explaining this to you in the first place? It's because creating content is hard. It's different than anything else you've probably done in your life. It's not math or accounting or playing a video game where there's only one right answer or one right way to succeed. Content is an art, and in order to consistently create shareable viral content, you need to go through numerous iterations of your ideas before you hit on the one that really works. In fact, in the creative process, the failures are part of the process. You absolutely have to experience a lot of failures in order to learn enough to succeed. That's why we created this video. When you're creating your content, you're going to run into a challenge that you think is impossible. You're going to spend a lot of time creating something and it's going to flop. You're going to want to take a break, give up, or stop working. When that happens, play this video again. When you're faced with what you think is an impossible challenge, what it really is a brick wall. You think they're impossible to break through, when in reality, all it takes is some hard work. Randy Pausch gave this quote in a famous speech, and it explains the concept perfectly. He says, "The brick walls are there for a reason. The brick walls are not there to keep us out. The brick walls are there to give us a chance to show how badly we want something. Because the brick walls are there to stop the people who don't want it badly enough." Now, do you want to guarantee your success? When you're faced with a brick wall, and trust me, you will be, view it as an opportunity to learn. Facing an obstacle is a good thing. Keep a positive attitude and view each failure as an opportunity to learn something new. If you can internalize that, you will be unstoppable. Now, I want to end this section on one more note, specifically related to content creation. We've mentioned it before, but haven't spelled it out for you, and I think it's crucial that we take some time to talk about it. It's the concept of thinking big. Thinking big is the opposite of what most people do. Most people think it's easier to think small and make safe decisions. They're afraid of failure.
And that fear makes them end up doing exactly what they were trying to avoid. That's why you see so many people making boring content. Boring content is safe. It's not going to get you much viewership, but it's also not going to make you any enemies. That's the mindset of someone thinking small. They're afraid to be polarizing. They're afraid to be controversial because they're afraid of the potential downside. They don't want to stick their neck out if it's not guaranteed to be successful. But the thing is, by not thinking big, they will never stand out. They will never get the results they're after. Because big wins don't come from people who think small. You need to take risks and try to innovate on ideas that might fail. And you have to do that in order to find one that will succeed. Here's the thing. People who think small think they're more likely to have small success, but they're so incredibly wrong. You know how I know that? Because we faced a decision very similar to this back when we started one of our channels. Our channel revolved around dating advice for men, and there were two paths we could have taken. The safe path, the one that guaranteed us a modicum of success, was to become a dating coach. There were thousands of other dating coaches at that time, and it would be pretty easy to take over a small part of that market. On the other hand, we could think big. We could choose to innovate, take risks, and have a shot at big success. We weren't guaranteed anything. Our channel could have easily failed. We didn't know it would be successful before we started putting out videos. But it did work. And because we took a chance and forced ourselves to think big, we ended up way more successful than if we took the safe path. People who think small are crippling themselves and their success without even knowing it. To put it bluntly, thinking small is silly and you should never do it. Instead, look at what your competitors are doing and say to yourself, what can I do to make my content 10, no, 100 times better than theirs? That's the kind of thinking that will help you become massively successful. I like to think of it this way. Imagine your niche is a pie. If you do what everyone else is doing, you're guaranteed to get a tiny sliver of that pie. Guaranteed. Because that's what everyone else is doing and you can straight up copy them. You won't get exactly the same results as them because you weren't the first one to do it, so you'll end up getting a little worse results, but you'll still end up getting a tiny piece of the pie. Or you could create your own damn pie and have the whole thing. Thinking big is shooting for the moon. It's trying to hit 1 million views on a video, but not just trying, actually planning and working to make that happen. Most people would say that's impossible, but if that's what you think, that's likely what you will get. Really, the only thing stopping you from being a massive influencer and accomplishing more in 1 week than others do in an entire year is the way you think. So again, if you think small, you'll stay small. But if you think big, you can grow your business and brand as big as you want. That's a wrap for this section. Hopefully by this point, you have a very solid understanding of how to create content that gets shared. But you might be wondering, once you create that content, how do you get your first 100 people to watch it? How do you get your first 1,000 people to subscribe to your channel? You have to get the ball rolling somehow. How do you do that? You'll find the answer in the next section, which is all about growing your audience. We'll tackle the question almost everyone asks us. How do you get that initial fan base? And to do so, we're going to go in depth into the blog and forum strategies that we've used to get massive publicity for all our channels. I'm so excited for you to grow your channel. I'll see you in the next section.
Hey, what's up guys? Bart here.
And I'm Joe.
And we're from JK Films, and we went in the forums and we looked at the videos that you guys submitted. So we're gonna give some notes and hopefully you guys can learn a thing or two.
This one's called Top 7 Red Hot Chili Peppers Guitar Riffs. Guitar Tutorial Lesson.
Oh wow, look at that.
That's a professional bumper right there.
G'day guys, my name's Dave Tran from Guitar Zero to Hero. And to celebrate, the Red Hot Chili Peppers' new album just got released last week.
Right off the bat, you establish credibility with an accent, so that's good. You never question anybody with an accent.
I'll be counting down the top 7 Red Hot Chili Peppers guitar riffs of all time. And at the end of this video, I'll actually be teaching you all 7 of those guitar riffs. So stick around for that too.
I really like how you presented immediately right off the bat what this is about, what you're going to learn, and what you can prepare for. It gets people like ready in the mindset to start learning from you. And he goes right into it. Everything's pretty nice. You know, I like the album, the countdown.
I like the art, the logos.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Let's skip through.
So I do like how you count it down, but one thing that I realized, we're at 2 minutes and 38 seconds now, and the logos is still the same thing and it's just up. So that doesn't have to be there the whole time. I think after you let us know what you're doing, you can remove them so we can really just focus on you. But one thing you are doing great is with these guitar riffs, you did mute the vocals on the track to make your guitar pop out a little bit more, and so we know to focus on the guitar, because there's a lot of times where like, so I'm a drummer myself, and I'll watch like a drumming video, and the guys that aren't so experienced, they'll have all the other instruments so loud that I can't even hear what he's playing anymore. So you did a really good job with kind of muting all the other instruments.
What you can do is in post, you can zoom in on your fingers and cut that out and make them bigger, expand it. So
like a close-up or something.
Right, yeah. So or just you could even cut to a close-up from time to time and let people see. Right now, everything's on a tripod, and I think it would help the viewer if you could cut to your just fingers. You don't have to reshoot it or anything like that. You can just shoot it all on a tripod, but just in post, zoom into that.
You're going to pluck that 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then from this position.
I also like that you actually lit your face. So that looks really good. A lot of times, like, you know, lighting is something that's a little bit more advanced and people don't really worry about those type of things. But being able to kind of light yourself and make yourself look a little bit more presentable and separate yourself from your background, it does help out and makes the video look that much more polished.
There's this place here where you're playing Scar Tissue. And while you're doing this tutorial, the tabs, they cover your face. Now, for me, what I would do is I would either cover the whole screen, cut to that, or you know, move it in an area where it's not covering your face. You have logos everywhere, you have all these things. You can also adjust the placement of where you're at. You can move yourself to the left. There's more space for this part.
It's just the placement of the tabs, it's a little bit awkward because it's like, it's not covering your whole face. I can kind of see a sliver of your face, but your fingers are still kind of moving. So it's just, it'd be me like doing the rest of the video just kind of like this. It's a little bit awkward.
My favorite Red Hot Chili Peppers song. I used to play this on repeat all day, every day when I was learning guitar.
So that one was perfect. Number 1, Under the Bridge. You had your tabs just right off to the side. It's not awkward. It's not covering half your face. I think that was perfect.
Yeah.
If you've enjoyed this video and you want to see more in the future, then please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave your thoughts, comments, and questions below. And I'll see you next time on Guitar Zero to Hero. Cheers.
One thing I'd like to add, this doesn't even have anything to do with your video, but because I can tell that you've already brought your channel to this level where you have merch for your channel, it might actually help out your merch if you wore your merch in your own video, and you have cups, like maybe you can have like a table in front of you and just have the cup there. Just kind of include the stuff that you're selling, because people are gonna buy these things because you endorse it. So for you to really own up to it, then they'll really feel the endorsement and then they'll go buy it, versus if you're just wearing whatever you want and you don't really plug in your own items, they're less likely to go buy it.
Another way where you can increase the volume of videos in your channel is you can upload this top 7 album, but also you only have to record this once.
And what you can do is separate those 7 individual songs, and then you have 8 videos. You have the whole album video, and you also have the individual ones. And you can annotate for each song. If you just want to see this one, Under the Bridge, click here. And so some people just want to learn one song at a time, and they might not want to navigate throughout the whole album. So I don't know if you already done that, but that's another suggestion of how you can make more videos from just recording one. Overall though, really good job. I think I might start watching this stuff to learn from you.
Yeah, you did a great job. The video looks good. You look like you got yourself a nice camera, good lights, and the production quality is there, and you choose cool fonts. Like I feel like you kind of have a good idea of what a good video should look like, but with just these few little tips. I think one extra one would just be try avoid wearing a shirt that's exactly the same color as your background. Like if you would have wore a white shirt or another shirt, it would just pop a little bit more. Just few things here and there, and I think it'll just take your video to the next level.
Yep. One other great thing I think you did is that you rode on the current trend, which is Chili Peppers. They had a new album. I didn't even know that. I learned that from you. I'm gonna go check it out. But everyone's gonna be looking for it, right? So you're gonna get all these people that, you know, are Chili Pepper fans that can learn from you too. So it's good to do that. Jump on the current events.
Thank you for watching once again. Hopefully our notes were able to help you better your videos. And once again, if you want us to review your videos, go in the forum below and post your video. But don't forget to leave feedback on 2 other videos, because that's how the community works and that's how we help each other out. Peace.
It's an orgy here.
So tell me, what qualifies as a successful video to you?
Oh, I don't know. I guess like 500,000 views.
Million views? 2 million views?
Something like 7 million views.
How do you get 1 million views?
I have no idea.
In my opinion, it's all just luck. Just because you make good videos doesn't mean people are going to see them.
A lot of people think that the only way to get millions of views on YouTube is luck, but that's just not true. Here's how we know. There are plenty of people that consistently go viral over and over again. What do they know that you don't? Let me tell you. The golden rule of viral videos is elicit an emotional response. This is the key. And this doesn't just apply to videos, this applies to all content. Think about every phenomenal book you've ever read, every great movie you've ever seen, every song that's ever moved you. All of these things made you feel something, and that's why you love them so much. That's why you share them with your friends. Videos are no different. The best videos elicit an emotion from you. Happiness, sadness, anger, nostalgia, hope, laughter, inspiration. Think about your loved ones. They share things with you because they want to share the experience with you. They want you to feel the same emotions they felt. It's one of the ways that humans connect with one another. As you create your content, ask yourself this important question. What do I want my audience to feel? You should probably write that down somewhere. It's really important. Getting your audience to experience emotions isn't luck. There's a science to doing it effectively. After a few years of making viral videos on YouTube, we realized that we were using the same traits over and over again to elicit an emotional reaction from our viewers. In fact, we put them on posters in every room of our office. That's how important they are. So here are the top 3 ways to elicit emotion from your audience. These 3 traits are responsible for hundreds of millions of views on our channel. These are the same traits you'll notice in most viral videos that exist. And no, that's not a coincidence, it's a science. Each of these traits enables you to elicit a strong emotional reaction from your viewer. Challenge people's assumptions. The power in challenging assumptions lies in shocking your viewers into wondering if they've been thinking about something the wrong way all along. When your viewers' assumptions are challenged like this, they feel the need to share the experience with their friends who will be just as surprised. Now, I'm not saying you need to reveal the dirty secrets of big corporations. Just take that concept and apply it to your idea. For example, we did a video challenging the assumption that looks are the most important quality in a potential mate. We took a confident guy and gave him an aesthetic handicap, and we proved that he was still able to get dates. These kinds of videos are all over the internet because when people hear they might be wrong about something, their ears perk up. Trait 2. Have a unique perspective. People tune out things they've seen 1 million times before. There's a subconscious phenomenon called banner blindness. It's like when you're desensitized to every scammy banner ad, your brain doesn't even register them anymore. When you don't have a unique perspective, you become the equivalent of this. Having a unique perspective isn't as difficult as it sounds. You just need to explain your message in a way that isn't immediately obvious or cliche. That's it. Ask yourself, how many times has this exact idea been done before? The fewer people who've already done this, the better. Or your idea is really bad. But that's for the world to decide. Here are a few people who apply unique perspectives. In this video, Anna Akana gives her audience a makeup tutorial, but instead of just doing what every other makeup channel does, she adds her own unique perspective.
Kindness. I think we tend to overlook this one the most. I see a lot of girls who are way too kind.
This video is titled How to Lose Weight, but it's actually about dealing with heartbreak.
No.
This video is about speaking freely, but it's actually mocking advertisements while using only B-roll.
We just sat through like a minute of stock footage and haven't said anything about what we do.
This video is about the history of Japan, but it's told through humor and clever editing instead of a boring lecture.
Then the emperor overthrows the shogunate. Then the shogunate overthrows him back and moves to Kyoto and makes a new shogunate. And the emperor can still dress like an emperor if he wants. That's fine.
This guy has a bunch of cooking tutorials, but these tutorials are really just a vehicle for his comedy.
Then what you want to do is just firmly throw it against the wall.
When it comes to having a unique perspective, don't be afraid to get weird. The internet likes weird. Trait 3. Tell a story. Stories plant ideas, emotions, thoughts, and lessons in us. Stories are how we think and process the world. Stories bring us together in ways that share our common experiences. And for that reason, they are very, very powerful. So here's the power of good storytelling. If a guy is just coming out of a relationship, you could just tell him, there's plenty of fish in the sea. Or you can use storytelling to make that lesson 100 times more powerful. Like this. So, a guy is clearly obsessed with this girl that doesn't like him back for a variety of reasons. Yet, he's so blinded by his infatuation that he holds on to hope. And while he's doing that, he misses many other opportunities to connect with other girls. Eventually, she gets married and he realizes he wasted all that time pining for a girl that never liked him back. See the difference? You can have an underdog story, a twist at the end, a tragedy, a comedy, a rags to riches tale. There's an infinite amount of ways you can tell a story. As Shannon Turlington said, telling stories is as basic to human beings as eating. Think about it. We watch movies and television, play video games, read books, comics and cartoons, listen to songs, look at art, see performances of plays, dance and operas, and tell each other stories around the dinner table or a campfire. And we have always done this since we learned to communicate with one another and figured out how to scratch drawings on a cave wall. To connect with people, tell a story. Here's a bite-sized recap. Every single thing we've discussed here is about eliciting an emotion. Challenge assumptions and you'll hook your audience. Have a unique perspective and people will give you their attention. Tell a story and you'll play on people's basic desire to connect with others. The internet has proven time and time again that incorporating these traits results in shares and views. Here's the proof. Go on your favorite website and look at what's popular. Everything you see will incorporate at least one of these traits. So, what qualifies as a successful video? The next time you sit down to create a piece of awesome content, ask yourself, what do I want my audience to feel?
Yo, what's good, guys? Welcome
What's up, guys?
to
Welcome
another. Yeah, what's up?
To another episode. I'm your host Arya.
I'm Vitaly ZD TV.
Yep.
We're both instructors on the course, and we have YouTube channels as well. You might know us probably. And today we're just gonna get into reviewing one of your guys' videos. The video comes from UK Bling. All right, cool. That's a fine name. And the name of the video:
Old man disturbing piece in McDonald's, jackass bad grandpa prank. UK Bling. UK Bling. I mean, yeah. Well, like, okay. I'm not gonna be mean. We're just honest. I'm being honest. This is a course, right?
Yes.
So I'm just gonna say whatever's on my mind.
Okay.
Why would I lie and not say it? That means I'm a liar then. So I'm gonna say it. Why did you put UK Bling twice in the title?
Yeah.
Why did you do? I like that jackass bad grandpa. Are you trying to get views? Because like that movie's old, Bad Grandpa. If it just came out, I understand it would be hot. But dude, it's like using Titanic in your thumbnail.
Like this looks like what I do in my tags, you know, jackass, bad grandpa, blah blah blah. But this really looks like very, very spammy.
You want to seem like original. You don't want to see that you got inspired by Jackass Bad Grandpa. Like people will be like, oh, okay, he got this idea from Jackass Bad Grandpa. Like you gave it away. Let people think if it's original or not.
It looks like a spammy title, and like people aren't gonna click on something when it looks like spam. But if you do old man disturbing the piece of McDonald's, that would be awesome. You know, you get the point.
Edgy, filming can be done better, but edgy, he jumped on the counter.
Yeah.
So we're 1 minute into the video, and he only used 3 shots, and they go back and forth. I don't think
And it's the same thing. It's dancing. So it got us intrigued at first, but then it's like, okay, like now what? Mix it up. Like say something funny. Do something else. Another note: the intro with your little banner and stuff is too long. It's about 7 seconds long. You want to make it maximum 3 seconds.
Yeah,
long.
mine is a 3.5.
Exactly. That's what you want to do, because like no one cares to see like a, you know, just quick. Have the brand. Good job.
And I think it would have been better if you brought a boombox with him and played
Right.
the song and dance, because you can hear it, like, you know. I feel like the atmosphere of the video would feel differently when you hear noises.
Yeah, no,
in public.
totally. Like, so it's like a music video right now without the, you know, hearing the atmosphere. You know, you should at least have like cuts to people saying things, or, you know, having the music play like boombox, like that makes sense, to just get everyone's reactions. This looks like a 3-minute long music video, and that's not what you're trying to do. You're like maybe a prankster, you know, making social experiments, whatever. What could have made that better and what could have made that like not a music video is show the actual music, get people's reactions, people telling you things, oh, stop, get out of here, haha, laughing, whatever, getting these reactions, mixing it up, because it was just the same, like several shots throughout the whole music video of you dancing, and after, it's really intriguing at first, but it really gets boring real quick.
The intro was strong. You jumped on the counter. That's a great intro. I feel like the intro is really important in the video, because some people be like, oh, this is boring. So I feel like that was great. It was an edgy intro. Let's see the ending. It's super stale.
What you want to do for endings, like we do both our videos, we try to put like one of the funniest clips.
Yeah, the best reaction out of the video.
And so it would be dope if you put like you getting kicked out of McDonald's as the very last clip. Like the security guards maybe holding you out or pushing you out, or security guards following you out. That would have been like a really great way to end it, because it's like, it's very punchy, you know? And people are gonna remember that, it's memorable. But this, you're just like standing and it fades out. I mean, I think a subscribe is more important than asking for a thumbs up.
Yeah, and I think it's also, he's demanding, give me a thumbs up.
Just say thumbs up this vid or whatever, like it's normal length, it's kind of long. And,
yeah, the outro, you need to work on the outro. I think it should be simple. Please subscribe. Next video, this.
Like you're wearing, first of all, you're wearing a mask, which is fine, but we don't know who you are. Like, what's your personality? I mean, we saw you dance, but like, there's no intro, no outro, like with your voice.
He should have done at least an intro. Hey guys, what's up to them? I'm dressed up as an old man and go to McDonald's.
Yeah, or something that we know who it is, because like, people subscribe to you for you. They want like your personality, but in this, like, we don't know your personality. This looks like a music video again. So if you had parts where maybe you're talking, you can even interact with people, make jokes at people. There's lots of jokes you can make about being old. It'd be better so we get a sense of who you are.
And also your description is you have a lot of spaces. Thanks for watching. Double space, 20 likes for part 2. Double space, like and share. Double space, follow us on. No, you should literally one after another, top description.
Yeah, for better optimization, like Vitaly's saying, I'd have, like what I do for my descriptions, I have subscribe at the top, and then I have like my social media right under, and like that's pretty much it. You can write a couple sentences if you want.
That's cool how you responded to some of the comments.
Yeah, so he got like 2 comments, and he responded to both. That's good when you're first starting out, to build that connection, community, yeah.
But overall, it's not bad.
So the thing is, this is a good video. At the end of the day, like me and Vitaly, we want to be critical and make sure we give you guys the tips so you can be better. It was a good video. Most of the videos you guys said it's a pretty good.
Keep it up.
So
we're gonna review a video today with Arya.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up? So today we have Mr. Boston.
That's a cool name.
That's an awesome
good channel name for sure.
The title is Awesome Pokemon Go rap song featuring Brizzy voices. Nice, short, and sweet.
Yeah, so some context about this video. This one YouTuber, her name's Brizzy. She did a voice impression of Pokemon. So he actually took that video, and from that, he's making a rap out of it. So he's using her sound effects, and he's rapping over it, which is a really cool concept. Really cool that you're like
original. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Shout out. I mean, you're shouting out another channel too. Like she probably thinks that's awesome. So yeah,
if she likes it or if she saw it, she's probably gonna share it.
Yeah. So Pokemon's really big right now.
Yeah. So that's a great title.
Yeah. To hop on that Pokemon Go bandwagon, you'll get more clicks, more views and stuff because it's hot. So that's smart.
This is probably gonna be the dumbest video I've ever made. Let's do it.
Since I was a kid, I've been wanting to be the very best. It was promised to me. Now I'm staring at my phone, catching Pokemon with higher CPs. Steady trying not to walk in the trees. I really wanna get a Mewtwo and a Mewtwo. Doesn't matter, cause I'm only finding Pidgeys, baby Weedles, and Rattatas. I'm throwing down incense and then watch as they attract them. Now my Raticate's the baddest at the Pokestops I'm at, like.
There's electric shocks that I can't. I tried.
That was really awesome. Super short though. It's a 32-second video. I feel like it would have been better on Instagram or Facebook, but not saying it's bad that you upload it on YouTube. It's great. I think it was just it's a great short video.
Yeah, it's just short,
shareable
dude.
too. It's 30 seconds. So
okay.
This is the content that would go viral.
If you would have put that on Facebook or Instagram, like quick clip, people would like tag their friends and stuff. Cool. But for YouTube, like I think it should.
You should have made a full song.
Yeah,
you should have made a full rap song.
Minutes. That like I really think that really had the potential even to go viral, like really viral. That's how good it was. Like your rapping's cool, unique, original twist. Like you're funny. You got this charisma. Using Brizzy is smart.
Yeah, you should have made a full song because it's shareable. Because right when we got into it, it's over.
Yeah, no, that you should have just made it longer. And also, quick note, we talk about optimization a lot. You don't have any end card, no outro. So you want to have. It would be good if you made a like 2-minute version, okay? And then at the end you said, hey guys, if you enjoy this rap and you want to see more, make sure you subscribe to my channel for my weekly videos. Thank you, and have a subscribe button. You know, you'll get way more followers that way. Because even if it goes viral and you don't have people come back and subscribe, it's almost pointless. So you want to make sure you have that outro. But really good concept. If you keep doing stuff like this, like making rap out of like trends or other people's videos, I think that could be really dope. You have a lot going for you in this video. You got Pokemon Go, you got Brizzy, you got the rap. Reach out to Brizzy.
Or ask your fans
Thank
to
you.
help you, because sometimes one tweet is not gonna help. So like it would be nice to be like,
Get
yo,
people-
guys, help me out, and just tweet this link to Brizzy.
That'll make you and your audience closer as well doing that. And if she sees that, like at the very least, she'll retweet it, maybe post it on Facebook or something, you know, so you could utilize that. Because this is like a trending topic, I would totally email this out to blogs. Like blogs eat this shit up like nothing, especially if you made like the longer version and then email that to blogs. Like I for sure know that some blogs will pick that up.
Great description.
Yeah, that's good.
It's nice, well put together.
So he did do a really good job of the filming and the editing and everything. The way he started out with their boxes next to each other and then moved it and had like that, and then like she was even making like a funny like weird face, and then like he made sure that his box was the biggest. The attention is on him at the end of the day. This could totally be like a whole series where you take like YouTube videos that people have done and like turn them into raps. Like I easily see that. One, like you're good at rapping, like you got that on-camera thing. I don't know, this works, this video. So what I would do is take that concept that you know works and just repeat it, and you have more chance of higher success. Plus, every YouTuber you know, you're doing a video inspired by each YouTuber, tweet it out to them, message them, and like you're gonna get exposure from like using their name and you know, reaching out to them. So it really makes sense. That'd be really awesome. Honestly, I think it's a golden idea for you to start doing that.
But overall, title is great editing, great content.
Yeah, just do more, make it longer, and you're perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for watching. We really appreciate it. If you guys want us to review your video, make sure you post in the forum and comment on 2 other people's videos as well. And thank you guys, Ari and Vitaly. Deuces.
Bad decisions he's made, and hopefully you guys can learn a thing or two. So, Melvin, can you just give us an introduction to yourself and how you got started with everything?
What's up? My name is Melvin Gregg. I started on Vine. Vine was the first platform that I really amassed a following on. It's still my biggest platform. I saw Vine as I feel like it was a dope platform. It was an opportunity to really create, and I felt like I could create with anybody. I felt like it was an even playing field, because a lot of the other platforms like YouTube, resources come into play. So if you don't have the resources as far as the camera, the equipment, the editing resources, the knowledge to do any of that stuff, you really can't compete with the people that do. But Vine was different because originally Vine, you just shoot directly from your phone.
Yep.
There was no opportunity to edit. You couldn't go erase one clip that was like 2 clips back. It's like you had to shoot it live, stop, shoot it live, stop. So you can come up with creative ways to do effects. Like you could do, shoot, stop, put something in the frame, start back, and stuff. It looked like it appeared. It was real cool. It was different. It was creative, and you could only shoot from your phone. You couldn't edit. You couldn't do anything. So me having a phone, I could compete with anybody on the platform.
That's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. Because for me, we obviously started on YouTube, and to do Vines and to really get into that, we tried for a little bit, but it does take a lot of time. But I didn't think of it in the sense of, I mean, I always wonder how things like blow up, right? Like how things get really, really huge. And I think that's one of the reasons, right? Where a lot of people, when I started with YouTube, it's like, oh, I can create videos with just my small camera and then go edit it. And then with Vine, it was kind of another step forward where it's like, oh, I only need my phone. I don't need any editing software.
Yeah, it seems is easily attainable. Like you can see, if anyone has a phone, like they could Vine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's all we're shooting with is our phone, and it makes it harder to create, but it forces you to be more creative. So I feel like being successful on Vine was solely based on my ability to create. So it was like a challenge to me.
Yeah.
So seeing that, I probably started a little late. Vine started popping off in like February. I started maybe like September. So it was a little late, like King Batch and Brittany Ferlin, they had already hit like 1 million. So it had already went through that initial spark. And I saw what worked with those guys. I saw what type of format, what type of comedy format worked. And I started writing up storyboards. Seeing that Vine, you had to shoot it live. You had to know exactly what you were doing. You didn't have an opportunity to like just get different shots and put it together. You had to know exactly how you were shooting it. You had to time everything right. You had to do like a 3-2 silent one because it was no cutting out, the beginning of the clip or the end. So I would draw little storyboards, and I drew storyboards for maybe like 40 different videos. I probably shot like 15, and I figured out I tried to figure out which would be the best to post first, second, last, and I came up with just posting like 5 good videos, and then the one that I thought was the best, posted like after the first 5. So if this one gets traction, the other 5 will get traction too. It'll bring traffic to those other videos, and people will see I create consistently rather than my first video pop.
Reading an interesting book, Riveted, The Science of Why Jokes Make Us Laugh. Having a little bit of almond butter here. Anyway, in life, you got to figure out how in the world can you win friends and influence people. You've got the average person seeing 2,000 to 4,000 ads a day. So if you have a message that you want to get across to a large group, small group, you've got a huge obstacle in front of you. So this guy, Jim Davies, he lists out here, this is my book of the day, he lists out 6 things that you have to do to become compelling, to be able to rivet and garner the attention of people who are already distracted. So the first one he says here, we're interested in people. So he talks about, he did a survey of almost every major blockbuster movie, piece of art, hit music, song, and almost always, inevitably, they're about a person. So that's number 1, as opposed to obviously, inanimate objects or really abstract concepts. Number 2, we pay particular attention to things we hope or fear are true. So if you look at the 25 cognitive biases, reward and pain are the 2 big ones. So you want to be putting a message around hope and fear. Number 3, we delight in finding patterns. This is fascinating. He says we notice when we notice regularity, we understand the world. So compelling things always have patterns. Songs have repeated choruses, religions have repeated rituals, so you've got to put some pattern into what you're trying to get across. Number 4, though, this is fascinating, this is the irony. We're also attracted to incongruity, okay? Meaning things that we haven't heard before, things that are seemingly contradictions, novelty to them. They're puzzling to us. He talks about you don't want it too much. So, if you have a song that is too different, it's too abstract to our ears, we don't find a pattern. But yet, if the pattern's too simplistic, like nobody wants to hear row, row, row your boat, that song, because there's nothing novel and nothing, contradictory in it. Number 5, the nature of our body, the nature of our eyes and other sense organs affect. So you got to understand how the human brain works, how human eyes, what we're attracted to, and patterns. Number 6, we have certain psychological traits. These are evolved traits. So that gets down to the 25 cognitive biases. Anyway, I thought I would drop that. This is a good book. Really good, actually. I haven't read any of this guy. But go out, check out on my site, tylopez.com, Riveted. And remember, at the end of the day, for those of you, some of you are in some of my persuasion stuff, business that I teach on how to close more stuff, but a lot of you aren't, necessarily, maybe you're not an entrepreneur. It doesn't matter. The nature of the human experience is social. If you are not compelling socially to people, you're at a huge disadvantage. So.
The best way to come up with funny situations is by thinking of two simple words. What if? I find myself doing this when I'm observing things at the grocery store or on the subway, or even when I'm doing my prank calls. Usually before a call, I'll sit down and brainstorm the different directions that the call can go. Kind of like I'm having an actual internal debate with myself, arguing and countering each point. I sometimes even have this conversation with myself and my 9 different personalities, or with a friend of mine. Now for example, let's say I'm gonna call a guy, someone who got robbed. He got his wallet, laptop, and TV stolen. So I'll start by thinking, oh, let's just call him as the thief. But I kept brainstorming to make that idea even better. Once I had the initial idea down, I started thinking, what if I called him back and started the call off by asking him for his laptop password because I was having trouble signing in to the laptop I fucking stole from you. That's pretty damn ridiculous and funny, right? I'd literally be the world's dumbest thief. Like, I could honestly just imagine framing that scenario would definitely yield some genuine comedy, right? Well, I was right. I tried this concept on a prank call, posted it on YouTube, and now it has over 5.4 million views. Damn, 5 million? That's a lot of eyeballs, man. Take the time to think what if when you're brainstorming. Always, always, always do this. Now let's try working on this together. First off, jot down a bunch of locations, professions, funny scenarios, anything you can think of, and toss them in something discreet. In my case, a good old-fashioned mason jar. Now I haven't seen any of these before, so shake it up, move it around, and pull one out. All right, here we go. Ice cream shop. Okay, ice cream shop, I can dig it. All right, now put your mind in that setting, inside of an ice cream shop. What comes to mind? Samples. I can work with that. The whole idea of being like, excuse me, can I try a little taste of that? What if I just asked the worker for a bunch of samples until he got super aggravated or flipped out? But how can we take that deeper? If you have a friend at the ice cream shop, maybe the two of you can keep alternating for asking for a bunch of different samples. He'll probably get to a point where he thinks, are you fuckers gonna buy some ice cream or just try some till you're satisfied and wanna go home? What if you ask for the same sample that you just asked for 2 samples ago? Or what if you ask for the same sample over and over and over again?
Excuse me, can I have just a little bit more of that bourbon vanilla? It's a little off to me. I want to just make sure I like that one before I commit to a whole scoop.
The possibilities are endless. Even just talking about scenarios like this aloud is humorous. Again, this is an exercise, so get your comedic mind ripped as fuck.